Good evening, everyone. Respected Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev, Ambassador Arun Singh, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome all of you here. You all know that today's topic is about relevance of yoga in modern life. But to enjoy that, we have to avoid the interference of mobile phone in this hall. Okay. Please take a few seconds, ensure that your phone is either switched off or in silent mode. This event is a curtain raiser for the International Day of Yoga that's going to be celebrated on the June 21st, 2015. And we are glad that Ambassador Singh has kindly agreed to be present here. He is no stranger to Washington, but still, please permit me to say a few words. In his long career from 1979, he has had a truly international diplomatic career. Meaning when he was outside, he has done postings in Russia, Africa, Japan, and also at the India's office at the United Nations in New York. While he was back in Delhi, he has done postings relating to the whole of East Asia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, and also the United Nations policy making in Delhi. And he also headed the office of the Foreign Secretary and the External Affairs Minister. And he moved as India's ambassador to Israel in 2005. And we were blessed to have him as the Deputy Chief of Mission here from October 2008 onwards. And he left to Paris in April 2013 as India's ambassador and came back in April 2015 as if we planned it. Because of this extreme international exposure, Ambassador Singh can speak Russian and Japanese, and he knows a bit of French and Hebrew. But today he has kindly agreed to make a few remarks in English for us. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Singh.
Thank you very much, Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev. It's an honor for us to have you here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and let me just say how delighted I am to be here with all of you. And this is indeed one of my first public events after I have come back to Washington, D.C. And so it's an honor to be able to share it with you. In fact, I was joking and saying that I engineered my return a week ago to be present on this occasion. It gives me great pleasure in welcoming all of you tonight at the embassy. We are delighted that Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev has kindly agreed to talk on relevance of yoga in modern life as a curtain raiser to the first International Day of Yoga to be celebrated all over the world, including in Washington, D.C. on 21st June this year. As we all know, yoga is essentially a spiritual discipline which focuses on bringing harmony between mind and body. Today we will have an opportunity to listen to Sadhguru, who has been guiding millions of people around the world in seeking this harmony, and also between ancient yogic practices and contemporary lifestyle. Through his organization, the Isha Foundation, Sadhguru has been offering yoga programs that are transformational in nature. Furthermore, he and his team of volunteers are also focusing on large-scale humanitarian projects in the fields of education, environment, rural upliftment, and bringing science to children. No wonder Sadhguru has addressed major global forums, including United Nations, the World Economic Forum, the UK House of Lords, among others. His talk today would be a befitting precursor to highlight the importance of the first International Day of Yoga. When the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, addressed the United Nations on 27 September last year, he mentioned, and I quote, "Yoga is an invaluable gift of India's ancient tradition. It embodies unity of mind and body, thought and action, restraint and fulfillment, harmony between man and nature, a holistic approach to health and well-being. It is not about exercise, but to discover the sense of oneness with yourself, the world, and nature. By changing our lifestyle and creating consciousness, it can help us deal with climate change. Let us work towards adopting an International Yoga Day." That was the call he had given. On 11 December, India had introduced a draft resolution in the United Nations General Assembly, which received broad support from 177 member states. This resolution was adopted without a vote, and the United Nations declared 21st June as the International Day of Yoga. The Government of India, as I mentioned, is planning to celebrate this day in all countries, including USA. The Indian Embassy here would be organizing first International Day of Yoga celebrations on the National Mall at Sylvan Theatre in association with yoga organizations in the region who have come together under the banner of Friends of Yoga. The event would be from 8:30 in the morning to 11 o'clock, and of course all of you are invited, and please encourage others to also attend. It will be a free event, open for public. We would be presenting an exclusive video message on the occasion by the Indian Prime Minister, and the event would also feature yoga demonstration by experts and Indian dance and music. I once again welcome all of you here today and join you as we all wait to eagerly listen to the words of Sadhguru. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ambassador has already mentioned, highlighted about Sadhguru. A few thoughts on this. One word is transformational. Whenever I read about Sadhguru, the word transformational comes. He works towards inner engineering and how one can transform. Another thing to note about so many gurus, and this guru, what distinguishes him is that he doesn't side with any religious sentiments. What he does is something self-changing, transformational things. And another thing which I felt very close to is that he has written more than about 100 books in 8 languages, which means that he is continuously communicating with people with the purpose of transforming individuals, empowering individuals and transforming them. As Ambassador said, his association is also involved in large-scale humanitarian efforts. And so he is the right person who can connect the old things in the new context. And we are all living a life where we all are aware that we are rushing somewhere and we don't know where, but we are doing very fast. And probably he will put some sense into what is happening here. Please join me in welcoming Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev.
Jananam sukadam maranam karunam milanam maduram smaranam karunam kalavashadiha sakalam karunam samayadipate Akilam Karunam. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. When we utter the word yoga, there are too many misconceptions as to what it is. I think I'll take a few minutes as to where is the origin of yoga, where does it come from? A little over 15,000 years ago, a yogi appeared in the upper regions of Himalayas. Nobody knew where he came from. His antecedents were completely unknown, nor did he care to introduce himself. People gathered in thousands, but then he said nothing, he did nothing. He simply sat there, unmoving. People waited, hoping for a miracle to happen. Nothing happened. Their idea of a miracle was fireworks in the sky, and nothing like that happened. He simply sat there. Slowly, people started leaving because he's not saying anything, doing anything, eyes closed. You can barely make out whether he's alive or not. Once in a way, tears of ecstasy are dripping down his cheeks, otherwise nothing is happening. Then everybody left. Only 7 people stayed on because they recognized the miracle. So the nature of our body is such, to keep it in any decent state, you have to attend to daily compulsions. You have to eat, you have to drink, you have to relieve yourself, you have to sleep. All these things are happening, it sits here in a decent manner. Any one of these things are not fulfilled, then it will go into another state. Here he simply sat here for months on end, unmoving. So these people, these 7 people recognized that unless someone has transcended their physical nature, one cannot sit like this. So they waited for his attention. After many months, his attention fell upon them and they begged, please, whatever you are experiencing, we would like to know. He was little dismissive, he said, this is not entertainment. But they said they're willing to do anything. So he gave them a few preparatory steps with which they worked on, and after that for many years his attention did not fall upon them. When the summer solstice approaches, every yogi makes a certain adjustments within himself because whatever happens to the planet naturally happens to this body. Because this body is a product of the way this planet and this solar system is functioning. This is like the potter's wheel by which this has been made. He went into an elaborate science of this later, but to make it very simple, this much is clear to all of us. There's an elaborate science and mathematics involved in this, but leaving that aside, at least this much we understand that if our mother's bodies were not in sync with the movement of the moon, the cycles of the moon, we wouldn't be born. Only because it's in sync with this. Similarly with the solar cycles, certain other dimensions of our bodies are in sync with it, and the revolutions of the planet, all these things together are made this body the way it is, they made the evolutionary process the way it is. Then he gave this, and when he was making these adjustments after many years, when the solar solstice came, which is the 21st of June, it's very significant that the yoga day is fixed on that day. Then he noticed these 7 people had become fantastic receptacles. They have been preparing for years and he never noticed them. When he saw this level of receptivity, he could not ignore them anymore. So, somewhere around this 21st of June, he turned south because the sun turned south. This is called as from Uttarayana to Dakshinayana, it turned. In yoga, from June to December is known as Sadhana Pada, from December to June is called as Kaivalya Pada. This is the time of sadhana. So he turned south and sat there as the Adi Yogi, Adi Guru. They called him Adi Yogi because they did not know his name, so they said he's the first yogi. So on this day he sat as the Adi Guru or the first Guru to throw light upon the nature of human existence. So he explored human mechanics in as much elaborateness as you can imagine, and he came up with 112 ways through which a human being can attain to his highest. Having delivered this over a period of time, these 7 people took to various parts of the world. He asked them to go ahead and do this. One stayed with him, the other one came to what is now considered as the Indian part of Himalayas. Another one went to Central Asia, another went to North Africa, another went to South America. One went down South India, who's most important for us. He's known as the father of Southern mysticism. This is Agastya Muni. And another one went to South Asia. Today also, I think recently, about 3 weeks ago, there was news saying that under a temple, under a pyramid in Mexico, there is huge quantities of mercury. Mercury and yoga and Indian alchemy are very closely related, and there are any number of stories in the yogic lore as to what happened in Southern America some many years ago, thousands of years ago. Leaving that aside, the historicity, what is yoga? The word yoga means union. Union of not just body and mind, union of everything. Today modern science is telling you the whole existence is just one energy manifesting itself in millions of ways. The religions of the world have been screaming for a long time that God is everywhere. Whether you say everything is one energy or you say God is everywhere, or you're talking about the same reality or a different reality. Different ways of expression, we are saying the same thing. Now, it is just that a scientist does not experience this, he has mathematically deduced it. A religious person does not experience this, he believes it because it's said by somebody that he values. A yogi is a hard nut, he wants to know it by his own experience. How is it possible for one to know that he is one with everything or everything is one with him? Let me try to put it as simply as possible. There's a glass of water here. I'm sure this is not you, isn't it? Hello? This is not you. But if you drink it, it becomes you, isn't it? 72% of your body is water. What is not you becomes you how? What is it that defines what is you and what is not you? We'll just do a simple experiment right now. Take your right hand and touch your left hand, please. Is that you? You must confirm to me, please. Is that you? Yes. Touch the chair on which you're sitting. Is that you? How do you know this? What is the basis? What is the basis of your experience which tells you this is me and this is not me? Sensation, isn't it? Here there is sensation, or in other words, what you're saying is, whatever is within the boundaries of my sensation is me. Whatever is outside the boundaries of my sensation is not, isn't it? Right now, this is not within the boundaries of your sensation. What is called as drinking is you're including it into the boundaries of your sensation. The very body that you carry, whatever number of kilograms you carry, it's just a piece of the planet, isn't it? Yes or no? You must get it now. If you don't get it now, one day you will get it from the maggots, and it's a bit late. If you get it now, you can transform your life. What you carry as your body is just a piece of this earth. Countless number of people who walked this planet before you and me, they were also smart people. Where are they? They're all topsoil. This will also become topsoil unless your friends choose to bury you real deep. No, because some people fear you may rise from the dead, you know. I heard that ambassador was in Israel. This happened. A couple from Texas, over 75 years of age, been wanting to visit the Holy Land for a long time. And at last, when they were over 75, they made the trip. They were totally overwhelmed. All the historicity, every cobblestone in Jerusalem is full of history. The lane that Jesus walked, the place where he walked upon the water, where things happened, they were overwhelmed by this whole thing. And unfortunately, the wife had a heart attack and she died. Now the local people who deal with these things, they came to the man and said, see, if you have to transport your wife's body to Texas, it costs $26,000. If you do it here, all the rituals will finish for $10,000. 26,000 plus whatever the local charges there. Then the man thought about it and said, no, I'm taking her to Texas. Then they said, why? Okay, we'll make it 5,000. 5,000. He thought about it and said, no, I'm taking her to Texas. I said, this doesn't make sense. $26,000 for the plane, for the, taking the body, transportation and then local charges, why? All right, we'll make it 3,600. It's a land of bargain, He thought about it and said, no. Then they asked, why? It doesn't make sense. He said, in Texas, dead stay dead. So, doesn't matter what you think about yourself, doesn't matter where you think you're going, where all you have been, as far as your physical body is concerned, it is going straight to the grave, without hesitation. Not one moment is it faltering, going straight there, because this is a material that you picked up. The only way you made it yours is by including it into the boundaries of your sensation. It is a known fact that if you experience a very exuberant moment in your life, let's say you're very joyful or very loving to a point where tears came to you, happened to you? You're so joyful, tears came to you. At such a time, if you just place your hands just 6–8 inches away from yourself, right here you'll feel sensations. If no such wonderful thing happened to you, we'll have to do something horrible. We'll cut your leg right now. If you take off your right leg, the physical leg will be gone, but still the sensory leg may stay intact for some time. You've heard of this? It's called the phantom leg. If you suddenly take off the leg, all the sensations of the leg will still remain for a period of time. Sometimes for days on end, it stays. Or in other words, the sensory body has a presence of its own. If you make the life within you very exuberant, full-fledged life, if you become, sensory body will expand. If you sit here and if your sensory body became as large as this hall, as that which was not you yesterday has become you today, isn't it? If you sit here, if you could experience all these people just as you experience the 5 fingers of your hand, not psychologically thinking or emotionally feeling we are all one, but actually if you experience them as yourself. After that, do I have to teach you morals? Do I have to tell you, don't harm this person, don't kill this person, don't rob this person? Do you need morality like this? Anything that you have known as myself, with that you're perfectly fine, isn't it? So if you sit here and make your life energy so intensely vibrant that your sensory body became as large as the universe, then we say you're in yoga, because everything you experienced as myself. Even if you did not stay in that experience, even for a moment if you experience this, the fundamental way in which you perceive and experience life is altered. This is the basic aspect of yoga, that to extend, to make this life energy so intense that your sensory body, the area becomes so large that if you sit here, in your experience everything is you. There's nothing else but you. Only if you're here, no trouble, isn't it? You and the other is trouble. Now there are various other aspects to it. There is health, there is happiness, there's peacefulness, all these things. These things can be addressed in so many different ways. One simple way of putting it is, suppose you lose your peace today. What will happen? First dose of your lack of peace, the family will get it. The one or two people at home, they will get the first dose. You went and yelled at your family, people thought it's normal. Tomorrow it continued, you'll pick a quarrel with your neighbor. If it continues, you start yelling at somebody on the street. If it continues tomorrow, you go and shout at your boss. The moment you shout at your boss, everybody understands that you need medical help. So if they take you to your doctor, initially the doctors try to talk you out of it. Doesn't usually work. So the next thing is they throw a pill into you. A pill means what? Certain number of chemicals. If you take these chemicals in, suddenly you become peaceful. Maybe not forever, at least for that period of time it works. Or in other words, what you call as peace is a certain kind of chemistry. What you call as joy is another kind of chemistry. What you call as ecstasy is one kind of chemistry. Agony is another kind of chemistry. Misery is another kind of chemistry. Anxiety is another kind of chemistry. Stress, whatever you call it, pleasantness or unpleasantness that happens within you, every human experience has a chemical basis to it. Or in other words, this is a chemical soup. Are you a great soup or a lousy soup? That's a question. If I give the same ingredients to 10 different people here and ask them to make soup, they will turn up 10 different kinds of soups, isn't it? Same ingredients. All of us same ingredient, just see how different each person has made himself. Now the entire science of making this into a pleasant soup, this is one important dimension of yoga, but it's not the goal of yoga. If your body becomes pleasant, we call this health. If it becomes very pleasant, we call it pleasure. If your mind becomes pleasant, we call this peace. If it becomes very pleasant, we call it joy. If your emotions become pleasant, we call this love. If it becomes very pleasant, we call it compassion. If your very life energies become pleasant, we call this blissfulness. If it becomes very pleasant, we call it ecstasy. If your surroundings become pleasant, we call this success. Only to create your surroundings in a pleasant manner, you need the cooperation of many forces around you. But to make your body pleasant, mind pleasant, emotion pleasant, energy pleasant, you need the cooperation of just one person. That's you. External pleasantness, you need the cooperation of many forces. Not always is it possible, but internally, only if you're willing, it's very much possible. So the science of yoga looked at various possibilities, how to make this entire system pleasant. To be pleasant, to be joyful or to be even ecstatic is not a goal by itself. It is a fundamental ambience that is needed if you want to explore the full depth and dimension of your life. If you want to enjoy your dinner tonight, at least you must be peaceful and happy, isn't it? Whether you want to enjoy your work or your family or the people around you or the spring around you, you must at least be peaceful and happy. So to be peaceful and happy is not the ultimate goal of your life, it is the most fundamental requirement of your life. If you become like this, that you're pleasant by your own nature, not because of something that's happening around you, your pleasantness is created by you and it stays that way within you, this means you have no fear of suffering. Only when there is no fear of suffering will you dare to explore life in its full depth and dimension. Otherwise, always, what will happen to me is always the big question. It's a crippled life. As long as fear of suffering exists within you, you will never dare to take full steps. Your life will not be full stride, it'll be always a half a step. So to set this, you have to create a chemistry of blissfulness. Whatever, this is the way I am. If this assurance is there, you can jump into anything and do whatever. Or in other words, you are never an issue. You have made yourself in such a way that you are not an issue. Outside there are many issues. We'll deal with it to the extent we can, to the extent the situation allows us. But you are never an issue. At least this much everybody should do to themselves, isn't it? I don't know if you will become the richest man in the world or not. I don't know whether you will climb Mount Everest or not. I don't know whether you will run faster than Mr. Bolt or not. These things will need many things, but at least your experience on this planet should be pleasant. This is something fundamental. This is something every human being needs and deserves. At least this much must happen. At least this level of yoga we want the entire world to do. Yes, at least this level of yoga. They become peaceful and happy by their own nature. Whether they get realized, whether they will become yogis, whether they will experience the whole cosmos, that's left to them. At least making their life a pleasant experience. This much everybody must do. This much must happen. It is with this vision, I think, the International Yoga Day, so that the world takes to this science. For a long time, in pursuit of human well-being, we've looked up. By looking up, people have gone into all kinds of hallucinations, and we have fought wars, we have divided the world in ways we can't fix it. Terrible things we have done to each other and continue to do even today. So many people started looking out for their well-being. In pursuit of human well-being, we're ripping the planet apart, but well-being is not happening. Because if you want to feel well, if you want to know well-being without turning inward, there is no well-being. By doing things outside, you can create comfort, you can create convenience, but you cannot create well-being. As a generation of people, we are the most comfortable generation ever on the planet. Do you agree with me? Another generation of people could never imagine the kind of comforts and conveniences that we are enjoying right now. Never before. But can you claim you're the most joyful generation on the planet? Or the most peaceful one or loving one? That has not happened. Simply because by engineering the external world, we may create comfort and convenience, but only by engineering your interiority, well-being can happen. This dimension of inner engineering is what yoga is about, looking at the mechanics of life, the technologies and tools for creating inner well-being. When I say tools, see, as human beings, we have a place, we hold the place that we hold on this planet, mainly because of our ability to use the tools. Otherwise, in many ways, almost every creature is better than us. But we can use tools and they cannot use tools, that's a big difference. That has set us apart in a huge way. Now, as there is objective tools to create external situations, there are subjective tools to create inner situation. This is what yoga is about. It is not a teaching, it is not a philosophy, it is not an ideology, nor a belief system. These are technologies for well-being. Why I'm insisting on it being a technology is, you just have to learn to use it. It doesn't matter who you are, if you learn to use it, it works. That's the thing about technology. So yoga is a technology, all you have to do is learn to use it. It is not that you believe it, it's not that you disbelieve it, it's not about that, because it's a certain subjective tool. If you learn to use it, it will definitely work for you irrespective of who you are and what you are. These tools just enhance a human being. In your life, if you think the work that you're doing is important, first thing is, you must work upon yourself. We have been striving to bring this to the leadership in the world. Today, I can proudly say many states in India have taken this up, the entire administration doing inner engineering process and finding enormous benefit. We've touched almost 42 to 43% of the bureaucratic, setup in southern India, which has made a big difference for them. When I was at the Economic Forum, I was asked, Sadhguru, if there's one thing we can do for you which will make a difference in the world, what is that? I said, there are 25 people I want. You give me these 25 people for 4 days or 5 days. You will see in 3 years' time, there'll be a significant change on the planet. So they asked me, who are these 25 people? I named the 25 heads of state. And it's fantastic today, a major nation, heads of major nations are talking about yoga for the first time. I want you to understand, this has lived for over 15,000 years without any kind of one organization pushing it or forcing it. Never in the history of humanity has it happened, somebody put a sword to your throat and say, you must do yoga, otherwise we'll kill you. No such thing has ever happened. Simply because of its efficacy, because it works, it's lived. Today, nearly 2 billion people on the planet are doing some form of yoga. I'm not happy with that. I want the 7.2 billion people to do some form of yoga because it is time. We have looked up, we have looked out and we've caused much damage. It is time the world turns inward for their well-being, not up, not out, in. In is the only way out, really. If you want well-being, in is the only way out. And we want this to happen, and it's fantastic that heads of states, the Prime Minister took this up and the United States leadership is responding. Even the word yoga being uttered by the President of United States is a very big thing, and he's uttered it too many times in the last few months which is great. And I hear that among all the UN resolutions, this got the maximum support, some 172 countries, 177 countries. That's truly fantastic that all of them recognize this. This is not about selling a product to people, let this be understood. This is not about propagating a particular culture. This is not about converting everybody into Indian. No. This is about understanding a fundamental science of well-being. There is a science and technology for external well-being, there is a whole science and technology for inner well-being, and this must happen. And for the first time in the world, we are in a position, we are on the threshold position. Never before another generation has had this privilege that today we have the necessary resource, capability and technology to address every human problem on the planet. Never before was this possible. Only thing that's missing is an inclusive consciousness of human beings. And this is what yoga can do, beyond religion, beyond belief systems, beyond caste, creed, race, nationality. People can experience a deep sense of unity within themselves, which is what the world needs. The external technologies are going through the ceiling, but who is handling these technologies will decide whether well-being will come or disasters will come. Outside science and technologies the modern science and technologies that we have, they have no character of their own. They are neither good nor bad. It all depends in whose hands they are. If you do not improve the quality of the hands which hold these powerful instruments, today, as you sit here, you must understand, you are not human beings anymore compared to how they were 1,000 years ago. Today you are superhuman beings. Tell me, 100 years ago, if I could pull out something from my pocket and speak to someone in India right now, and if I claimed I am God, would you believe me or not? 1,000 years ago, if I just had a light bulb, I could have become God, you know. This damn cell phone came to me very late. So I'm saying in every way, we have become superhuman in our capability. When such capability is… we are privileged by such capability, the necessary responsibility, which is not as a teaching, not as an idea, but you will have a deep sense of responsibility towards everything that you experience as myself, isn't it? It's good that the last part of the message from the Prime Minister, he said this could be an ecological solution, 100%. 100%. If you do not understand that this water is your life, we must starve you for 5 days of water, and then 1 drop of water you will worship it, isn't it? Yes or no? This is life-making material. This is not a commodity. This is not something that you buy and sell. Unfortunately, it's become like that. But this is life-making material. The air that you breathe, the water that you drink, the food that you eat, the earth that you walk upon, this is life-making material, isn't it? If you do not experience a certain unity with all these things, then the way you live will be crass, which is what we're doing today. What we step on, we are not connected with this. What we breathe, we are not connected with this. What we drink and eat, we are not connected with this. And then we're wondering why we're not well. The fundamental aspect of yoga, the most basic aspect of yoga is called Bhuta Shuddhi. That means purifying the five elements within you. This body is just a play of five elements, so is the planet, so is the universe, so is the entire creation. Just five ingredients. Just see what magic. If you just manage these five ingredients properly within your system, being healthy, being ecstatic is not out of reach. This is not a pipe dream, this is technology. If you're willing to employ it, every human being is capable of it. Let's understand this. When it comes to external realities, we are all differently capable. What you can do, I cannot do, what I can do, somebody else cannot do. When it comes to external realities, all of us are differently capable. When it comes to inner possibilities, all of us are equally capable. It's not happened simply because we've never paid attention to it. It's great, at last we're talking about international yoga. This means we are beginning to understand that we have to turn inward. This is a great, momentous event. How big it'll become this year, it doesn't matter. This has to be continued because this is a momentous step that humanity is taking. Right now, most people may not understand the significance of what this is. They may think there's a bubble bath day, yesterday was a Mother's Day and Mother's Day was started by the Nazis at the Hitler's time and we are celebrating it anyway. All these things, there's also a bubble bath day. There are all kinds of things. All the 365 days have been taken by somebody. For a normal person, there is no day left. This is not one more thing like that. This has to become a momentous step for humanity because this taking, not looking upward or outward for well-being, but turning inward for well-being is a step that humanity has to take. And human intellect has blossomed like never before, that more people are capable of thinking for themselves than ever before in the history of humanity. When this has happened, offering solutions in another place somewhere is not going to work. People want solutions here. Once they want solutions here, turning inward is a natural process and it's very significant that this day has been declared and it's a moment of great pride for us because a political leader has taken this stance, not yogis. Political leader has taken this stance. It's a fantastic and very visionary step which will go a long way. Thank you very much. If you have any question, I could address a question.
Sadhguruji, it's a great honor to see you and hear you talk personally. We welcome you to DC. Just talking about inner peace and turning inward, I just wanted to ask you, there are all sorts of people in the world, and if a person is living in abject poverty and fighting each day to feed a hungry family or a sick family or street beggars who are maimed at childhood, etc., how does that person even have the time to look inward, considering the struggles he has to go through hour to hour? Thank you.
I know this is always there, it's not that I'm not concerned about it. But I want you to understand there are more people on this planet who are healthy and miserable than unhealthy and miserable. Yes or no? At least if you're unhealthy, you've got a good excuse. Healthy people have no excuse, but they're miserable too. So why is this happening? If instead of addressing human well-being in an essential way, we always want to look at the scabs that humanity has. Yes, there are still many things that have to be settled, there are war zones, there are famine zones, there are ugly patches on the planet which have to be fixed, all that is there. But let me talk about you and everybody like you, whose stomachs are full, everything that you need is around you. Compared to your parents and your grandparents, materially you're way ahead of them, yes or no? Way ahead of them. But I'll ask you a simple question. How many of you can say, at least one day in your life, that is one 24-hour segment in this entire life, have you spent absolutely blissfully, not a moment of agitation, irritation, anger, anxiety, nothing, simply blissed out? I'm telling you, even a handful of people on the planet cannot say yes to this. If one day did not happen the way you want it, that's understandable. But not even one day happened the way you want it, that means something fundamentally is off the rack, isn't it? The reason why somebody is not able to eat, let me tell you, in 2011, it seems the world produced enough food for 7.2 billion people. We were only 6.8 billion people on that day. But still half the population doesn't eat. Why do you think? That's not the point. It's good somebody grows ahead. The problem is there's no inclusiveness. There's no sense of, we are in a state that somebody else is suffering is not our suffering, all right? So, what is needed is a more inclusive experience on the planet. If we did not have food and people are hungry, that's okay, what to do, that's a reality. We have enormous food and people are hungry, that's a crime, isn't it? Yes? It's not a disparity, it's a crime. When there is excessive food on the planet and half the population is hungry and malnourished, it's a serious crime as far as I'm concerned. If only, now that the leadership is talking, I'm saying those 25 peoples I talked about of the major nations, if they experienced everything around them as a part of themselves, in 1 year or 2 years' time, significant change can happen on the planet, isn't it? It's not happened because we're always going by this, because we like to go on plucking our wounds and going on focusing on that. Okay, that child was not eaten on the street, what about this maimed person, what about this war? All those things are there. Are you interested in the problems on the planet or are you interested in solutions on the planet? If you're interested in solutions, taking an inward step, particularly for all those people who hold responsible positions in the world, is important because once you're a leader, what it means is every thought that you generate, every emotion that you generate, every action that you perform is going to impact millions of people. When such a privilege is at hand, how you should keep yourself is important, isn't it? No such work has been done. Our whole idea of education right now is how to enhance our capability, not to enhance the being. I'm saying if you enhance this being, your activity will naturally rise. Now, without enhancing the fundamental life within you, you're trying to enhance your activity which is horribly stressful. Because you mentioned the word peace, peace is not even an issue. When we are 5 years of age, as a child, being peaceful and happy, was it not natural to you? So at 5, if you were peaceful and joyful, by the time you're 30, you should have become ecstatic. But just the reverse happened. So we have to see what are we doing wrong, isn't it? Today everybody's going about talking as if peace is the ultimate goal of their life. Even so-called spiritual leaders are talking about it. Believe me, such people will only rest in peace. Yes, because of certain deprivation, these things are being said. I must tell you this because the ambassador's been in Tel Aviv. I was to speak in Tel Aviv a few years ago. I flew in from Atlanta. I'm supposed to land there in the morning and speak at 6:30 in the evening. But because of some delays, I landed there at 6 in the evening. So I quickly changed in the airport, I'm rushing to the place because in these 33 years of my activity, I have not been late to a single appointment yet. So I'm rushing there. And I've been flying an American airline, there's nothing edible on the plane, so I'm starved. To my joy, I see the venue where I'm supposed to speak happens to be a wonderful restaurant. I said, this is great. As I walked in, people were greeting me and one man came and said, Shalom. I said, fine, what does that mean? He said, this is the highest way of greeting. I said, that's your opinion, but what does it mean? He said, no, this is really the highest way of greeting. All right, but what does the word mean? He said, this means peace. Then I said, why would peace be the highest way of greeting unless you're born in Middle East? In South India, somebody comes up to me in the morning and says, peace. I'll say, what's wrong with you today? Whatever you're deprived of becomes the highest thing. These are all simple things. To be peaceful, to be joyful, to be loving is human nature, isn't it? If you don't mess yourself up, if you don't know this, get yourself a dog. When all other people fail you, you'll get a dog, If you want to learn some joy, some love, at least get a dog. You don't need to go to heaven to this, but unfortunately today, if you say peace, people say divine peace. If you say bliss, you say divine bliss. If you say love, you say divine love. We don't know whether divine can love or not. If human being keeps himself well, he can be peaceful, joyful, loving. All that is human quality, please do not export it to heaven. We don't know whether it's useful there or not. Here it's useful to be peaceful, to be joyful, to be loving.
Internal engineering and technology, and this has been evolved for the last several thousand years. I noticed that a lot of this technology is being compromised through different types of yogas, hot yoga and Christian yoga and such yoga. Do you think the technology is being compromised? The internal engineering is being compromised, or the definitions are being compromised?
So the thing is, when there is… this is a market economy, the whole world right now, okay? Including Russia and China. So when it's a market economy, it's all a question of demand and supply. There's enormous demand, not enough supply. So just about anybody and everybody is trying to invent their own form of yoga, okay? It could be dangerous over a period of time, but right now I think it's all right because they're generating interest. But classical yoga is of a different nature. This is the work I feel this International Day, this is what we need to do to bring the profoundness of yoga to the West, because only the physical of yoga has come largely. To make it a profound process is the most important work. But whatever this other types of yogas you're talking about, you don't have to fear them, they're okay. These are things which always happen. When things happen large scale, things happen. But today somebody will do that kind of fanciful yoga, even if it benefits them a little bit, then they will look for something more profound and more profound, that will happen. But making profound classical system of yoga largely available to the world is important. Right now, the important thing is not getting demand. There is too much demand. To give supply is the biggest problem, because it will take months and years to train a person properly to classical system of yoga. It'll take years of practice. And in today's world, one very scarce material is dedication. In a weekend, you can become a teacher. So, if I tell you 3 years you must come and study with me, because somewhere else in 2 weekends you're certified, okay? That's okay, that's part of the commercial process, but I think it'll level out somewhere.
Thank you very much, Guruji, and I'm really very much awake and delighted about…
I'm glad you're awake.
Yes. And As you know, the yoga is transforming the health, and as you mentioned, that the time will come, or it will transform to the immunity to take care of the neighbors and all humanity. It will take time, or is reaching there, because we are all very much matured with the knowledge, but not with the science behind that.
Wherever there's inability or incapability about a plan, they always fall back on prediction. Please don't fall back on predictions. I am asking you, when will you make it happen around you? What is your plan? International Yoga Day is a plan, not a prediction. No, that is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying there's no guarantee it'll transform. If we do the right things, it will happen, otherwise it'll not happen. There are many great things on which we have sat on for too long and nothing has happened, all right? So, I'm saying we have to make it happen. Nothing happens out here.
A long time ago, my grandfather gave me an article written by you, and you said that everyone's trying to be
Yeah, I'm not that old as your grandfather.
I didn't mean that, but you started pretty young, I guess, in yoga. So the article ended with you saying that, everyone's trying to be extraordinary, but being ordinary is extraordinary. And that stuck with me. And my grandfather, the reason he gave me that article was because he said that just try and be yourself, and whatever comes to you, just go with the flow and have some detachment that will take you very forward in life. And I've lived my life through that with what he wanted me to be. But I wanted to ask you, don't you think that the kind of dedication and detachment that's required to go with the flow is extraordinary?
This whole thing came up because at one time, we used to print brochures like this, inner engineering, ordinary to extraordinary. So, I start the program, first day, second day. Third day, people ask, Sadhguru, nothing special happened to me. Then I said, I never talked about being special. He said, extraordinary you said? I said, yes. This is about becoming extraordinary, more ordinary than others. The sickness in the world is, you always want to be better than somebody, which is a great sickness. If you enjoy somebody else being less than you, I think it's sickness. Right now, the whole thing is about who is number one, who is number two. What's wrong with number 100, I'm asking? Everybody has a place to fulfill, everybody has a role to play in the world. So instead of living by comparison, if you see how to make this life into a full-fledged life, see, this is what by nature every life is seeking. Whether it's an earthworm or a grasshopper or a tree, what are they seeking? They're just striving to become full-fledged what they are, nothing more. But it's easy to define what is a full-fledged earthworm, what is a full-fledged grasshopper, what is a full-fledged apple tree, we can define. What is a full-fledged human being, we are not able to define. Because wherever we keep you, you want to do something more, isn't it? Yes or no? Whoever you are right now, you want to be something more. If then something more happens, what? Something more. If that happens, what? Something more. Let's say we made you the queen of this planet. Don't look at me hopefully. I will not make such blunders, I'm just asking you. Suppose we make you the queen of this planet, would you be fulfilled? You will look at the stars, isn't it? That is the nature of the human being. The very nature of who you are is that you want to expand limitlessly. You want infinite expansion, but unfortunately you are going at it in installments. Can you approach infinity in installments? Can you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and one day say infinite? Is it possible? No, it's endless counting. The very nature of who you are is such. Suppose I imprison you right now in 5x5 cubicle for 3 days, you will feel horribly imprisoned. Then we'll announce your liberation and liberate you into your 10x10 cubicle. You will feel wonderful for a day. Again you'll feel imprisoned. Now we'll liberate you into your 100x100 cubicle. You will feel great for 3 days, again the same thing. It does not matter where I set the boundary. The moment you can feel the boundary, you want to break it. Yes or no? So there is something within you which does not like boundaries. There is something within you constantly longing to become boundless. But the only problem, this is a fantastic goal for you, you're seeking to become boundless or infinite is not a small thing. But the method you're employing, the vehicle you're using to get there is hopeless. Because through physical means you're trying to become boundless. The very nature of physicality or the fundamentals of physicality is a defined boundary. Only because there is a boundary, physical is possible. Right now we call this a physical body because it has a defined boundary. If I take away all the boundaries of this body, can you call this physical? So the fundamentals of physicality is boundary, but your innermost longing is to become boundless. Through physical means, if you approach boundlessness, it's going to be an endless run. So the entire dimension of what is being referred to as spiritual is just this. Spiritual does not mean you see things walking in the corners of dark streets. Spiritual does not mean you look up or down, no. It is just that your experience of life has transcended the physicality of who you are. Because physicality, as we looked at it some time ago, is something that you accumulated over a period of time. What you accumulate, you can claim is yours. But if you say it's me, you kind of lost it, isn't it? Suppose suddenly I show you this glass and this is my glass. You will think, well, Sadhguru has some problem. But let's listen some more. People say he is wise. After some time I say, this is me. Then you'll say, let's go. Because this is a clear case of madness, isn't it? This is happening to you every day. Food appears on your plate, you say, this is my food, you eat it and then it's me. Once you start thinking, what is not you as myself, your fundamental perspective of life is distorted. From that distortion, whatever you do, it'll only be a struggle because it'll not find fulfillment. At least you must be able to see what is me, what is not me. This is the fundamentals of inner engineering. If you sit here, body is here, mind is out here, what is you is somewhere else. Once there's a little space between you and your body, between you and your mind, this is the end of suffering. Because you know only two kinds of suffering, physical suffering, mental suffering. Do you know any other kind of suffering? This is the only two things which are bothering you. Both these things are miracles. Human body is a miracle, human mind is a fantastic miracle. But both these things have become misery manufacturing machines right now. Simply because you have a supercomputer and you have not even bothered to read the user's manual. This is the problem with you. This International Yoga Day, you must at least start reading the user's manual. What is the nature of this? Let's start looking at this. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Guruji.
I would like to congratulate Mr. Arun Singh being here as the US Indian Ambassador to United States, and he will be marshalling or leading this International Yoga Day in this part of the world. Thank you very much.
Can I request Ambassador Arun Singh to give a bouquet to Sadhguru, please? On behalf of all of us, please join us. All of you are requested to join us for refreshments in this room, please. Thank you.
real privilege to be here. And what's interesting is that both these amazing people, I hesitated for a moment before calling them people because they have such dimensions to them. But both of them have come to this whole topic of wisdom from very different perspectives. Dr. Chopra comes at this as a doctor, as a scientist, and a very eloquent seeker, and has sort of given us so much to think about, coming at it from a scientific basis and then moving into many more theories and thoughts. Sadhguru comes at it as a mystic, as somebody who has been, who has sort of seen some of the unknowable and has come to us with a whole bunch of knowledge from that angle. But essentially the three broad perspectives they say, and that's just to set a context and then we can get into the questions, is number one, they say, look, you have to look at the world through a different prism. You have to change your whole prism through which you view your own life, is a broad theme. The second broad theme, if you like, and it ties all right back into modern wisdom, the second broad theme is that if you were able to do that, you would have unimmeasurable benefits for the body, and Dr. Chopra has been the expert in talking about the body, and Sadhguru as well, for the mind, because how you experience life is who you are, and then that creates a ripple effect because it makes you better people, and then you could create a better planet. So that's theme number 2. And then theme number 3 is to do that, you have to do a whole lot of things. This is not something that just happens easily. You have to go through a lot of rigorous discipline, and you need a science and technology to get there, essentially. And that science and technology comes in the form of yoga, and different forms of yoga, different forms of inner engineering, and self-inquiry, self-knowledge, self-discipline, and so on, that Dr. Chopra talks about. So there's many, many techniques. So these are 3 broad themes. Has your own thinking changed over the last, I mean, you both have been talking about variations of this topic for a very long time. Can you just tell us, has that changed a lot? Can you both take that question?
First of all, thank you for that amazing invocation. You really created the atmosphere here. And it's a great honor to meet you again, Sadhguru, after all these years. I remember playing frisbee with you in Puerto Rico. And of course, Dr. Jayaraman, one day I will be like you. Okay? So yeah, my thinking has changed in the sense that when I started moving out of mainstream so-called scientific thinking, I was trying to establish in my mind the connection between mind and body. And over the last 4 decades, I have realized, which has been obvious to great sages throughout the centuries, that there's no system of thought that can access truth or reality, whether it's a scientific system of thought or a mathematical system of thought, or these days we talk about quantum physics. None of these systems of thought can give us the experience of reality, because reality is beyond thought. Reality is inconceivable to the mind. These systems of thought, even scientific systems of thought, create models of reality. Not reality, but models of reality. And we have faith in them because once we understand the model, we can create technology. So we can create jet planes and bombs and mechanized death and internet and all the wonderful things. So we think science gives us access to reality. But even science is an activity in something that is not mind, that is not matter. For lack of a better word, it's a field of awareness, what the great sages call Brahman. And the universe is a modified form of that. Your mind, your body, and the universe out there is all conceived, constructed, governed, and the becoming of a non-local, inconceivable, dimensionless reality which is not in space and time. Now this is very difficult for the modern person to grasp, okay, but it's actually part of since we're talking about ancient wisdom traditions, if you read the Yoga Vaishishta, it says that which cannot be seen but without which there's no seeing, that which cannot be perceived but without which there's no perception, cannot be imagined but without that which there is no imagination, creativity, insight, intuition, choice. Everything that we call reality comes from an inconceivable, dimensionless, non-local domain which is not in space-time. So, you know, when Lord Krishna talks about it, water cannot wet it, wind cannot dry it, weapons cannot shatter it, fire cannot burn it, it's ancient, it's unborn, it's not subject to death. Now that's inconceivable to the mind, but it's experiential when you settle into awareness, when you settle into being, when you settle into existence, what is called Satchitananda or Tattvamasi, and you saw the video where he expressed his experience. That's not an intellectual experience, that is a transcendent experience. I'll stop there.
Sadhguru, you come at it from knowing. Tell us how your own thinking has changed, how your own knowledge has changed.
I mean, I cannot say much about thought because I don't have much thought. This may sound a little like an oxymoron for people, but the fact of the matter is, most of the time I don't have any thought in me. For me, the phenomena of life that's happening within me always overwhelms everything else. Thought occurs to me only when I want to physically do something, arrange something around me. Otherwise, days on end will pass for me without a single thought. So, maybe I never grew up. In a way, yes, because when it comes to… people ask me, what has been your sadhana? My only sadhana has been that right from my childhood, I never got identified with anything. Either the family, or the culture, or the religion, or the society, or various other things happening around you, including your parentage, your siblings. I was involved with them, but never identified with anything. If human intelligence does not tie itself down with identity, every human being will realize the nature of life. Human intelligence is capable of figuring this. When I say intelligence, as Deepak pointed out, it's beyond the thought process. Unfortunately, because of the type of education systems we have today, we are completely committed to one dimension of our intelligence which we call as the intellect, which is just the thought process. Thought can only happen with the data that you have gathered through five senses, which is very limited, one thing. Another thing is, the nature of data that the senses gather are only useful for survival process. The very nature of how you see things, how you hear, smell and taste and touch life is only relevant for survival process. If you wanting to know the life itself, then these instruments of perception are no good. Even what is light and darkness is a debate between you and another creature which sees darkness as light, isn't it? If you sit with an owl and start an argument as to which is light and which is darkness, it's an endless argument, but who do you think is right? Hello? Wow, if you're saying both, you're either in the diplomatic corps or you have a successful marriage.
Some have both.
You have learned to say both, but which is the truth? What I see is the truth or what the owl sees is the truth? That's not the point, it is just that
nature has opened up our sense perception as it is necessary for our survival. Accordingly, it has opened up sense perceptions for different creatures as it is necessary for their survival. But if survival is all you're seeking, this is good enough, the five senses. But once you have come as a human being, somehow survival is not good enough. If your stomach is empty, there's only one issue about food. But once the stomach becomes full, you have 100 issues going on. So the nature of the human being is such, no matter what you do, you want to be something more than what you are right now. And if that something more happens, something more, it's an endless pursuit. So somewhere, a human being is seeking a limitless expansion, but trying to do it with physical means. The very nature of physicality is a defined boundary. If there is no defined boundary, there is no possibility of physical happening in the universe. But now, a human being is longing for the boundless, that too in installments and through physical means. Through the boundary, you're trying to become boundless. The desire is fantastic, the method is hopeless. Because the moment you identify yourself with something, your intellect's work is just to protect that identity. If you… whatever the identities of nation or family or gender or race, religion, whatever, the moment you identify yourself with something, your intellect will only function around that to protect that. So, it is a certain type of prejudice the moment you're identified. So, the only thing I did with my life is, I never identified myself with anything, and life just exploded within me in ways that thought seems so puny that I do not indulge in thought most of the time.
You know, what you're saying, for all of us here, in some way, shape or form, we all pride ourselves on thinking human beings. This is a tough pill to swallow.
Thinking is just recycling of the data that you already gathered.
So, what is the leap of faith that you go from this perspective of thinking and thoughts to we don't belong to anyone, you know, we are not identified with any instrument, with any sort of localness. And I know both of you have spoken about that.
The thing is, this is not something that people will not get. They will get this. This is not some great teaching I'm telling you. If you get it right now in your life will transform in ways that you can't imagine possible. Otherwise, someday you will get it from the maggots. You will understand you don't belong to anything. So, the entire culture of what you're calling as Bharat is about Vairagya. The word Vairagya means… Rag means color, Vairag means beyond color. But if you say colorless in English language, it is a very negative connotation of being colorless. Let's put it as transparent. Because it's transparent, it can take on the color of anything right now. Right now, if my background is red, I'm red. If it's yellow, I'm yellow. I'm picking the colors from you, okay?
Thank you, I appreciate it. Well, blue and gold aren't bad either. Dr.
Well,
did you have something to add to that?
Just to elaborate on what he said. You're listening to us here. Now, just for a moment, turn your attention to who or what is listening. What he experiences being, right? Another word for awareness or existence. It's not a thought. Thought is what creates the subject-object split. Being is all there is, and being is not a thought. Okay. So, as even now, if I asked you, are you aware? That's being. Now, everything else is just a modulation of that. It's a feeling or a thought or a sensation or a perception. We call that the mind, we call that the body, we call that the universe. But all there is being and its modulations. Because what you experience is sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts, and then you say, oh, that's a tree, that's a body, that's a universe, that's a rock. There are just different combinations of being and its modulations.
Did you all understand that? Thoda sa, some. It's a very, and I think this is part of the complexity I think we all struggle with.
Because you try to explain it in words. But again, as you're listening, turn to who is listening.
And I think, Dr. Chopra, the interesting question is, and Sadhguru, this is for you as well. Essentially, what we are doing in this whole process of asking all of us to change the prism is you're essentially asking us to experience it in some way.
Yeah, he said the mistake of the intellect. It's the mistake of the intellect.
Yes.
That there is separation between observer and observed. Because the observer and observed as mind and body are a single holistic activity of the total universe.
And if you go back, I think in the earlier session, there was quotes from the Gita, and I know you all, and you've spoken about that as a Sadhguru, about, and so the whole, not now, but basically, but the, oh, I'm sorry, then it was, Dr. Chopra, you had spoken about the different forms of different forms of yoga that have been, the Raja Yoga, the Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotion, and we know that it's been spoken about in the Gita. So what's so difficult? What is the barrier that people haven't seen it yet? It seems, in a way, it's an experience. It seems, it seems obvious at one level, and it's yet very difficult to grasp on the other. Could you just talk to us about what the barriers are?
For some of us who were brought up, educated in a scientific worldview or in a worldview that emphasizes recycled information, as he said, or all of that, it's very difficult to intellectually get to being because we identify, as he said, with our perceptual experience, with our intellect, with our mind, with our ego identity. So it always seems a struggle till one day you stop struggling and you're there. And as he said, he never identified with anything. Once you identify with a thought or with a perception or with what you think is a knowing or a sensation or an emotion, then you're in time. Thought is in time, but being is not in time.
Sadhguru, your thoughts?
I mean, I'm completely spiritually uneducated. I don't know from where I have quoted. I have not quoted generally, except the grandmother Gita that's around us. I have to admit that I have neither read the Gita, nor the Vedas, nor the Upanishads, nor even the Yoga Sutra. I've never studied anything. The most profound literature that I read, I read English literature just for fun because I like the language. Otherwise, the most profound stuff that I read is asterisks.
Is what?
Asterisk. Asterisk comics, yeah.
Because why I'm saying this is, this is what it is. For example, a modern scientist is trying to mathematically deduce the reality. Everything has to fit in to his math, and he will deduct everything and say the entire universe is one. But it's not in his experience. A religious person will say, God is everywhere, so everything is one. But it's not yet in his experience. He believes. One is making deductions, another is believing. A yogi is a hard nut who doesn't believe anything, who doesn't want to deduce anything. Unless it becomes real within him, it's not real for him. So, because of this approach, I never found the need
to read anything spiritual. If I read something, it may be a news magazine or literature or something else, but never anything spiritual, because I never wanted to clutter my own clarity with anything outside. And the only thing, the only and only thing I know is, I know this piece of life from its origin to its ultimate, and that's all. Because you know this piece of life, by inference, you seem to know everything else. Today there is a certain theory coming out which is called as the constructional theory. What they're trying to say is, whether you take an amoeba or a human being, whether you take the atomic or the cosmic, the fundamental design is same. It is just the sophistication and the complexity is multiplying. So if the fundamental design is same, if you want to know the entire universe, you just have to know this. And this is the only thing that's available to you, accessible to you. When I say this is the only thing available and accessible to you, see, right now you believe that you can see me sitting here, but that's not the fact of the matter. The fact is, light is falling upon me, reflecting, going through your lenses, inverted image in the retina, you know the entire story. So if you see me only within you. If you hear me only within you. Whatever ever happened to you, light and darkness happens within you, pain and pleasure happens within you, joy and misery happens within you, agony and ecstasy happens within you. Right now if I touch your hand, you think you're experiencing my hand. No, you're only experiencing the sensations in your hand. Or in other words, the entire human experience is happening within you. The very seat of your experience is within you. What is happening within you, at least you must be able to determine. What is happening within you must happen the way you want it. If what happens within you happens the way you want it, suddenly your ability to create what you want to happen in the world also is tremendously enhanced. Not because you know the world, because you know this. This is why realization was held as the biggest thing. You must understand it's realization, it's not an achievement. It is not an attainment, it's a realization. Realization means it's always there. I was stupid enough not to see it, suddenly one day I saw it. That's what realization means. Never we said any inner things or accomplishments or achievements, they are not any kind of peak climbing. It's just a realization, it's always been there. It was always been there to see. So everybody is quoting Gita, let me also quote. At some point it seems Arjuna asked, I don't know, it's been whether made up by somebody, it's really in Gita, please correct me if it is so. It seems Arjuna asked that, where is this truth that you're talking about? This intangible, unperceivable truth, where is it? It seems Krishna laughed and said, it's at the tip of your nose. Now there are many schools of yoga which are intensely focusing on the tips of their noses and getting headache. Try and see What he is trying to say is, it is the most obvious thing. The most obvious thing, if you pay attention to your existence, not to your thought, not to your emotion, not to the arrangements of life that you've made around you, if you pay attention to the nature of your existence, it is the most obvious thing. It's at the tip of your nose is a metaphor in India that it is the most obvious thing. But by focusing on the tip of the nose, enlightenment will not happen, headache is guaranteed.
So picking up on Sadhguru's point, Dr. Chopra, so what is scientific inquiry in this, with this construct? Which is, hey, it's realization, it is a knowing. And what…
You know, Sadhguru is one of the few lucky ones. I've known two other people who said what he said, that I thank God I never read anything. One was Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. He used to always say, thank God I never read anything because it would have cluttered my mind. And the other was Krishnamurti. He would say the same thing, that, you know, the more you read, the more you clutter your mind. And he also would say, I've never read anything. So that's unusual. He happens to have fallen into existence because he fell into existence, okay, or awareness, or whatever you want to call it, being. I was not, I struggled, okay. I read all the scientific literature, medical literature, psychology, Jungian psychology. I read the Bhagavad Gita, every single translation. I read Rig Veda, I read Yoga Vasishtha, I read Kashmir Shaivism, Vedanta, all of that. No, you shouldn't, your mind will get cluttered.
So at this stage in my life, I also want to know what they said in the past.
Yeah, well, they said what you're saying. I mean, they said exactly what you're saying. But for me, as a person who had been trained to look at things scientifically, it was both a struggle and a need, because reality is not a map, and yet science gives us maps. The Yoga Vasishtha gives us a map, Patanjali gives us a map, the Bhagavad Gita gives us a map. Some of us need maps. Okay, if I'm going from here to Boston and you give me a map, a road map or a contour map or a sea map or an air map, and I take the road map and I get to Rhode Island and it works.
Now I get this. I think the reason why I didn't read the maps is, I met someone who was a GPS.
That's good. But GPS is also a map, right?
Sadhguru, I thought you said GPS is the guru positioning system. It's your term.
So once you use a map and it works for… the map seems valid from here to Rhode Island, then I assume, poor me, who's not had this experience of falling into the place of no thought, then I say, if the map is working up to here, maybe it works from here to there as well. So it's a kind of a psychological validation. And I'll just stop in a moment, but for the last 10 years at our center, when we teach people to sit in reflection, contemplative self-inquiry, or transcendence, or take them through what we call the wheel of awareness, vipassana, or body awareness, or awareness inside the body, or awareness of mental space. We've been doing it now for 25 years. But last 5–10 years, we've been able to look at the brain, we've been able to look at gene expression, we've been able to look at cell markers of aging, telomerase, telomere length. We've been able to look at what are called inflammatory markers. In other words, everything that's happening in the body at a biological cell level. 23,000 genes, 3.3 million bacterial genes. Actually, your body is more bacteria than it is human cells, the microbiome. So we're looking at those genes, and then we're looking at what is called the epigenome, which is the shell of proteins outside the genome, and how these work together. And what we are finding is remarkable. In the beginning, nobody would believe us, but now we have collaborations with Harvard, UCSF, UCSD, Scripps, with digital technology, with Duke University, with Mount Sinai. We can look at a blood sample, and we can tell you, just by looking at the blood sample and the gene expression, if you're experiencing samadhi occasionally or not, if your mind is quiet or not, if you're falling into the place where he
Even whether our parents experience this.
Parents too. In fact, the epigenetic shows that your experiences now, which are not in your brain, by the way. Everybody says, my experience is in my brain. It's not in your brain. Your experiences are not in your body. Your experiences are in a non-local consciousness, which is not in space-time. But whatever, that's a whole different discussion. But we can now, in fact, our collaborator, and this is a joke actually, but it tell you where science is. One of our collaborators, who's Eric Schott here at Mount Sinai, he does genomic expression, he does RNA transcription, he looks at what is called the transcriptome. He showed a slide. He says this is a genetic signature of people who are experiencing samadhi. And these are people that he had studied at our center. So somebody asked him in the audience, they said, Dr. Shah, do you meditate? He said, no. He says, are you going to learn? He said, no. He said, but you just showed us the signature, the genetic signature of somebody who does. He says, yeah, but I'll figure out how to make a drug out of this.
So what Deepak is saying is, if your children are brats, it's you.
Yes, it is you. It is you. 7 generations. You know, in Hawaii they have these temples and cow farms. If a cow has been zapped electrically, the next generation of cows will not go to the fence. They already know it's electrical and they might get shocked. Okay. Then the following generation. Now, people have done experiments right here where you take mice and you have them smell wintergreen, which is a very pleasant smell. Then they get mild electrical shocks. The next 7 generations of mice will be scared by smelling wintergreen. So, this is the first window that's opening into what we call sanskaras or vasanas. You know, you have 2 identical twins and they have the same genome. In fact, exactly the same genome. But they're not the same people, right? They have different, mother will tell you that they have different personalities. Where is the seat of this personality? Where is it coming from? This is why science opens the window to what people already knew, actually, in our tradition.
And it's interesting that even if science opens the window, and I think both of you have said it in different ways, that it's just a very small, you know, it's still like, boiling the ocean in a kerosene stove, because science can only go so far because there's so many forms of knowing and so many forms of seeing, as you have said. So it's a challenge, I imagine.
Even science is a series of realizations, okay? I mean, science is not outside of this. Science has evolved because of series of realizations, but happening in small spurts, not grasping the entirety of it, but in bits and pieces, realization and realization and realization, this is what it is. We say he discovered something, but what it is he observed something. He realized that this is the way it works, some aspect of it. And knowing the physical dimension of how it functions allows you to do many things with the physical world, which you see in the form of technology today.
Very important thing though, but science has now brought us to what we call the portal or the door of the sub-empirical. And the sub-empirical is less than 0.01% of the unmanifest, which is scientifically unknowable, not unknown, unknowable, because how do you measure something that is totally unmanifest? It's not in space-time. Okay, so once you get beyond, I think if I can elaborate on this for just 1 minute, the 2 most open questions in science today, there are 150 open questions, but the 2 most open questions, number 1 is, what is the universe made of? And the answer is we don't know, because 96% of the universe is invisible, what they call dark energy, dark matter, but it's not, those are words. They don't know exactly what it is. One is expanding the universe, one is contracting the universe. Dark energy, 96%, that leaves 4% of the universe, which is atomic. Of that 4%, 99.99% is invisible interstellar dust, which hasn't become stars and galaxies. So the visible universe, which is all the galaxies, the billions of stars, the trillions of planets, is 0.01%. Now that 0.01%, which is made of atoms, is made of particles, but particles, when you're not looking at particles or when they're not interacting with other particles, they disappear, they become waves. So what's the universe made of? Nothing. And this is a scientific fact. The second open question is, where does consciousness come from? And scientists are struggling because they think consciousness is a production of the brain. Just like, bile is a production of your gallbladder, or acid is a production of your stomach, pancreatic juice is made by your pancreas. Oh, so consciousness is made by the brain. So they keep struggling. This is called the hard problem of consciousness. Sadhguru mentioned photons. Okay, this is the hard problem. This, I'll just stop in 1 second. But right now you're looking at this. This is blue, this is red. You're seeing this beautiful shirt. What's coming to your eyes are colorless photons. What's going to your brain is an electrical current. What's happening in your brain is chemistry. You're not experiencing chemistry or electrical currents. You're experiencing a three-dimensional reality in space-time. No one knows how that happens, so they keep struggling and struggling. If I ask you to imagine a beautiful sunset on the ocean, do it right now. You see a picture. There's no picture in your brain. So, you know, the fact that the brain produces consciousness is just an idea. Nobody has ever proved that. Consciousness is not in the brain is in consciousness. The body is in consciousness. The mind is in consciousness. The whole universe is in consciousness. And you cannot get at it through a system of thought.
To further, make it into an experiential process, what Deepak said just now. You obviously cannot access it with thought process because thought is an accumulated information which you're recycling according to your convenience. Right now, our ideas of who we are, or what I am and what I am not, is determined by this. If you just do this simple experiment right now, take your right hand and touch your left hand, please, all of you. Can you do this? Is that you? Is that you? Yes. Just touch the chair on which you're sitting. Is that you? Oh, who's this?
But it is.
You own the…
It is.
Now, in your experience, this is me and this is not me. The basis of this experience is coming from this. Where there is a sensation, you think it's me. Where there is no sensation, you think it's not me. Right now, the water in the glass is not you, but if you consume it, it becomes you. And these whatever number of kilograms you carry right now, all this was all over the planet, and today it's me. The air that you breathe, what is not you is becoming you. The food on your table, what is not you is becoming you right now. This moment, what is not you, in a couple of hours it becomes you. So, your experience of myself is basically the boundaries of your sensation. The nature of the boundaries of sensation are such, if you allow your life energies to be in a certain level of exuberance, you will see the boundaries of your sensation will expand. You can just know this just by rubbing your hands and holding it like this, you will see something begins to happen between your hands. There are sensations transmitting between the two hands. Or if you've been very joyful or ecstatic at a certain moment, you will see sensations seem to be all over the place. If you create a certain system within you where your life energies are kept in a certain level of exuberance, then the sensory body will expand. If the sensory body, let us say, became as big as this hall, then you will experience everything in this hall and everybody in this hall as a part of yourself. Like you experience the 5 fingers of your hand as yourself right now. So what is referred to as yoga is, the word yoga means union. That means you experience the entire universe as yourself. This is happening because you are in such a state of… you have found a mechanism by working with the body, by working with the mind, by working with the emotion and energy, you have set up a step-by-step system within yourself where your energies are kept at such a level of exuberance that your sensory body is as large as the universe. So if you sit here, you experience the entire universe as myself. Once you experience everybody around you as yourself, then I don't have to tell you, don't kill this person, don't drop that person, don't harm this… all morality will be useless for you because you have experienced everything as myself. You don't have to try to be good. Your goodness is a consequence. Your goodness is not an effort.
What he says, he's saying it experientially, okay? But the fact is, if you ask scientists, are there any boundaries in the universe? They'll tell you there isn't. Every boundary is notional or perceptual, and we don't know how perception occurs anyway. So boundaries are conceptual ideas. There are no boundaries in the universe. There are no boundaries to your skin. In fact, what he said is your body is the entire ecosystem. It's not only the entire ecosystem of the planet. The carbon, the hydrogen, the oxygen, the nitrogen came from galaxies. So the carbon in your fingernails and the hydrogen in your eyes or the oxygen in your blood could have come from different galaxies. You are the total universe at this moment, a pattern of behavior in space-time. And before I say Jack Robinson, you're a different activity anyway. There is no permanent activity as a noun. You are not a noun, you're a verb. And the verb is the activity of the total universe. I, the most frequent word we use is I. So I say, where are you? You say, I'm here. Okay? And so then I can ask you, okay, you're here, but where am I? You say, you're there. You say, where is the I in you experiencing seeing me? I do this with neuroscientists, and they'll say, in my eyes. I say, your eyes are this big, they're 9 centimeters apart, the retina is curved. By the time light gets into your retina, it's inverted, you should be seeing two of me about this size, upside down, 9 centimeters apart. You're not having that experience. Then they point to the brain and say, how do I fit inside your brain? How does this room fit inside your brain? How does the whole world fit inside your brain? There's no answer for this in science, by the way. Rumi, there's a beautiful poem. Look at your eyes, they're so small, they see enormous things. So where is the I that is experiencing this conversation right now? Where is it? It's the wrong question. It has no location in space or time. That is who I is. And the whole universe is in I.
So just let's wrap up this segment of the discussion. If you had $10 billion to spend on scientific exploration or giving experiences to people to get their own path of realization, where would you spend it? Both of you.
Well,
I want individual answers. 10, 12 words or less.
The answer is obvious, experience, but I would have a problem with that because I work with scientists. I'm going from here to a conference on science. I need to be able to talk to my peers. Okay, so while the answer is experience, and experience doesn't cost $10 billion, I would probably go science just because I'm still struggling with my scientific peers.
Sadhguru?
The experience has not become widespread because there is no infrastructure. Neither physical infrastructure nor human infrastructure. For example, in this country 150 years ago, they tell me over 94% of the people were illiterate. Today, 100% literacy. How does it happen? Because somebody built the schoolroom, somebody trained the teachers. That infrastructure for inner experience has been wiped out in the last few centuries. So how do you expect it to happen? One guy talking here, one guy talking there is not going to make it happen. What should be a part of our life from the day we start, because the nature of human intelligence is such that if you don't mess it up with belief systems, every human being will find it. Too many concepts, too many ideas, too many belief systems. Human intelligence is corrupt from the beginning. If you do not corrupt human intelligence, just leave it. Every human being is capable of knowing this. It is not some superhuman thing. The most important thing to remember is this yoga, this spiritual process is not about becoming superhuman. It is about knowing that being human itself is super.
What's your definition of success?
Success is the ability to love and have compassion. Success is, to some people, the progressive realization of worthy goals. Success ultimately is knowing who you are.
Sadhguru?
If you can be blissed out, no matter what's happening around you, if you can be involved and still not be affected by what's happening around you, not by removing yourself, you're absolutely involved but untouched by the process of life, I think that's success.
second question, where we'll go a little bit into the world space. What advice would you give Angela Merkel today? Compassion or sovereignty?
It's obvious, compassion. There's no such thing as sovereignty. I think all nationalism is a sophisticated form of tribalism. I think your essential being has no religion, no race, no gender, no assumed identity. It's pure consciousness. So obviously I would say compassion.
Let them all in, the migrants you
Being a very big economic force, what she's managing right now, I would say if they do not invest in conflict, we won't even need their compassion. People will be fine by themselves. You should stop investing in conflict. I have heard people going to Sudan and trying to stop conflict there, conflict here, leave all this. You know who is supplying the guns, you know who is supplying the ammunition. Every day you see these terrorists or whatever shooting in the sky, obviously there's no dearth for ammunition, isn't it? They're not even shooting at the people, they have lots of it, they're shooting the sky. So obviously, someone is continuously supplying. We know where it is manufactured, I will give you the addresses if you want, just stop it. Stop the supply of ammunition. You can't take away the guns, all right, you can take away the ammunition. At least hacking down people, they will get tired at least. Right now there is powerful mechanisms to do this. So if you do not invest in conflict, if you do not invest in creating problems in the world, we will not need your compassion.
And as a final question, if there is a saying or an affirmation that we could all use in our everyday lives, as we all progress in our quest, whatever that quest is, what would that be? What would you advise to each one? What do each one hold? Would you like to share with us?
Might seem very banal. Take it easy. Easy come, easy go. That's my epitaph.
There is no need to believe or disbelieve anything. What you know, what you do not know, you do not know. If this one thing comes into every human being, everything will run smoothly around us.
Thank you both. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a very big hand to Sadhguru and Deepak Chopra.
Of introducing Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev, who's been described in many different ways in my profession by people from my profession. We've called you a maverick, we've called you a monk on a motorcycle, we've called you a glamorous, flamboyant guru. But for your devotees, you are simply Sadhguru. And yet, Sadhguru, at a time when faith seems to be in collision with so many other questions that come up as a matter of individual liberty, I think this will make for a very interesting and important conversation for our time. So I would like to thank you for being part of this conversation. And let me start with the spiritual. And I hope what you say today is also addressed to the skeptics. I count myself among a skeptic who, if told that another human being possesses some sort of godly power, I would perhaps as the first instinct not believe it. But what I find interesting about what some of your sayings is captured by Arundhati Subramaniam in this book, is that you're actually saying that what we experience beyond our five senses, anything that we experience beyond the five senses can be called God, can be called power, or can be called yourself. So if God doesn't necessarily exist, why do we need gurus? Why do we need Sadhguru?
Is there my microphone? Okay, that's good. Do you drive in Delhi?
Do I drive? Unlike you, I have a fear of wheels.
So if you drive in an unknown terrain,
Yes,
you use these days a GPS.
yes.
Usually a strange woman will tell you, turn right, you turn right. She says, turn left, you say, turn left. She says, make a U-turn, you make a U-turn. Why? Simply because you're not familiar with the terrain. When you're in an unfamiliar terrain, it is sensible to take instructions.
So, are you saying gurus are the new GPS?
Not new. Long time ago we've been, for a very long time, way before the GPS came. GPS means what? Guru Positioning System.
But you know, I have to say that while I don't drive, I've often sat in a car and heard that girl's voice on Google Maps. And often Google Maps
You can
does not
actually-
give you the right advice.
You can change it to your man's voice if you wish.
This beginning of this conversation perhaps underlines that you are atypical. You are atypical of what we imagine gurus to be. We expect people who don't crack jokes. We expect people who don't have a zest for life. Somehow all of our spirituality has traditionally been centered around giving up, around abstinence of some kind, abstaining from pleasures, from denying creature comforts. Why do you believe that the material can coexist with the spiritual?
It's not that I believe, it's only because you have a body, which is your physicality.
Yes.
You have a life with it. If you did not have a body, if you're disembodied, I'm not going to talk to you.
Yes.
Because with disembodied beings, you don't have conversations, okay? I know people…
People do talk to ghosts.
People are trying to do that these days.
Yes.
Because they're not in talking terms with the living. They choose the dead. Because you can make the dead speak whatever you want. The living will speak what they want. It's a big problem. It's a very serious problem in a conversation. Because I will say what I want to say. But if I was dead, you can make me say whatever you want to say.
But can an…
Because you can do both sides of the conversation.
But if your philosophy, or you hate the word philosophy, I know, if your technology of inner engineering, and we'll talk more about that in just a moment, is available to all of us to, in a sense, find strength within ourselves, Sadhguru, then does that mean that the atheist and the agnostic and the skeptic can also embrace spirituality? Is inner engineering only for those who believe, or is it for anyone who asks questions?
The previous question is a loaded one, still not answered fully.
Yes, I know, I haven't given up on it yet.
Coming to this, see, you're putting atheists and agnostics and skeptics together. It's a wrong classification. Atheists and theists are together, they're one kind.
Because they both have certainty.
Both believe something that they do not know. Both are not sincere enough to admit that they do not know.
Yes.
This is the biggest problem. The biggest problem in the world is people are still not straight enough to come to a place, what I know, what I do not know, I do not know. Because they have not realized the immensity of I do not know. I do not know is the basis of longing to know and seeking to know and the possibility of knowing. The moment you destroy I do not know, you destroyed all possibilities of knowing. So this is atheism and this is theism. They're not different. They're in the same boat, they pretend to be different. One believes positively, another believes negatively, but they both believe something that they do not know. One person, a well-known person in the country who goes about claiming he's an atheist all the time, one day comes up to me, somebody just introduces me first time. I say, Namaste. He says, do you know I believe there is no God? I said, I don't even believe that.
Do you mean Javed Akhtar?
I'm not…
No, That was a good imitation, so I guess it wasn't difficult.
I'm not taking names, I'm saying, the thing is, you also believe something, you don't seem to understand that. The most important thing is to come to this place of being utterly straight and sincere with life. What I know, I know. What I do not know, I do not know. If you come to this much, if you closely pay attention to everything around you, you will see with all this scientific exploration, we do not know even a single atom in its entirety, that's a fact.
So what is it that you know, Sadhguru? Why are millions of people your devotees? Because you just said that honesty is about
They don't claim that they're my devotees.
What do they say then?
Huh?
What do they say then?
Usually they claim they're meditators, volunteers and stuff.
Okay, volunteers then. But there must be something they think that you know, because you just said that life is actually about admitting what you don't know. The corollary to that is there are things that you do know. We do know we are sitting at the Habitat Center Amphitheatre at this moment in Delhi. That we know. What beyond this, Sadhguru, do you know and what do you not know? I've asked you like in the question of more existence now.
What do I know? I don't know anything except this one. I know this piece of life from its origin to its ultimate. Everything that I need to know about this life, I know. And I see every other life is actually the same thing if you look deep enough. So in that context, because today modern science is coming to this, there is a theory which is evolving, which is called as constructional theory. What they're beginning to say is, whether it's an amoeba or a grasshopper or a earthworm or a bird or an animal or an elephant or you or me, or the whole cosmos, the fundamental design is same. It is only a question of complexities and sophistication of the same design. So this is something always the yogic science has been saying, that if you know anda, you know pindanda. If you know the atomic, you know the cosmic. Because the fundamental design is same, it's only a question of complexity and sophistication of what's happening. So fundamentally, if you know this piece of life, you know everything by inference.
But when you say this piece of life, do you mean yourself? Do you mean this moment? What do you mean by this piece of life?
You are a piece of life, aren't you? Are you life or are you media?
Are they mutually exclusive?
No, because people have mediums, that's why I'm saying.
I would hope I'm a flesh and blood person, unless somebody knows better.
Flesh and blood you gathered.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
What you call as my flesh and blood, you slowly gathered over a period of time. If this much accumulation of flesh and blood, this much impressions have to be gathered, there must be something more fundamental, isn't it?
Do you think of yourself as a yogi, a mystic, or a guru?
I have not wasted time thinking about myself.
What would you rather be thinking of?
I don't think usually. Really. For me, this whole thing, because of the type of very mediocre education that's being delivered today, we have raised thought to heaven, unfortunately. Thought is a simple thing. I know this is against everything that you believe in, because you're also a believer.
No.
Believer in thought.
Yeah, I believe in being able to ask questions, that's what I do for a living.
Oh.
So I must believe that it is possible to ask questions.
You ask questions for a living, my life is full of questions. Now the thing is, what you call as thought is coming from the limited data that you have gathered from the experience of your life. Every person is the same thing. How much ever we have gathered, it's still too small compared to the size of this cosmos and the way the phenomena of life is happening. From this limited data, you can recycle things and generate thought. Or in other words, nothing new ever happens. Same permutations and combinations of the same thing will go on forever. The essence of what we're teaching in the name of inner engineering is to engineer yourself in such a way, every moment of your life is a new possibility. If it has to become a new possibility, what is needed is perception. When I say perception, people think opinions. No, I'm talking about perception. As you see here, similarly enhancing your perception so that you perceive life. Right now when we say thought, emotion, we are talking about expressing life. Expression is not so important. Once in a way, we can express. But perceiving it is important because this phenomena is too fantastic. It's not a small thing. The greatest phenomena that's happening here is life itself. So, if you want to know this phenomena, the only way you can know, the only doorway for you to know life is yourself. See, right now, can you see me?
Yes. I can.
Can you use a finger and point out where I am? Oh, you're wrong. You know, I'm a mystic from South India. Now this light is falling upon me, reflecting, going through your lenses, inverted image in the retina, you know the whole story. Where do you see me now?
Still in the same place.
No.
I do.
You see me the way I'm projected in the firmament of your mind. You cannot see me here, in the very nature of your visual apparatus. Where do you hear me right now? Within yourself. Where have you seen the whole world? Within yourself. Now if there is a grasshopper here, he doesn't see me the way you see me, he sees me differently. He sees the whole world differently. Now you can think, oh, he is no good. This is the fundamental problem, that we think his perception is no good. No, his perception is very good for his survival. Your perception is very good for your survival, but it's not good enough to know the nature of life. So now, what do I know means, I have enhanced my perception the way it is important to know the nature of life, not just for survival.
But if inner engineering as a spiritual technology is something that works, I ask you again, why do we need gurus? Because that means the answers are within us.
You're speaking so much language. Did you learn A, B, C, D, all those things?
I think so.
Do you remember when you were 4 years of age, that damn A, how complicated it was?
Yes.
There are two versions to it. You had to write it 100 times to get the damn A. Today you can close your eyes and write. So it doesn't matter how simple something is, without a certain guidance, could you have picked up ABC, I'm asking? No. Similarly, when something new you have to approach, if you don't have the right kind of guidance, you won't pick it up.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Your story is well chronicled, but what is of interest to people is that you started off as…
I haven't read that book, I know, I hope she's written nice things about it.
She's written a very brilliant… Arundhati Subramaniam has written a very brilliant book.
No, she's brilliant, but what's she written about me?
One of the things that she has said is that you give great space for dissent. You like a good argument. That you're not one of those dictatorial gurus.
I don't know where is a dictatorial guru. I think most people have not met a guru, they've just seen calendar images and made conclusions. I don't think they've met any genuine guru. There are a whole lot of people who should have been temple priests who are good entrepreneurs and they've become gurus today. That's different, okay?
Temple priests
No, I'm
who
saying…
have become good entrepreneurs.
No, I'm saying…
It's just another way of saying they're charlatans.
That's a strong word. Maybe that's enterprise. I'm not an enterprise. So because I'm not an enterprise, I want everybody to ask whatever the damn question they have. It doesn't matter how ridiculous or how intelligent, how nonsensical it is, it doesn't matter. If the question means something to you, it means something to me. It doesn't matter how brilliant it is, if it doesn't mean anything to you, I'm not willing to listen to it.
But you're saying that many people who are positioning themselves as gurus are really only elevating themselves and fooling people. I've often…
I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm saying that.
I'm saying… The thing is, there is a vacuum, somebody is trying to fill it.
Yes, and Sadhguru, you have
Are
been…
they qualified to be that? Questionable thing.
But a very genuine concern, and you have been on some of my television programs where we have spoken about this, is whether God men are often con men. And how does this lady here know the difference between who's a God man and who's a con man, and is a human being capable of being a God man? Do you think of yourself as a God man?
Why are you underestimating that lady?
Okay, let it be my question. How do I spot the difference between a godman and a conman if I don't even believe that humans can be godly? I think humans can be brave and wonderful and inspiring, but I don't think that they have magical powers.
See, did you ever see God having magical powers?
I've never seen God.
No, then why are you saying he must have magical powers? So first of all, this God-man is essentially a media coined word. Nobody claims that he's a God-man, okay? Some are goddamn men, that's different. Nobody… I don't think anybody has personally claimed I'm a God-man. I have not met anybody like that. Now, that's another kind of profession, putting labels on everybody, you know. Leaving that alone, what is it? This is a culture, you must understand, this is unfortunately all mixed up today. This is a godless culture, you must understand this. There has never been an idea of a god in this culture. Only in competition with what came from outside, because we saw they could rule us, they were dominant, and we thought we have to imitate their ways, we also started making it up to some extent, not successfully though. Yes, but we know the technology of God-making. When I say technology, we're using the English word God, but that word doesn't exist in India. Here we call them devas. What a deva means is, see, today media is projecting Tendulkar as a cricketing god. It's very appropriate to this culture, because if somebody excels beyond a certain level in any field, he may be a sports person, he may be a warrior, he may be an artist, he may be anything. If he excels beyond what normally average human beings think is possible for them, he goes, they recognized him as a deva and he's worth looking up to because he becomes a guiding light for them. That'll anyway happen, whether you like it, you believe it, you don't believe it, in every field, somebody rises, he becomes the light for the rest of the people. So similarly in the inner spaces, when I say the inner spaces, the quality of your life is not determined by what kind of house you live in, what clothes you wear, what car you parked outside, what things jing-bang happening around you, no. This moment, how joyful, peaceful, blissed out you are within yourself. Now if I sit here, we are sitting here in the same space, breathing the same air, probably we ate the same kind of food. I don't know what you eat. But if I sit here now with my eyes closed, the way I am within myself, I will not exchange this for anything in the universe. Now, when people see, no matter… the number of things I'm managing is insane. Everybody thinks, Sadhguru, is it possible? You must go crazy someday. All volunteers, over 3 million volunteers, enterprises, businesses, okay, projects, mega projects on the street, all kinds of activity going on around the globe. If anybody has to go nuts, it's me, okay? Because all run by volunteers. Run by volunteers means nobody is trained for the job. And you can't fire them for inefficiency because they're volunteers, all right? And anytime they come in, anytime and do great things, anytime they'll walk away, all right? And nothing should collapse. Till now, I must tell you this, as we are sitting here, this day, probably little over 300 and odd programs, in engineering programs are happening in the world. Never in the last 33 years, one program has been abandoned or has failed. That takes enormous management. But nobody will ever see me getting angry or miserable or tensed out or stressed out.
You've never lost your temper?
You want me to know? Do I look like I'm incapable of that? It's not that. It's not that I'm incapable of anger. It's just that I've never given that privilege to anybody. I have not given this privilege to anybody. They can make me happy, they can make me unhappy, they can make me angry, they can make me miserable. No, I kept these privileges to myself. So, people… you're talking about miracles or whatever, people ask me, Sadhguru, everybody in every ashram, miracles are happening. You are beating all the miracles down. If we say something happened, you make us look like fools. No miracle. I say, what, you want me to pull a pigeon out of my pocket? If I pull a pigeon…
There are
No, if
gurus who claim to do that, who have been challenged by
I'll come to
rationalists.
this. If I pull a pigeon out of my pocket, I have a shitty pocket. And you have a bird. What are you going to do with this? You come to me, I will show you the miracle. I have thousands of people who are working 7 days a week, 16 to 18 days, 18 hours every day. In the last 2, 5, 10 years, not a single moment of irritation, agitation, anger in their life. This is a miracle. This is a miracle we want to manifest. You don't want a miracle?
I agree, this is a miracle.
Yes.
And not that pigeon. Do you have a pigeon in your pocket? Okay.
I told you, I don't like a shitty
I know,
pocket.
Now, you were 13, in Arundhati's book I read that you were 13 when you first quite accidentally discovered yoga. You were children playing at the bottom of a well. That's what the book says. Tell us, how did you discover yoga?
Wow. I told that because that's how it happened to me. I said that to her, I don't know how she's written, I've not read it. I said that to her because I want people to understand the nature of the universe is, even if you do for the wrong reasons, you do the right thing, still it works. If you do the wrong thing, even for the right reasons, it still doesn't work. People need to understand this because the whole world has invested on goodness. The goddamn goodness is killing the world. There are too many good people and these good people are the biggest problem. It's always a good Indian who wants to fight a good Pakistani, good Hindu wants to fight a good Muslim, good American wants to fight with just about anybody. The more good you are, the more fighting you are. The more good you think you are, because goodness is always in comparison.
Don't forget the good journalists who promote these fighting every day on channels.
Because your goodness comes by comparing yourself to somebody. If you were alone on this planet, you wouldn't know whether you're good or bad. What we need on this planet is sensible human beings. Little more sense we could do with, isn't it, for sure, in every aspect of life. Engineering essentially means you could have built this structure whichever way you want, but you will have to keep looking up when it's going to crash on your head. Engineering means you put it up in a sensible manner, the way it stays, without anxiety about it. Similarly, inner engineering means you engineer yourself in such a way, you can go through the process of life without being anxious about your suffering. What will happen to me? There's no such thing because you engineer yourself well. Whatever the hell happens around you, within yourself, you're the same thing. So every time I launch one mega project, you'll say, Sadhguru, if it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, what? If it doesn't work, what? If everything that I'm doing, if nothing works, I will still die blissfully. This is guaranteed. I want to make sure it's guaranteed for every human being so that they can live their life without the fear of suffering. Right now, instead of seeing how suffering should go, people are busy romanticizing suffering. The moment you romanticize suffering, it's very clear, you are not interested in human well-being. You like drama.
You've often spoke about how economic leaders are going to be the future of the world. You've been interacting with CEOs. It's rare to find a spiritual guru who's also quite openly capitalistic. Are you a capitalist?
What is that?
Who believes that wealth creation is for the greater good of people and societies?
See, a whole lot of people are attached to poverty right now. Because without poor people, without hungry people, they cannot survive. I'm not one of those. I want to see that 600 million people in this country are postponing their dinner tonight. But we are postponing major decisions in the parliament every day. All right? I'm not a part of that. I want things to happen because I know what it means to postpone a dinner. I don't want that to happen to people. Children are postponing their dinner tonight. Probably 100 million children in this country have postponed their dinner to tomorrow, and that's not a joke. So, these jokers who identify themselves with this or that are going on playing their joke on the people every day. So, capitalism is an ancient word, it no more exists. We are talking about a market economy. When only a few families had access to capital, it was capitalism. It is no more capitalism. And if you have a good idea and you know how to execute it, there is capital for everyone, all right? So, we have tried communism. It's a wonderful idea, but that must happen willingly. If you enforce it, it's the ugliest thing. We have seen it, we have seen a major demo on the planet, most ugly things happen, you try to enforce it. Karl Marx might have known a lot about economy. When I was 15, I was all gung-ho about Engels and Karl Marx and stuff. But he did not understand human nature. I realized that when I was 13, 14, I was all fired up, reading up all the communist literature from Russia. But by the time I was 16, I realized these people don't understand what is human aspiration. Without understanding what's human aspiration, you try to build a society, you try to build a nation, it's a disaster, okay, cruel disaster. But maybe it will work when really a country or a society is in total dumps. You have to force it out. When you have to force it out, it works. But after that, it won't work. In a way, if you come to the ashram, nearly 4,000 people are living in the ashram, well, you can say it's communist, but by willingness, it's not by, okay, I did so much, so I get so much, no. Everybody gets what they need. So this is not enforced, this is by choice. If by choice you're willing to share, how fantastic it is. But I have nothing, you have something, I want you to share, how ugly it is.
What is it with Sadhguru and motorcycles?
These days I'm on 4 wheels.
But you haven't given up your love for bikes, or have you?
It's just that when I started, trekking in the jungles when I was 10, 11. I would be gone. If I had 10 rupees in my pocket, I would organize my food and I'm gone with this little note in the house. I can imagine my parents, I always wished I shouldn't have a boy, ever.
Girls can run away too on bikes.
They run later. They don't run at 10, 11, okay? And they're on a pillion, they're usually pillion. And if they find a good rider, no problem. I'm saying, the thing was, it's not about the motorcycle or this or that, it is just that I was a cloud of million questions all the time. And wherever I looked, nobody had a sensible answer. Everybody has standard answers that they've heard from somewhere. Nobody has a genuine experiential answer. So, there's a restlessness to explore just about anything. When I was 10, 11 years of age, I would be gone into the forest for 3, 4 days. Once food ran out and I couldn't survive there, I would come back. So, initially a lot of excitement, but later on they kind of settled down, they knew I'll get back. So when I became 14, 15, I cycled across South India. Not because I'm a cycling enthusiast, not like today, wearing a helmet and suited, booted for cycling, no. Simply I cycled because cycling is little faster than walking. The moment I became 17, I still didn't have a license, but I found a motor to my cycle, which became a motorcycle. So that because it went little faster. It supported my restlessness to know something, I didn't even know what the hell it is. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I had questions about anything I looked at. Everything in the universe looked like a question mark to me.
But the question about the motorcycle is really to ask whether the motorcycle, the Land Rover or Land Cruiser, which one is it now? Land Rover, Land Cruiser, I'm not sure. But whatever, the 4 wheels, the helicopter. I think you once said somewhere that I like, that whether if it moves on land, water or air, I like it.
This is not… One thing is I like anything that works, and machines work.
Yeah.
The more efficiently work, the better they are. And why it's important is, after all, what is the quality of an individual human being? How smoothly and how efficiently your body, mind and everything functions is the quality of a human being, isn't it? So machines always excited me, whether it's a bicycle or motorcycle or because of, lack of the necessary, probably the fitness that I was at that time. I crisscrossed India on the motorcycle. Today it would be hard, so you get into something a little more comfortable.
But while that makes you a very interesting character to observe, did you ever worry that you'd be labeled or dubbed a Richie Rich person's guru? This is the Sadguru who flies his own planes, who likes his BMW, who likes his game of golf, who likes having a little frisbee match on the
Let's come to that. See, the thing is, I wouldn't mind. I even sometimes I ride a bullock cart. Nobody reports that. I love to handle the bulls, and I still drive them sometimes. But now I want to have a conversation with you. This afternoon till 2 o'clock, I was in Jodhpur.
Yes.
I could have come by bullock cart or a camel cart. You had to wait for 5 days. I came on time, you must appreciate that.
So it's about efficiency is what you're saying?
Yes. So I personally learned to fly a helicopter, where I don't have the time for these things, but I somehow fit in this and learned, because 70% of our work is in rural India. I thought this little helicopter I could set the place on fire, because I'm half the time stuck, half my life I'm on the road stuck in some traffic, driving myself, all the time behind huge… everywhere. There's no place in the country where there's no traffic jams. Believe me, even in rural India there are traffic jams. So I thought a helicopter would really revolutionize our work. I picked up the thing, I got my license, FAA license, but in India it's so difficult to get the license because many of these rules were made before Wright brothers came.
Well, according to some, the plane was also made before the Wright brothers came. And they say it was made in the Vedic ages.
They're not very wrong. Conceptually it was made. Whether physically they're built or not, we don't have proof for that. Conceptually,
Conceptually, it's about imagination, to think that you can move from place A to place B.
No. You cannot conceptually imagine something entirely. Even if you imagine, you must be able to produce you must understand the principles in some way as to why something flies. If you don't understand why something flies, it'll be like that, once it happened, a little turtle, with great effort, climbed a tree, went to the edge of a branch and jumped, fell flat. Lot of pain. Slowly again he crawled up. In another 2 days, again up, jumped, fell down, again up, fell down. After a few days, 2 birds were sitting on the opposite tree. They were talking and they said, I think it's time we tell him he's adopted. Alright. So I'm saying, what cannot fly, you cannot make it fly.
Yes.
People thought in detail as to what can fly, what cannot fly. Conceptually they thought, whether they built or not, we don't know. And it is an established fact, they calculate the speed of light. Some individual cannot calculate the speed of light just like that if there was no whole scientific culture around him. No individual will just drop from heaven and calculate the speed of light, okay? There must have been a scientific culture, otherwise it won't happen. But we need to understand, there is a difference between science and technology.
But there's also a difference between science and mythology. Some things are just great stories, that doesn't mean they actually happened.
See, for example, there are images or there are sketches which probably somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000 years ago were made, where it clearly shows a turtle and a round planet sitting on it and going around. Turtle is the best example, best analogy for a planetary movement, because a turtle cannot accelerate. Same speed, he just keeps going. So a round planet on a turtle is the best way to describe how a planet moves around. And the very word for geography in this country is Bhugol, which means it's a round planet. So it is not because of Galileo we know it's a round planet, we have always known. How do we know? We can't know just one scientific fact and not know the other aspects related to it. So this thing about anything Indian beating it down is because one thing is that culture has evolved because half the people, their brains are in Greenwich Mean Time. They've still not gotten out of the 1948, whatever happened. We struggled for independence, we came out, not just to send them out, but to be who we are. So, that problem is still there. And now there are upstarts who claim all kinds of things. There has to be an even balance, not beating down this or pumping it up in an unrealistic way. But you cannot deny Indian mind has thought about things that nobody had thought about in those times. There is no question about that. But there is a distinction between science and technology. Science can evolve because of certain intelligence. Technology needs material, manifestation. Now we are trying to claim technology, which we should not. If we just focus on science, many things will be attributed to India for sure.
We live in times when faith and spirituality have become very inflammable.
Don't put them in the same basket.
Okay, let's talk about faith first. We live in times when faith for certain has become a very inflammable, easily politicized conversation. If faith should have been personal, today it's not. Today you actually have decisions taken in the name of somebody's faith being injured. So, you mentioned food right now. I read somewhere that you said there's nothing religious about the act of food, just eat what you like.
No, I
Eat
didn't say
what's
that.
good for you?
I said eat what's good for you.
Okay, eat what's good for you.
It's a very different thing.
Okay, I correct myself. Eat what's good for you. But today we have a highly politicized conversation around banning beef in the name of faith.
It's definitely not good for you to eat it.
Beef or any meat?
I'll come to that. Finish the
Okay, so I'm offering that as one example of how I see a politicized conversation taking place around faith. How do you reconcile the faith of a large number of people with questions of individual liberty? I know I have read that you like books written by Salman Rushdie. We were the first country to ban him again in the name of faith. How do we reconcile faith with individual liberty?
See, it's always been said, faith moves mountains. Yes, but it freezes your mind. But the greatest crime you can do on this planet is to move a mountain. You should not move a mountain, it should be where it is. It is not just dropped from somewhere, it's grown because of various forces functioning in a particular way. Phenomenal activity has happened to build a mountain. You should never move a mountain. But people with frozen minds always want to move a mountain. Okay, having said that, when we say faith, it's an import for this culture. We have never had faith in this culture. You must look back little beyond 1,000 years since we've been under occupation. Here we have been told always, your life is your karma. Karma means action. Whose action? Your action. So, what we are saying is, your life is entirely your making. There is no someone sitting up there and managing this for you. This is entirely yours. But for every action that you perform, whether physical, mental, emotional, energy-wise, whatever kind of action you perform, there is bound to be a consequence. If you're ready for the consequence, do whatever. If you're going to cry about the consequence, control the action right now. Based on this, now you came to food. See, the food consumption has been looked at very carefully in this country. If you just bring this back, the world will be healthy, do you understand? Here we have identified different type of people, what they should eat. If you're doing menial jobs, how you should eat. If you're doing trading, how you should eat. If you're into spiritual process, how you should eat. If you're into education, how you should eat. Why this is each person needs a different type of building of the body. You want to run 100 meters next to Mr. Bolt, what kind of food you should eat? You just want to work in Delhi, what kind of food you should eat? You want to think in a certain way, what kind of food you should eat? For all these, we have very clear prescriptions. Now, when it comes to food, what it means is, we are taking another life, whatever that is, it may be plant life, animal life, whatever. You're taking another life, ingesting it, and you have to make it your life. That's the whole thing. What is your life, what is that life, if you look at it? All life on this planet is coming from the earth. This body is also the same soil, this is also same soil. If there is an earthworm, that is also same soil. But see how it has become, how this has become, how that has become. If I give you like a mango or a banana?
Mango.
Mango. I know, you're ruling the state right now. Now, if you eat a mango, this mango becomes a woman in you. If I eat a mango, the same mango becomes a man in me. If a cow eats a mango, the same mango becomes a cow in the cow. Why is this happening? There is a certain information or software in you. Whatever you eat, it transforms it into a woman. If I eat, it transforms it into a man. If a cow eats, that becomes a cow. So, every life is happening the way it is happening because of a certain dimension of information, or in modern terminology, let's call it software. There is a certain software, which is an arrangement of information. Now, the idea is to eat as simple a software as possible. If you eat that kind of life, which is a very simple software, your ability to override that software and make it entirely a part of you is very good. As that software gets complex, more and more complex, your ability to integrate it goes down. So especially if it's a creature which has some sense of thought and emotion, if it has emotion, then you should not eat it. This is the understanding. An animal which has any emotion displays certain emotions, especially if it displays emotion which is near to human emotion, you should not eat it because it will not integrate itself, that animal nature will start manifesting itself. Or in other words, in India, today maybe in cities people do not know, you see in the villages, people have very intimate relationship with the cow. They have drunk the milk of that cow, their children are drinking the milk of that cow. There is a very deep relationship. If you do not know this, cow is one creature. If something happens to you and you are in some kind of grief or misery, you don't have to be near the cow. Wherever the cow is in your house, it'll start shedding tears for you. You know, I've seen this with my eyes, I couldn't believe. When somebody is dead in the house, what does the cow know? It is somewhere. Simply tears flowing. So when it has such deep emotions, if you kill it, it's like killing a human being, it's murder or it's cannibalism. So because of that, this is not a faith thing, this is not a religious thing. We thought this is a fundamental sense. Why, when we are hungry, why can't I cut you up and eat you? What's wrong? What's wrong?
But what you're saying should be about many more animals than just the cow.
Yes, of course.
And when it becomes about only the cow, then there is certainly a perception that it is a political decision or a religious decision.
No, I'm not talking about whatever the laws.
This is not about people getting up and saying it's cruel to be a meat eater. That would be a different argument.
I'm not even talking about cruelty. Even cutting a plant is cruel, in my experience. But you have to do it. But if you're conscious of it, you will do it to the minimum possible extent, not do it wantonly. That's the whole thing. Now about this political ban about cow slaughter or whatever. This has many things. One thing is there is a sensitivity. Once you drink milk from the cow, she's like your mother. Killing your mother and eating her up is something people cannot digest in this country. Still 80% of the people belong to that category and there's a huge emotion, such an emotion which because they've always been made to be docile in a certain way, they have not violently reacted to it. But in some places, it has happened in villages and other places. There is already a beef ban in many villages just by a norm, not by any law, that you don't bring these kind of things into the village. I am not saying you must ban it or not ban it, I am saying the sensitivities of your population, without considering, you can't go do this blatantly. Because it is growing, it's becoming a growing business. India is becoming a major exporter of beef.
Yes.
That's not right. Even if somebody ate something, it is up to them, it's their personal taste, whatever. But now you're promoting it and you're making it grow, there is serious concern, but our people don't express it. Our people don't go out on the street and not going to kill anybody because they killed a cow. So, ban is not what is needed, more education was needed rather than banning.
But you haven't spoken to what happens when faith repeatedly seems to come into conflict with individual liberty. The banning of books. There were people killed in Paris because they were seen to have mocked, the Prophet Muhammad and so on. So where does this end? Where do we stop violence and politics in the name of religion.
If you want that to stop, you must understand this. You're saying today, it's not today. In the last 2000 years, this is the history of the world. Continuously it's happening all over the world.
Suicide bombers are a new phenomenon.
Well, you've forgotten about the Crusades and the other things which have not been reported in history. Hundreds of millions of people have been killed in the name of God, all right. It's new to us here, but even here, thousands, hundreds and thousands have been slaughtered in northern part of India just because of the faith that they belong to when the invasions happened. Nobody writes about it because we never took the pen and wrote, somebody wrote history for us the way they like it. Because all history is sponsored by kings, they wrote the history the way they want and they said they're great emperors. But what they did was absolutely terrible. So you need to understand, faith is a new thing to us. When I say new, in this country which has 12,000–15,000 years of history behind us, 1,000 years is new for us. We've still not come to terms with it, we're still struggling with it. But struggling within ourselves, not creating a struggle on the street, because that's not our nature, because here always we've been drilled into us, whatever you do, there'll be a consequence for you. Even if you come back another life, it won't leave you, it'll come back to you. This has been told, this controls people, this is a tremendous technology, please understand this. And it's not simply a fake thing, it is a real thing. Everything that you think, feel, act, there is a consequence. Not because there is somebody thinking he must give you a reward or a punishment. It happens in your own chemistry.
How do we keep faith, which you say is new to us, separate from politics? You have in the past, for example, I remember when Anna Hazare was launching his anti-corruption movement, you did come and applaud it, but you said that the Lokpal was not some magic wand. I remember you saying that. Do you believe that we are seeing a dangerous cocktail of faith and politics getting more and more mixed up?
See, it is happening, I'm not saying no, but it's much less than ever before.
Really?
Yes.
It seems to be much more than ever before.
No, that's because of you. That's because if 10 people get beheaded in some remote part of Iraq, you make sure the blood spills into my sitting room because of that. Otherwise, you're sitting here now. Today, let's say 1,000 years ago we were sitting here, 1,000 people got killed in Iraq. We will sit here peacefully thinking world is going really great, springtime, everything is nice. So, this is because the dissemination of information, if 10 people get killed somewhere, it's a huge thing because it comes into our sitting rooms, bedrooms, dining room, everywhere there's a television. So it pours into our homes, so it is happening. So this is good because even a small thing looks magnified now in people's experience. But this has been happening always, it's happening at its lowest level now. Here and there it spurts up, which need to be controlled for sure. But what I see is, for the very first time in the history of humanity, even if the numbers are not qualified because the population has increased, even in terms of percentages of people, how many people can think for themselves today is huge compared to what it was 100 years ago, 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 10,000 years ago. All these centuries, there would be one man in the village who thinks for you, who reads for you, who writes for you. You just have to do what you have to do, simple things. Today everybody is able to think for himself or herself. Now, human intellect is blossoming, I do not say it is blossoming in the right direction, with the right sense, no. Insanely it is blossoming, it doesn't matter, insanity will happen for some time, people will come to their senses. When something is new, they'll go crazy, after some time, they'll come to senses. Once human intellect blossoms sufficiently on the planet, then this looking upward for well-being will not make sense, believe me. Right now, from looking upward, slowly the world is tilting. In pursuit of human well-being, people were looking heavenward. Still many are, that's different. But a whole lot of people have started looking outward. So if you look heavenward, hallucinations will happen, wars will happen. Because my heaven and your heaven different, you know. None of the heavens have anything for women, you better know that.
I'm definitely going to hell. Anyway,
So you believe in heaven and hell?
I was being facetious. I was being facetious.
Let me finish this.
I was being facetious. I don't know if there is
That's
somebody
fine.
up there.
That is fine.
Is it a force?
No, I'm
is it
saying
an energy? Is that
this thing
inside
about looking heavenward is slowly going away, and in pursuit of well-being, people are looking outward. This is ripping the planet apart. Human pursuit of well-being is just destroying the planet. Now, the fundamentals of what we are transmitting, the fundamentals of this culture, which is essentially rooted in the yogic culture, what you call as Indian culture or Hindu culture, is essentially a pure yogic science. In the form of culture, it finds many colors and distortions, which is what you are seeing as a Hindu culture or Indian culture, whatever you want to call it.
But they're not interchangeable terms.
Why?
Because we're a multi-religious country with many different cultures.
I want you to understand, the word Hindu does not signify a religion. You ask them, do they worship one god if they're Hindus? In the same family, they're worshipping 25 gods. They don't know which is the god, so they're making sure worship everything just in case something will hit, okay? Now, the word Hindu means the land between Himalayas and Hindu Sagara. This land, this subcontinent is Hindu. All people who are born here are considered Hindu because it's a geographical identity. I know there's a whole political issue, if I speak like this, they say, oh, he's Hindu.
No, I mean, people will tell you you're echoing the RSS chief.
I don't know what he said, I'm not…
He said all Indians are Hindus, and there was a huge
Okay,
political
I'm not…
outcry over that.
Okay, all Indians live between Himalayas and Indian Ocean.
That's okay.
Those who want to jump into the
That's
ocean…
okay.
If you live… see, this is a dialectical culture, it expresses things in a certain way. Between Himalayas and Indian Ocean, if you live, you are a Hindu. If you jump into the ocean and cross, you are a Lanka. So, I don't know what is the struggle about this. This is because there is such a narrow understanding of this. This is the debate we have to change in the country. Because somebody has absolute belief systems, we are trying to compare that to a culture where there is no such thing as belief. We are not ever been believers, we've always been seekers. This is a land where the highest value has never been God, always liberation, mukti. Freedom is the highest goal, God has never been the highest goal. So, you put this in the same box as something which just believes this is it or you're dead. Unfortunate. That's not the way to look at it. This is what we have to bring back. If we really value human freedom, you must bring back this seeking for liberation. I want to be free, not just from others, but from myself and my God and my heaven and everything. Because God has never been the goal in this culture. God is just another tool. When I use the word tool for a God, people get very hurt. They say, Sadhguru, don't say that, it hurts us. So that's okay. You come to the ashram, I'll give you some plumbing job, all right?
That'll hurt more.
No. No spanner, no winch, nothing. Use your fingers, nails, teeth, whatever. 3 days later, nails will be gone, half the teeth will be gone. Then I will give you a spanner. Will you worship the spanner or no? We are who we are. As human beings, we are who we are only because of our ability to use a tool. Otherwise, you're not even good as a dog. You can't even fight a dog, isn't it?
So you're against organized religion? Quite clearly, if God is just a tool and faith is not the same as spirituality.
I'm not saying I'm against this or that. All I'm saying is, I want human beings to come to this much. If you know something, you know it. If you don't know something, you don't know it. Everything that you do not know, you believe. This is a dangerous thing. Now, the fight on the planet is not between good and evil, this and that, no. One man's belief versus another man's belief. I'm saying, why the hell do you believe anything? Because you're essentially not straight enough to admit, I really don't know. I don't know people can't fight. I don't know, you don't know, can we fight? I know is a fight. I do not know is never a fight. I do not know is a way of seeking. If we do not establish this seeking in every human being, that every human being is longing to know, whether outside or inside, whatever, you are… because this is the nature of human intelligence, it can't sit quiet. It can only sit quiet if you freeze it with belief system. If you seal it with belief system, it can sit quiet. Otherwise, the very nature of this intelligence is it wants to know.
Okay, we're almost at the end, so I think I'm going to take a few questions, just 2-3 minutes of questions. Seeing lots of hands go up. The lady behind you, yes, please.
Sadhguru, in one of your videos, you say that the problem with the world is that most people lack the intensity.
Oh?
Most people lack the necessary intensity. And then you say the way is dhyana. So intensity is more associated to fierceness in personality, and dhyana is more associated to calmness. So they are somehow counterintuitive. Can you elaborate a little?
People think peace means rest in peace. Because their idea of peace is death. Peace can be very intense. Peace can be tremendously intense because peace means the reverberations of life have become subtle and intense. Action means reverberations of life are not so subtle, it is at a certain level. So peace happens not because… peace may happen if somebody is dead, but to be alive and peaceful means you need to be highly intense state of energy, otherwise you can't be peaceful. The reason why most people who don't have any problems as such, after all, they're trying to earn a living, reproduce and bring up their children and die one day, just for that they're freaking, simply because of a lack of intensity. Because life is happening at a low ebb, naturally everything is a problem. If it rises a little bit, suddenly you have a little clearer view of everything. For this, you need a higher intensity of energy within you, and the yogic system is essentially focused towards that. Dhyana does not mean… no.
Okay, let's take the next question. Here, right here in the front row, yeah.
What I get from Isha's philosophy, if I may say there is that you need to see internally, in your interiority. You need to fix it internally before fixing your external situations. But is it also not right? Is it also not very important to do the right thing externally? Just to make myself more clear, if I be more precise.
I'm clear, I get the question. Why do I look so dumb?
Let's say, if…
I got it.
Yeah, if somebody is born…
I got the question. Isha's philosophy is not about looking internally or externally. It is just that if you're looking for mangoes, you look up the tree, you don't dig the earth, all right? But if you're looking how to plant a mango tree, then you dig the earth. You're looking for mangoes, if you dig the earth, will you find it, I'm asking? So if you're inner things, you must look inward, outer things, you must look outward. There is no such philosophy, look out or look in. Wherever the damn thing is, look there. It's like, Shankaran Pillai went for a job interview and they asked him, which is further, Mumbai or moon? He thought profoundly and then said, Mumbai. They said, how do you say this? He said, I can see the moon, I can't see Mumbai.
Okay, last question, yeah.
Namaskaram, Sadhguru. I just want to ask…
Hold the mic closer to you.
Yeah, I just want to ask you that everybody's perception of good and bad is different. And what do you think if we start manifesting our own good and bad, what will be the state of the society?
Maybe you won't have power tonight. I think I already made this clear. The biggest problem with the world is there are too many good people, not enough sensible people.
Yeah.
Sense is life-specific, okay? Goodness need not be life-oriented. Goodness may be going to heaven. And the moment I want you to understand this dangerous concept, people don't address this. The moment you believe, suppose I believe there is heaven and it's a beautiful place and you can live in the company of gods, should I send you there today or no? If I really care for you, I'm saying. Yes? If I really care for you and if I believe there's a great place, should I send you there or not? This is a dangerous thing, do you understand? If you stretch it to its logical end, it's a really dangerous thing. The moment I believe there is a fantastic place up there, I really love you and I want you to go there, you know. Yes.
Okay, let me just end by asking you something that we haven't spoken about, and then I'll hand it over to Chiki. You said you love machines.
I didn't say I love them.
Okay, you like machines, or they're useful.
They work.
Have our lives been overtaken by gadgets?
Not mine.
No?
Definitely not. I use all the gadgets, but they don't overtake me. These are fantastic things in our life. Things… See, in every way, compared to how a human being was, let's say 100 years ago, you're almost superhuman. 100 years ago, if I could just pick up something from my pocket and talk to somebody in America right now, I would be superhuman. Why superhuman? If I said I'm God, people would have believed me. 100 years ago, 500 years ago, if I just had a light bulb, I would have become God on this planet. I want you to know. Look at the things we have today. We are really superhuman. Once this kind of capability has come to us, little more sense has to rise, little more awareness and consciousness has to arise. If this doesn't happen, this capability will turn against us. This is what you're saying. Now gadgets are freaking people. Why? It's a simple thing. If you want to use it, you can use it or you can keep it aside. Because you're in a compulsive state, if you start using a cell phone, you can't stop it. Even in your sleep, you're texting. See, the boy he's not with me, he's looking at me in the screen. Now, this is the same thing. If food is good, if you start eating, you don't know when to stop. If you start drinking, you don't know when to stop. If you start doing something, you don't know when to stop. The same thing. It is not about the gadget, it is not about the food, it is just that there is not enough consciousness, there is compulsiveness. Everything is happening compulsively. Instead of addressing the root, you're trying to kill the gadget. Gadget is a fantastic thing. Every damn gadget has enhanced our life in a huge way, isn't it? Don't curse the gadgets. It is just that compulsiveness has to go.
Well, on that note, I will say thank you for provoking us. As always, a pleasure. A pleasure. Let's have a big round of applause for the Sadhguru.
One of the most fun things I get to do is to interact at a venue like this in what are called conversations on compassion, where I get to invite people in the arts, the sciences, in the areas of spirituality, religion, and then just have conversations. And not only is that wonderfully enlightening for me in a selfish way, but I think it's really beneficial for so many people because it gives them, if you will, an understanding of what is beyond science perhaps, or how these other behaviors that individuals embark upon positively impact not only themselves, but the greater world around them. And for those of you who know, and I think many of you do, Sadhguru has throughout his life incorporated these values, and especially the value of service to others. And many have found, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, have found how his teachings, his example, has had a profound impact on who they are or what they have become, and for so many of those around them, around the world. So in our conversation today, and one of the things I'm always interested in is for individuals, what is it in their background that began them ultimately on their path? And if I could ask you, I think you grew up in Mysore?
Yes.
And in fact, your father was a physician.
Yes, he is.
Don't hold that against me. The interesting thing, as I understand it, is that you always had an interest in nature and, if you will, being outside, and then you met your own guru at age 11, and maybe you can tell us about sort of perhaps what was different about you compared to your three other older siblings, and this interaction at such a young age with somebody who ultimately had, I think, a huge impact on your life. That was a short question.
I must say this, that till I was 19 years of age, I was so taciturn that I barely spoke. Because at the age of 3 or 4 years of age, I suddenly realized I do not know anything. I did not know anything at all. So when you know nothing, what do you say? My whole time and life went paying attention to all kinds of things, just anything. If you give me a glass of water, I could simply sit there staring at it for hours on end. If I sit up in the night, I would be just staring at the darkness for the whole night. My education was like this. If I opened a textbook, I would find a small, tiny little dot on the page that would keep me engaged for hours on end. I would be like this with the textbook for 2 hours, 3 hours, without reading a single word.
I do that now.
I mean, I didn't look here or there, just here. Just the tiny little dot kept me so engaged. So, if you really look at it even now, in many ways, we know how to use everything in the universe, but we don't know what it is. With all this scientific exploration, we still do not know a single atom in its entirety. We know different components of it. We know how to fuse it, how to break it, how to use it, but we do not know what it is. If somebody gets to know what it is, he will know who he is and he will know what everything is, because this is the nature of the universe. If you know an atom, you will know the cosmos. So, that aspect of the question where you're talking about my relationship with my siblings, well, it was playful and there, but I was never really there. Because what happened when I was 3-4 months of age, I still remember. My memory was such that either I never was a child, or I never grew up. It's for you to conclude. But when I was 5-6 years of age, I was thinking about the same way. Maybe today the accumulated knowledge has increased, but the fundamental way of thought has not in any way better or worse, it's just about the same. So somewhere, I never was a child and this manifested itself in so many ways. Though I was the youngest in the family, my mother, unknowingly, she would almost address me like I'm her elder brother. When I'm saying when I was 8, 9, 10 years of age. And nobody could ever cuddle me, fondle me, take them on my lap. Such things never happened to me. And I never felt the need either. So, I think I never grew up or I never was a child.
Maybe you can tell us though about the meeting, the initial meeting or the interaction with your own guru who taught you.
He was not my guru. He was… in India there's a word called Guru Bhai. That means there's among the disciples, there's a certain brotherhood. So he kind of reminded me of certain things, and anyway, I was a super skeptical about everything. And I got into this for all the wrong reasons. I think I should I did not go in pursuit of spiritual process or some other higher pursuit. This is an ancestral home where once a year in the summer vacations we all arrive. About 36 of us, all cousin brothers and sisters, and it's one rollicking scene. For the boys, one of the sport is in the backyard. We have a well, which is about 8 feet in diameter and 150 feet in depth. Summers, usually the water is somewhere around 60–70 feet down. So one of the sport is to jump into the well and climb up. When you jump, you must jump proper, otherwise your brain will become a smear on the wall. To come up, there is no foothold, there's no ladder or anything, you just hold the rock and climb up. And it's tough, because we were built like monkeys. We did come up. One day we were doing this. Today I realize it's a dangerous sport. And a man who was over 70 years of age was standing there and watching us. Without a word, he went and jumped into the well. I thought he's done. But he came up faster than me. I didn't like it. So I asked him how. He said, "Come and do yoga." I followed him like a puppy. And he taught me some simple things. I thought this will make me physically super. And I went. Next 12–13 years, without a single day's break, it happened for me. And I never ever imagined that this would lead me to another dimension of life altogether. So what I'm trying to say is, the nature of this existence is such, even for the wrong reasons, if you do the right thing, it bears a result. The important thing is to do the right thing.
So does that mean we should build a well and…
Throw all these people one by one.
So it's interesting though that ultimately though you ended up going to university and studying English literature.
I went to the university.
You didn't study?
I'm in a university, I shouldn't be speaking like this, but… first of all, when I finished my high school, I decided not to pursue my education further, which could be quite common in America, that people can choose. But in India at those times, discontinuing education is considered a suicide. It's finished, because everybody is working to become a doctor. If he cannot get the medical seat, he'll become an engineer. This is a format, set. So my father being a physician, obviously I'm supposed to become a physician. There's no question about that. So at the age of little over 16, when I finished my high school, I said, I'm not going to the university, I want to educate myself. The family went into a tizzy. So this 1 year, I just went to the Mysore University library and spent time reading all kinds of things. From Homer to Thomas More and all kinds of things. Philosophy to popular mechanics, poetry, history, geography, just about anything, every day. This is important for me because at that time it was very important. I was so physically active. I was eating 10 times what I eat today. And always I was hungry, eternally hungry. And this 1 year, I went without lunch, which was a significant achievement for me at that time. I would eat a big breakfast in the morning and go there at 8:30 when the library opens and stay there till 8 in the evening, till it closes and throw me out. I just read all kinds of things, nothing in particular. Then once again, when the next academic year came and there was drama in the family and mother's tears and stuff, so I went to the university. And then I found, with all due respect to the teachers, they were just dictating notes all the time. And everybody was writing down, making a whole lot of noise. Those fountain pens, kara kara kara, it was making noise. I didn't like it. I said, what is the point of this notes taking? If you give it to us, we will photocopy it. We don't have to come, you don't have to come. So I made a deal with all the teachers that I don't have to come to the class because I have a million questions floating around me. I'm always living in a cloud of questions, million questions all the time. I have questions about everything in the universe and they don't have answers, they have notes. So I went and planted myself in the university garden outside. That is when I realized certain things about human beings. When I sat in the garden, people started coming to me one by one. Initially about their educational problems and money problems and boyfriend-girlfriend problems, family problems, all kinds. I just found out, just continuous stream of people, this whole 3 years, I listened to thousands of people's problems. I realized everybody has a problem. I was the only freako who did not have a problem. It is just that I never saw anything as a problem with me, but everybody had some problem. So I gave my own wacky solutions to them at that time. But this kind of really got me thinking, why is it that everybody has a problem? And it made me see that just about any situation is a problem. Wherever you place them, they have a problem. This is an attitude a whole lot of human beings have taken, really. You place them anywhere, they have a problem. So, this kind of really got me thinking, what is this?
We were talking earlier and you'd made a comment, we were talking about people and kids, and it was every child's given a definition of what's wrong with them, or versus everyone's unique and special, if you will. And maybe that was the lack of recognition of that reality, perhaps.
Yes, human beings are not coming from a Toyota assembly unit, okay? Each human being is unique, the way they are. It is not necessary to label everybody who's not like you as a problem. Actually, if everybody is a problem, you have a certain kind of sickness, isn't it? Today, we're just branding children at an early age that they are this A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, something. Every human being is a unique possibility. What I can do, you cannot do. What you can do, I cannot do. This is how it is, and that's why it's beautiful. I want you to just imagine a world where everybody was just like you. Can you live in that damn place?
That would really be exciting.
So the problems that people have with others is just this, why are you not like me? If they were like you, oh, you could… in your home, if there was one more person just like you, could you live there? Then tell me sincerely. It would be impossible, isn't it? But we can't appreciate that they're different. We have to label them as a problem. It's not necessary. All of us have come with different kind of capabilities and possibilities on the outside only. When it comes to our physicality and our psychological condition, we are all different. But if we take the privilege of singing a little deeper into this, there is a fantastic unity. If you cannot enjoy the uniqueness, you will not aspire for the unity either. people or societies are working towards sameness. Sameness is terrible, believe me. If all of us are same, we will want to commit suicide in this world because it's not worth living. If every one of us are just same, how will you live? Whom will you marry? If everybody is same. Fortunately, they're all different. There's no one like the other anywhere. And this is the beauty of creation. If we cannot even appreciate and accept such a fundamental nature of the existence, this is because we don't have a mind, we have a factory in our head. We want to turn out something.
One of the challenges, I think, and I think you addressed this in one of your many books, but is labeling good and bad and just the labeling itself.
See, the moment you identify something as good and something as bad, you have divided the world. You divide the world and then try to unify it. Why? I want to ask you a simple question, all of you, sincerely. You don't have to say anything within yourself, you answer this. Is there anybody here who's 24 hours good or 24 hours bad? In a lifetime, I'm saying. You're going up and down, it's okay.
This is an engineer here. He's trying to quantify everything.
One moment you're wonderful, another moment you're nasty, another moment you're beautiful, another moment you're ugly. It's fine. It is just that if you see that the nature of your responses right now are in a compulsive state of reaction to the outside, and instead of being a compulsive reaction, it becomes a conscious response, then everything will happen the way you want it. If everything about you happens the way you want it, would you keep yourself pleasant or unpleasant? If your body and mind happen just the way you want it, would you keep yourself blissful or miserable? Hello, it's a question. Huh? What is your choice for yourself? I'm not asking what is your choice for a neighbor, that may be debatable. What is the choice for yourself? Definitely highest level of pleasantness, isn't it? If you are in a high state of pleasantness right now, you're really blissful. You're sitting very joyfully here. Somebody stepped on your foot. You're going to just get up and punch him in the face? No, you're perfectly okay at that time, isn't it? When you're unhappy, frustrated, miserable, somebody as much as passes by you, you want to claw them. I want you to understand the external unpleasantness is just an expression of the internal unpleasantness. If this is feeling wonderful, why would you do nasty things anyway? You wouldn't. It's 100% insurance, believe me.
When you were 25 and we were talking about motorcycles, and in my case motor scooters earlier, I was saying in homage to Guruji, I rode my Vespa today over here. So, but we were talking about the fact that he rode all through India on an old Vespa, a 60s Vespa. But
I started riding when I was 9–10 years of age. That was Vespa. But later on I graduated to something bigger.
I haven't graduated yet. My son's waiting to graduate to his Vespa experience. But an event happened when you were 25, which you write about. Is it Chamundi Hill? And how you were there and had an experience. Maybe you can share that with us. And it changed things, how you saw the world.
Actually, many things happened before this. It's just that I was too arrogant to see it. I had to be bombed to see it. I was not sensitive enough to see anything small. Many small things happened. When I look back now, it was all there. But I was such a super smart guy, okay? If I accept that these things are happening, I had to accept that I've been stupid all the time. So I was not willing to give up the mantle of being a smart young man and see that you've been a stupid fool, not realizing fundamentals of the nature of your existence. So I had to be really bombed out for me to come to terms with it. So you were talking about the bombed out situation. So it happened, I was into business by then. And very successful for those times. Nobody expected me to be that successful in such a short span of time. And I'm already into half a dozen commercial activities and all of them are flourishing. Of course, I'm doing a whole lot of circus. My schedule was like morning 5:30 to 11 in the night every day. I'm on, doing variety of things. But when everything that you do is working and successful, slowly you begin to think the planets are not going around the sun, they're actually doing their rounds around you. So I'm in such a state of absolute certainty about everything. You're young, everything is working, people around you are clapping their hands. This is it. So one afternoon, I had nothing much to do between two business meetings. And this is a kind of a culture, a tradition in my soul that if whatever we want to do, if we want to camp, we go and camp on Chamandi Hill. We want to trek, it's Chamandi Hill. We want to have a party, Chamandi Hill. You fall in love, it's Chamandi Hill. If you fall out, you have to go to Chamandi Hill. If you have nothing to do, you go to Chamandi Hill. So, this is a place I test my motorcycles, this is a place I meditate, this is a place you meet people, all kinds of things. So I rode up and this was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I went and sat on I'm very familiar with the whole hill. I sat on a particular rock. My eyes were still open, I did not even close my eyes. Suddenly I did not know which is me and which is not me. Till that moment I knew this is me, that is somebody else. I have no issue with that somebody. This is me, that's somebody. That's a world of distance. This is me and that is somebody is a world of distance. So, I was sitting there, the very air that I breathe, the atmosphere, the rock, everything had become me. What is me had just exploded all over the place. I thought this insanity lasted for about 5–10 minutes, but when I came back to my normal senses, about 4.5 hours had passed. I'm sitting right there, fully conscious, eyes open. Sun has set. For the first time in my adult life, tears. Me and tears were impossible. I was like this. I remember when I was 8 years of age, something happened and tears came. I was at school. I made up my mind never again in my life another teardrop is ever going to come out of my eyes. And I kept it up till I was 25. And here I am, my shirt is wet. To that extent, 4.5 hours tears have been running and I never realized it's 4.5 hours, I thought it's just about 10 minutes. I've always been peaceful and happy, I'm young, successful and everything is doing great. But every cell in my body is opening up like a flower and I'm dripping with ecstasy. When I shake my head and ask my skeptical mind, what's happening to me? The only thing my mind could say was, you may be going off your rocker. I speak to the closest of my friends, something happening to me. The only questions that I got from them was, what did you drink? Did you pop something? This is all. What I'm trying to say is there was no context anywhere for me. I did not grow up in any spiritual traditions, I had not heard of any such thing, I was too arrogant to go anywhere, to be exposed to anything. I was busy with my own thing, my own wild ways of doing things. Here I am, something totally extraordinarily different happening to me. The next time that it happened is significant because there were people around me. I went and sat at the dinner table with my family. I actually thought it's 2 minutes. About 7 hours had passed. I'm right there, eyes open, fully conscious. Just time. It doesn't make logical sense. I don't expect you to, either understand or believe these kind of things. It's just that time would just flip. Once I sat down, I thought it's about 25–30 minutes. When I opened my eyes, a big crowd had gathered, garlands all over me, people trying to pull my feet, and somebody wants to know about his business, somebody wants to know when his daughters will get married. I said, what? Where did you all come from? They said, you've been sitting here for 13 days. I thought, this is crazy. And I tried to open my legs, my knees were stuck. Then I knew time has passed. I didn't know, but my body is recording time. I just could open my knees, they had to bring hot water and massage me, and it took me almost an hour and a half to get my knees moving. Then I had to leave the place to avoid the tension, and by then, in about 6 weeks' time, my gait changed without any effort, the way I walk. My voice changed, the shape of my eyes changed. People around me could see something fundamental was changing within me. What happened within me I can never articulate. Simply lifetimes of memory descended on me with such a weight. Kind of it left me, to come to terms with that. Suddenly everything around me and everybody that I knew for a lifetime looked like absolute strangers. And it is not… I cannot say it was difficult. Definitely it was daunting. It was huge. So my skeptical mind kicked in and said, this can't be true, because if I accept this is true, I have been an utter idiot all my life. I don't like that. So I traveled. Next year and a half, I just traveled everything that came in my memory just to ascertain if it is true. Every one of those places that I saw were 100% the way I had seen in my mind. And this took me to various places. And since then, what's happened within me is more fairy tale-ish than a fairy tale. I don't expect anybody to believe such things because I do not believe such things. It is impossible to even articulate, but I would say even what's happening around me is too fairy tale-ish. People around me see this on a daily basis. It's quite ridiculous if you look at it. If you analyze it logically, it's quite ridiculous. But if you elevate yourself and look down, it is such a fantastic design. It is, I'm saying this not just by looking at the world around me. What we're just referring to as creation is such a fantastic, coordinated design. It's unbelievable. No human being can logically ever arrive at this and say, okay, I gotten it. It's too much. At the same time, everything is so cohesive and so fantastic. When you see it, even for a moment if you see it, there is no way you can ever remain the same person. So since then, my life has been just to make devices through which somehow you rub off this experience on people, even if it's for a moment. I can tell you millions of people today are in such a state, if they just as much as close their eyes, tears of ecstasy will dribble down. They do not know the ultimate, but they're near. Just the fragrance of the ultimate just breaks them up, dissolves them. This is something that must happen to every human being before we fall dead. This is a goal that all of you must set. Whether before you fall dead, whether you become a billionaire or not, I do not know. That's subject to many things. Whether you climb Mount Everest or not, I do not know whether you have the legs or the lungs for that. Whether you're going to run 100 meters in 7 seconds or not, I do not know. But before you fall dead, at least you must know this piece of life in its entirety. This is important and important, because if you pass this life without knowing the nature of what this is, in my opinion, it's a wasted life. It doesn't matter what you might have done, what achievements you might have done in the world. If you leave this place without knowing this piece of life in its entirety, it's a wasted life, because what this is bigger than anything that we can ever think of doing in this world. So
For many people, perhaps in this room and elsewhere, what you just described seems very far out of reach. And we were talking about…
I would like to correct that. I know that's a normal thing. I want you to understand this, all of you. See, when it comes to the outside world, we are all differently capable. What you can do, I cannot do. What I can do, you cannot do. That's a fact. And that's how it will always be, and it's wonderful it's that way. Otherwise, all of us would be doing the same damn thing. But once you look at your interiority, there is no human being here who is better equipped than the other. In your physicality, you may be better equipped than the other. In your psychological space, you may be better equipped than the other. In your interiority, you are neither worse nor better than anybody else. I'm not any better than any one of you or anybody in this world, for that matter, internally. In your interiority, all of us are equally capable. This is not something which depends on your competence. This only simply depends on your intention and willingness. This is not a question of competence at all. So it is never ever out of reach. It is just that we're looking in a different direction altogether. This happened some time ago. Someone came looking for the Isha Yoga Center in southern India. They came to a local village and asked the boy there, "How far is Isha Yoga Center?" He said, 24,996 miles. I said, "That far?" He said, "Yes, the way you're going. If you turn around, it's 4 miles." So it's not out of reach, I'm saying.
Well, perhaps though, to further your analogy, many people are heading down the path of 24,900.
Wrong direction, that's all.
Exactly. And so the question is, as an example, do individuals need a guru to turn around? Or what is it that has not manifested itself within them to turn in the right direction?
I know guru is a 4-letter word. And there's a whole lot of resistance to that. But if you're driving in a terrain that you're not familiar with, are you sensible enough to turn on your GPS? Or you do your own circuit?
If you're a man, you usually hold on as long as possible.
So that's why. Don't be a man or a woman, just be a piece of life. Then it'll be very easy. It'll be very easy, because you're just a piece of life. Other things are assumed in so many different ways. Now, a guru means just a live road map. Do not… road map is to be walked upon, not to be elevated there and worshipped. Do you understand? A guru is just a live road map. You know, GPS means Guru position.
Speaking of gurus, so one of the things that has been a central theme, it seems like, though, of your connection to others is the fact that that connection, though, involves service to others. And it seems as though this is a message of many individuals who, I don't know if you want to use the word guru or other terminology, of people who others look to as a GPS, but it seems as though there is always a centrality of a recognition of our oneness, and from that, a recognition that our life is one of service.
If there's a certain contradiction in the question, in the sense, if there is oneness, where is the question of service? Now, I'm asking all of you, if you get to do something for your children, do you feel that you've done a great service? Do you? No, it's a privilege that you have the opportunity to do this. But if you happen to do something for that urchin who is on the street, who's helpless, suddenly it becomes service. Or in other words, when your heart is bereft of love, you can do service. If you have love in your heart, you can never do enough in this life. 2 hands are not enough. This is the experience of every human being, whether you are in love with one person or whatever. Even if you're in love with one person, when you're really in love with one person, these 2 hands are not enough. How much ever you do, it's not enough, isn't it? When there is no love, you keep accounts of all the things that you do, and it's a service. And if you do a lot of service, you will create such an unrealistic expectation about people that invariably it will lead to frustration. Activity, if you really see, suppose your little finger is rotting up, if you attend to this, is this service? If you have experienced the oneness of the existence, there would be no such thing as service. It would be just expending yourself to do whatever you can do is a natural process. In our lives, if we do not do what we cannot do, that's not an issue. But if we do not do what we can do, we are a disastrous life. Whatever we can do must happen. And we as a generation of people are in a unique space for the first time, for the very first time in the history of humanity. Even 25 years ago, this would not be possible. For the very first time, we have the necessary resource, capability and technology to address every human problem on the planet. The only thing that is missing is inclusiveness in the way we are experiencing ourselves. If there is a more inclusive experience of yourself and the rest, every other life on this planet, we are capable of offering solutions to everything for the first time in the history of humanity. The question is, are we going to just sit on the threshold and die, or are we going to cross it? This is the big question. I want to see that we, as a generation of people, do not become a vain generation, that we will do things that we can do. What we cannot do, it's fine.
In some ways, this brings up, though, the issue of, as has been quoted, 85 people have more resources in terms of financial capability than 3.5 billion people, which is extraordinary. And certainly in the United States, we see this ever-widening divergence between the haves and the have-nots. And while I think we would all agree that within ourselves we have the capability to change, or the potential, but why don't we have that, or why does not so many people seemingly have this intent? In fact, as we're discussing sometimes, having more makes individuals want more, not to give more.
See, whatever 2 to 5% of the population holding over 80% of the world's wealth, that's what it is. I don't know if that statistic is perfect, but somewhere near that. One thing is, we can see it as a great problem, but I see it as a great possibility. Now you have to change only 2% of the population to transform the world.
Unfortunately, that 2% never shows up at meetings like this.
They need not, because they don't show up. Because we have developed this in the world right from the time of Marx, Karl Marx. I'm talking about I'm not supposed to talk about him in the valley, but I'm talking about him. He might have known a lot about economics, but he doesn't know much about human nature. He predicted that the richest countries in the world will take to communism. Just the reverse happened. Wherever the poorest populations are there, they are the ones who fly the red flag even today. Yes? So, poorest talking about communism means those who have nothing to share want to share. Those who have something to share become cautious about this whole thing, naturally. If I have a lot and I say I want to share it with you, who will suspect me? I got nothing and I'm talking about sharing. This is dangerous policy. So, we need to change the equation. It is not for those who do not have to talk about sharing, because what little they have, they're not willing to share. They're expecting somebody else who have a lot to share. What little they have, they cannot share. So, the transformation, to bring about a transformation in the world, we are in a better place than ever before because the wealth is accumulated in 5% of the population. The power has accumulated in the hands of 25 to 30 people in the world. If you transform these 25, 30 people, the world will change. That doesn't look like an impossible thing. But if you tell me you're going to make 7.2 billion people meditate tomorrow morning, I will say that's a hopeless goal. But we want to make 2% of the world to meditate and experience life in a larger way than the way they're experiencing right now. It is for sure a possibility, isn't it?
Let Sarah Palin and say, good luck with that one. Yes, I certainly appreciate that example, but if we were compared it to a nut, the have-nots have a very thin shell sometimes and are more open to have their shell cracked because they have nothing to lose. While the perception is among these people, I would suggest they have an extraordinarily thick shell, and sometimes even an atom bomb doesn't seem able to crack that shell. So while that may take up 2% of the nuts, and I use that term both literally and figuratively.
I must tell you this. I have had the opportunity and the privilege to be among those 2% of the people in the economic forums and various other, business situations. And what I have found is at least 90%, 80% of them, let me be critical, 80% of them are fantastic human beings. It is just that there is a structure to climb, and suddenly asking them to break the structure is not practical and it's not going to work. There may be about 15% or maximum 20% of the people are super arrogant about what they have accumulated. But the rest of them, I have always found it's a pleasure to talk to them because they're brilliant people. They're not successful for nothing. They're brilliant people, and believe me, it is not love, it is not compassion, it's not other things which is going to change this world, it's just sense. We just have to have sensible human beings. Sense is what needs to be kindled. If you're sensible, you understand the only way that all of us can live well, the only way we can exist in a certain way on this planet is by doing certain things. This sense is easy to bring into people who have a certain level of intelligence naturally, and they have exercised this intelligence to accumulate. because that is how we've structured the society. Everybody is trying to accumulate, but now we're talking against people who have managed to do it. We have not created a social structure where it's of a different nature. The social structure right from the school is how to be better than the guy who's standing next to you. So those who are successful, we should not resent that ever. It's very important. It is important the success is acknowledged, it is just that we want to make success more universal, not so narrow. There is a saying in the African law, when the lion feeds, everybody gets to eat, because he doesn't eat everything, okay? He eats select parts, rest others eat anyway. So similarly, this whole economic engine that we have created is of a certain kind, where human consciousness is not shaping the commerce. Commerce is shaping the human consciousness. This is a topsy-turvy way of creating the world. We are bound to pay a huge price for this. It is like if we succeed, we will fail. That's our situation. There's a proverb in India about a classic situation like this, where a man is sitting on the wrong end of the branch and cutting the branch. When he succeeds, he will fail. That is the kind of economic model that we have created. If it really succeeds, if all the 7 billion people become super successful, that means end of the world. Yes. So now, we have to have the courage that we have come this far, we have to have the courage to dismantle something that is successful and remodel this. But we will wait for it to fail and then remodel it, which is a silly way of doing things. We must have the courage to change the model of how we have constructed this world when it's humming with success. Do we have the wisdom and the courage and the consciousness to do this? That's a question. But for that to happen, we don't have to change 7 billion people on the planet. If we change the consciousness and the mindset of 100 people on the planet, it can happen.
Easily.
I'm not saying it's easy or not. It is a possibility. Between the possibility and the reality, there is always a distance to walk. Do we have the commitment and the courage to walk the distance? That's all the question is.
Well, I think that begs the question, who's doing the walking? I mean, they're there, we're here, but it's getting…
Now, I want to tell you a successful story of this. This is about 11 years ago. A few responsible people in India came to one of our programs in the center. Then they saw the projects and the works and whatever we were doing, and then they said, Sadhguru, this is great, but what about the nation? I said, see, I don't have to go and do everything in the nation, that's not practical. But we can do this. I have a list of 2,000 people who can make a difference for this country. They're in different levels of leadership. I'm not talking about Prime Minister, Chief Minister, they come and go in 5 years. But there is another set of leadership which stays there for 25 to 30 years in position. If you transform these 2,000 people, you will see the country will change. They said, 2,000 people? Well, I can get all of them, he said. I said, get them. Just get them to me for 4 days. Well, in batches. In 4 years or 5 years, they said they will do it. Now it's almost 11 years. We have touched about 45 to 46% of them. And quietly they're transforming the country, no question about it. There is no fireworks happening, but transformation is like this. When the flower blossoms, there is no band being beaten. It just happens quietly, and it is for sure happening, believe me. I'm hands-on in touch with these people in many different levels. Have they changed everything? No. I'm saying if 10% of the way they think and feel about everybody around them changes, there is a huge change, and they are definitely doing it. So these are business leaders, bureaucratic leaders, various people at different strata. They hold responsible positions for 25 to 30 years in the life of that nation, and that's making a big difference.
That may be true in the context of that example, but again, getting back to the 85 people who are not bound to a country, a tradition, or a connection perhaps to any particular philosophy. And I think, as we've seen in this country, and it has been a reality shown by economists, this idea of creating situations where the wealthy, the extremely wealthy, are able to make 10, 20, 30, 40% of their money every year, fundamentally because they have access that no one else has, and allows them to accumulate more and continue this separation. And then we talk about trickle-down economics, which there's not one example where that has ever worked. And it's like the example so far, and again, I'm not against transformation, I'm just talking about at least the reality that I've seen, where we have very seldom, if ever, seen despots, dictators, or people in high levels of power voluntarily give up that power.
I'm not at all. This is the whole thing. See, when it is spoken from outside, they feel threatened and they will only tighten their fortresses. That's why I brought in the example of Marx. He thought the rich will do it, but the poor want it, and it never worked. It's a great idea, but gone bad, because you're trying to work it from the wrong end. If Marx had devices to transform the consciousness of the wealthy, and then he talked about communism, that would have been the most fantastic thing, okay? But now you're going on the street and those who have nothing are talking about sharing, now it becomes ugly. Now, whatever these 85 people that we're talking about, get me 10 of them, just one weekend. I will see that they transform the remaining 75. I'm not somebody who lives in some dream state. I'm very much grounded. I know this may look very… Looking at the world, the realities of the world, I understand very much where you're coming from. It's not that I have not faced that situation. Every day I am against a wall, okay? But a wall is not an impossible thing. A wall need not be broken. You can always have the skill to climb across, or you can make the other guy climb across.
I totally agree with you. Let me give you an interesting example. I have frequently been asked to speak at Aspen, and typically it's associated with having an event with affluent people. And sometimes in those situations I feel like somebody in the zoo, you know, they brought this particular animal out to look because that's a favorite animal that week. And so I got invited to an event following a talk at an individual's house. And I would suggest to you that this home, which was only 30,000 square feet, probably was worth a significant amount of money in that area. And the gentleman who was hosting it was in his 80s. And he was a survivor of the Nazis as a teenager, and had become an extraordinarily successful businessman. And when you walk into his home, there is probably a painting that's 12 feet high of him, standing with his skis with the mountain behind him. And I'm sure that there's no ego involved there. And then he proceeds to have a conversation with me, and I'm not quite sure because I wasn't particularly important, but he has a conversation with me, and in the conversation he points to his watch. He says, "See this watch? That cost $1 million. So he said, "There's only 10 in the world." He says, "I can show you my garage. It's a 10-car garage. There's $10 million in cars."
See, a boy who escaped the concentration camp, he's bound to have these things. You should excuse him for those things.
Oh, no, but here, let me tell you the rest of the story, and I'll go through this very quickly, and I appreciate your comment. So, as part of this conversation he's having with me, he says, "You know, in my entire life, I've never felt loved or have been able to give love." which is horrible, right? Here this man who nominally has everything has nothing. So I talking to him, and it turns out he's divorced and he has children who are there actually. And after this conversation for a while, I say to him, if you meet with me for 1 hour a day for the next 10 days, I will change your entire outlook on life and you will have love. I guarantee it, just like the Men's Warehouse guy, right? Okay. So do you know his first question is? How much will it cost? So I say this man's worth around $1 billion. I say it'll cost you $100,000 an hour. But I guarantee it. He looks at me for a little bit. He says, how about 50? Okay, so then his daughter overhears this conversation. And she says, Papa, you should do it. She goes, in fact, this was his daughter. She said, I would give up my entire inheritance to see you happy. Because I've never seen you happy in my entire life. Do you know what his response is? You don't understand the value of money. And that's how our conversation
This is...
I'm not sure if I could have done it in 10 hours.
No, I could have done it for free.
And for any of you out there, I will do it, I'll try.
We need to come to terms with this. Today, all of you are here in the United States of America, enjoying the comforts that you're enjoying, with a lot of complaints, of course. Not understanding, at least materially, you are living in the best possible space that you can live in, okay? And this has all happened because you chose a certain model of economic policy. This policy of capitalism was a sensible thing to choose when you only thought of your nationalistic way of existence, when you saw the rest of the world as a source for your whatever. That system will not work in future. It may work for another 25 years. After that, it will not work. We have to rejig this whole thing. But first of all, you must decide whether you want a market economy like this or you want socialism or communism. You must decide. If you go for market economy, some people will race ahead. If you're going to resent them, then you must go for communism. If you go for communism, some people will tell you what to eat, what to wear, where to sit, where not to sit. If that's okay with you, it's fine. I'm saying you cannot choose to go in this direction and long to go in this direction. Every system will have its negativities, but I'm saying right now, because we're talking about transforming the world by transforming an individual human being, I think it's a tremendous possibility right now that the wealth is concentrated in a few individuals' hands. If you transform them, every human being is willing to transform if you approach him properly. For a man who values money so much, whoever the person that you're talking about, because he's come up, you can understand a young boy who escaped concentration camp and who came to a new place, you know, really a new world literally, and built his life. He thinks in a certain way. He's added up from pennies to $1 billion, okay? From 1 penny, 2 penny, he's come to $1 billion, so that's all he thinks. You shouldn't have talked money to him, if you ask me. You should have offered it to him. If you spend 1 hour with me, I'll give you $100,000. This is my deal. If you bring these 85…
This is a
No, if you bring these 85 people to me, I will give them $100,000 each. They have to spend a weekend with me, willingly.
I'll spend a weekend for $100,000.
You don't have the money. I'm
Geez,
saying you have…
everybody, let's all spend a weekend.
You have to do it the way it works. We are living in this world, we have to do it the way it works in this world. People come to me always, even in the foundation, we are a little over 3,600 full-time volunteers and over 3 million part-time volunteers.
That's amazing.
Complaints and complaints and complaints, every day the number of complaints that I handle, it would kill you, okay? So people come to me and say, Sadhguru, I can't bear with this person, I can't work with this person. I tell them, see, this is the kind of people we have on this planet. If you want to work with ideal people, go to heaven today, leave today. If you want to do some work in this world, these are the people.
Actually, perhaps on that note, maybe we should open it up to some questions, and there are microphones that are placed.
Difficult questions for him, nice questions for me.
No, you can ask me any question.
So my question is actually on Bharat, since the government there is going to be changing pretty soon, and I wanted to find out, Hinduism concentrates a lot about inner transformation, but I see a lot of lack of, a social consciousness and service, or as you term, going out and having a sense that, this is my country. What do you see needs change in India?
Why do you think it's lacking?
Sorry?
Why do you think it's lacking?
I think because from early on, from ages…
No, not… why do you come to this conclusion that it's lacking?
I see it.
No, it's not true. You were looking at it from a… you're trying to put a template, a Western template on India, which we're very proud that we are like a cosmic chaos. You understand? We feel homesick if there's too much order. Do not misunderstand that as lack of, passion for what it is. There's enormous passion. You should see, you just see, there is no other nation where such a large democratic exercise happens the way it happens in India. No other country on the planet can fulfill that, believe me. You should see how it happens. Even the poorest, in the remotest possibility where there's no road or electricity, even there he gets to vote, okay? It's a big thing. Anyway, what is the possibility? The next 5 years, if… will be scintillating for India, probably 10 years. So, big changes are going to happen for sure, because what has been lacking for India is, an Indian has never been the leader of the country. When I say this, I'm saying our education systems in India have been such, once we get English educated, our brains are in Greenwich Mean Time. Yes. So, there has not been a leadership who understands people the way they are. Somebody who will not ask Indian people to fit into another format which is not theirs. They made ordinary people feel ashamed just because they don't know how to speak English. They can speak their mother tongues fluently, but people are ashamed that they can't speak English. When you… see, nation is just an idea, let's understand this. It's not some God-given thing, it's just an idea. If you invest certain passion in this idea, nation becomes strong. When you're ashamed of being who you are, how will there be passion about it? For the first time, we are having a leadership which is passionate about who we are, okay? This is very important. This is over a 10,000–12,000-year-old culture, which is so complex that you cannot put it into simple logical analysis that you normally put other societies into, because it is too complex and it's too multi-dimensional, multi-ethnical, everything multi, okay? It needs a very organic leadership, not a synthetic leadership which drops there because somebody is somebody's son or daughter, okay? That's what has happened in the last 30 years.
Next question.
Thank you very much for being here. I'm wondering of other ways that you would suggest of turning that and walking the 4 miles instead of the 24,000 miles. You mentioned perhaps finding a guru was one way, so that was one question. And also, how does one find a guru here in the United States? Thank you.
Now, you must understand the basic human predicament. All that you experience, light and darkness, pain and pleasure, agony and ecstasy, whatever, everything that you experience happens within you. Is that so? Do you see me right now? Do you see me right now? Where am I? Use your hands and point out. Ah, you got me all wrong. You know I'm a mistake. Now this light is falling upon me, reflecting, going through your lenses, inverted image in the retina. Where do you see me now? Within yourself. Where do you hear me right now? Within yourself. Where have you seen the whole world? Within yourself. Have you ever experienced anything outside of yourself? Your entire experience of life happens only within you. So what is happening within you to make it happen the way you want it is not something that's beyond you. It is just that right now all the 5 sense organs, the 5 faculties of perception are all outward bound. If I do this, you can hear this. But so much activity in the body, you cannot hear this. If an ant crawls upon your hand, you can feel it. So much blood flowing, you cannot feel it. In the very nature of things, sense organs are outward bound because they're instruments of survival. But the seat of your experience is within you. This is your fundamental predicament. You need a sense which can turn inward. If you have access to the basis of your experience, would you create highest level of pleasantness for yourself or misery? Definitely highest level of pleasantness, isn't it? The problem is not of intent, the problem is of access. So, do you need some guidance on this? For sure you do. So don't use the word guru, because it's supposed to be a 4-letter word in California. It has all kinds of wrong connotations.
Is it GPS?
Yeah, GPS. Right now, if you buy the GPS, you buy from the best company, yes, whichever is working well. The same thing you must do. You must ask the maximum number of people. If it's working well for all of them, you can do it too. And anyway, if you buy a GPS, you're not committed to it for life. If it works, you keep it, otherwise you throw it. Same thing with me. I'll give you something, if it works, you keep it, otherwise throw it. What's the problem? You're paying more to buy a pair of shoes. She's asking $100,000 an hour, no? I'm just asking for the costs of the hall and the microphone and the stuff, okay? Because I have produced a huge mass of slaves who are willing to work 7 days of the week, 365 days to provide this for you. Do you understand? Do not waste their lives, make it happen for yourself.
Thank you, Jim, for all these amazing conversations and for all of us, many of the people here who make CCAR possible. So, with that, I would like to ask my usual question. Sadhguruji…
Oh, why don't you shoot at him?
Oh, he always answers the same way. So, Sadhguruji, would you like a hug?
I'm sorry?
Would you like a hug?
From you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if he gets a hug, I get a hug. Now this Alma's not here yet. Okay, Alma's coming. Yes.
I have a lot more to offer than just a hug. But if that's all you want, I am okay.
Thank you.
With all due respect, I would like to say this, please.
Wait, but my hug.
The spiritual moments in the world have always, when they always started as a possibility, an ultimate solution to life. But slowly, we're kind of making it like it is just for solace, for those who are in some kind of distress or discomfort, offering solace. Solace is fine when people are suffering, but for those who are standing on their feet, they need a solution. It's very, very important that you identify spiritual process as a solution, not just a means of comfort and solace. Thank you very much for being here. If I'm too abrasive for you, I'm sorry for that too.
If I'm too aggressive for you.
Sadhguru Jagi Vasudev is a realized master, mystic, and yogi. He has shown the way for people to attain to their natural joy and to live life with experience from one's own inner nature. His presence is filled with grace and compassion. Sadhguru's scientific approach towards spirituality and work towards the upliftment of humanity have received accolades worldwide. The words that come from him in intensity and utmost clarity, from his deep understanding and wisdom, can change the very core of the being. Belonging to no particular tradition, Sadhguru incorporates what is most valid for the modern person from the spiritual sciences. His work, an outpouring of his blissfulness, finds expression in the form of a ceaseless offering to help all beings. Available to all who are willing, Sadhguru's life is an invitation to the divine through individual transformation. Welcome to the silent revolution of self-realization.
Always a manifold way in which people make use of the spiritual processes. For some people, in many places, spirituality and all the spiritual, what do you call them? What are those talks called in Hindi? Pravachans. All that pravachan, everything is just an escape from the mother-in-law or cooking. For some, it's an intellectual entertainment. For some, they're seeking to learn something. They want to know something new. A few people are wanting to, bring about some changes in their life. They want to become a little more peaceful, a little more loving, a little more something else. Some change they want in their life. Some people are looking for transformation. You know the difference between change and transformation? Transformation means nothing of the old should remain. Change means improvement, self-improvement or transformation, or some people just try really wanting to get lost into it, dissolve into it. So there are many ways and people are approaching the same thing. Which is the best way? I wouldn't say which is the best way because according to each person's needs, that's how they seek. You can't prescribe the best way to anybody. Right now, generally the human nature is such that whatever they don't have, that's what they will seek. They don't have health, they're seeking health as if it's the ultimate thing. If they don't have money, they're seeking money as if it's the ultimate thing. If they don't have love, they're seeking love as if it's the ultimate thing. Whatever they don't have, that's what they're seeking. That reminds me, this happened when we were in Trichy. You know Trichy? Tiruchirappalli? It's a medium-sized town in Tamil Nadu. In high school, the teacher came and asked the students, 8th or 9th standard children, if God appears in front of you and gives you a boon, what will you ask? One boy said, those days, Maruti car. I want a Maruti car. Somebody said, I want a bicycle. Somebody said, I want, 10 lakh rupees. Like this they went on. Then the teacher said, you idiots, what will you do with all these things? Ask for intelligence. Ask for knowledge, ask for intelligence. Why are you asking for all these things? So one boy stood up and said, everybody asks for what they don't have. So, everybody's seeking what they don't have, isn't it? Now if you go by this, when a human being goes by this process of asking for what he doesn't have, then it's an endless process. Because what is it that you have? What you have is so little. If you go on asking for what you don't have, you need 1,000 years and still you will be nowhere. If you start seeking the next thing that you don't have, it's an endless process, self-defeating process, isn't it? It seems to be taking you somewhere, but it doesn't take you anywhere. So, what is this about? If you don't seek, if there is no seeking, you don't go anywhere. Why would you go to any place if there's nothing to seek? Because that's the very basis of your activity, desiring and going after it, isn't it? The objects of desire may change and people may think one object is better than the other, but it's not so. Whether you're seeking money or home or intelligence or knowledge or God or this or that, desire is desire, The object of desire just changes the directions of your destination, but doesn't change the process of life as such. And the essence of life is in its process, isn't it? Where you got in the end is not the point really. In many ways, right now, the essence of life is how you're experiencing it right now. So, one's quality of life, if we are changing or if you're wanting to experience life in a little better way or in a much better way, whatever, changing the objects of desire is not going to make so much of a difference. It's the way we handle the process which is going to make the difference. But even if life becomes a very pleasant and beautiful experience, it has to happen for every human being. But even if it happens, still you will see there is something within you which doesn't want to settle for just joyful life either. You're very happy, and after some time, even that doesn't seem to be enough. Because happiness is missing, right now the whole life seems to be pursuit of happiness. If you're joyful, then you will see it's not enough. In fact, if you're very happy, you will do many more things than when you're unhappy. Isn't it so? Because now you're charged and now there's nothing pulling you back. You have all the enthusiasm to go about and do lots of things. So there is something that this life is longing for. It's not a desire, it's its destination. It is not something, a desire that you created or I created. It is just longing to go towards a certain destination. The only choice that we have is either to move towards this destination consciously or unconsciously. Anyway we are moving. Whether to go towards it consciously or unconsciously. If we are dragged towards something unconsciously, even if we are dragged towards heaven, we will suffer the dragging, isn't it? Yes? Now we grab you and we'll drag you out. You don't know where you're being dragged. You will suffer this. We will take you and put you on a beautiful beach. But that's later. But right now, all along from here to there, you are going to suffer it terribly, isn't it? So if you walk towards anything or if life drags you towards a certain direction and you are unconscious about it, you will suffer the process immensely. So if you look at it consciously, if you go towards it consciously, then the process becomes beautiful. That's all the choice we have really. And once we are conscious, we naturally hasten the process. Whatever we are unconscious of, and that level we suffer, you must understand this. See, right now you're driving on the street. You are completely unconscious of who is coming behind you, who is coming in front of you. Now you are going to get into one kind of physical suffering. Because you are unaware of the physical reality, physical suffering will come, something is going to break, isn't it? Now, you're unaware of what is happening in your body, another kind of suffering will come. You're unaware of what's happening in your mind, another kind of suffering will come. You're unaware of what's happening in your family, another kind of suffering will come. Similarly, wherever you're unaware, that level of suffering will come to you. Is it so? You're getting… this is a holiday, you're getting dead serious. Once a pirate… know pirate? A pirate walked into the bar. The bartender knew him from long ago, he's seen him just the previous year and now he's come back after his expeditions. He looked at him and said, "Hey, what happened to you? You look terrible." The pirate said, "No, I'm just feeling just about fine." Then the bartender said, "But what happened to your leg? Why the wooden leg?" "Oh, that we were just having a battle with another rival group and I saw a cannonball coming straight at me. Before I could move, it hit my right leg and I'm doing quite fine with the wooden leg. I'm pretty good." Then the bartender said, "What about the hook? Instead of left hand, you have a hook. What happened to that?" "Oh, we were just having a sword fight for fun and my left hand got chopped off. But I'm doing quite fine with this hook. In fact, it's more useful than the hand." Then he asked, "What about the eye patch? You lost one eye, what happened?" "Oh, that I was just looking up at the sky and a bird poop fell into my eyes." Oh, come on. Who ever heard of anybody losing their eyes for bird poop? How would you lose your eyes for bird poop? No, that was the first day I had my hook on. Whatever you are unaware of, there you suffer, isn't it? There, that brings suffering to you. So, we're talking about awareness, awareness, awareness. Awareness is not something that you do actually. In fact, the less you do, the more aware you become within yourself. The less your activity becomes inside, what you call as me, the less that becomes, the more your awareness becomes. The less your personality becomes, the more your presence becomes always. Personality means you have to do a lot to keep it up, isn't it? Yes. Most of the activity that you're doing to keep up your person is unconscious, but you're doing enormous activity to maintain a certain personality, isn't it? If that activity gets lowered, suddenly awareness gets heightened, because awareness is not something that you do. The very life is awareness, isn't it? The very basis of life is awareness. You know that you're alive only because you're aware, isn't it? If all awareness disappears, at least on this level, we can call it death. So, spirituality is not something that you do. If you stop doing all your nonsense, you're spiritual. No? Unnecessary nonsense if you stop, spirituality is, it's not something that you have to do and make it happen or create it, it's not so. But still, why… if that is so, why am I doing my pranayam in the morning? Oh even in a resort they made us do it. I'm sorry, the resort. That's because there is no breaks in your activity. What you do within yourself, you have no breaks on it. So, we are creating a certain physical, mental and energy situation where everything gets diverted from your activity. Slowly, the practice establishes a situation where the life energies raise to a certain pitch and intensity that slowly the activity becomes insignificant. It's still there. It's still happening. You've seen this in Shunya meditation, you just said. Activity is still happening, but it's insignificant. The same activity which was so significant has become insignificant. We have not stopped it. We have not done anything to hold it down, but somehow it has become not so important. You see this happening? When you just sit and meditate in Shunya, everything is happening, but it's no more important. It's lost its significance. It's lost its impact upon you. It's lost its influence upon you. It doesn't mold you anymore. All the activity of the mind stops molding you. You're no more being molded by that activity. This this whole distortion that we have done to life in the form of creating our person. See, when you create your personality, because it's created mostly unconsciously. Just a small part of it may be conscious, the rest of it is all unconscious, isn't it? When you create your personality, somewhere, in one way, it means somewhere you thought Creator has not done a good enough job on you, isn't it? If it needs improvement, definitely He did not do a good enough job on you, isn't it so? So why would you feel that such a grand creation is not good enough? Something that's so enormous and fantastic is not good enough, why? Because in this simple process of self-preservation, there is a simple basic process which is built into every cell in our body. Every worm, insect, animal has this, we also have it. This simple process of self-preservation, we don't know where to contain it. It has just spread itself into everything. Because it spread itself into everything, you have to create a small person of yourself who will defend himself all the time. As we've been looking at in the programs, the only thing that needs preservation is your physical body. Your personality, we must maul it every day. It should be okay, isn't it? If every day if you can make mincemeat out of your personality, you could create another one tomorrow morning, isn't it? Isn't it so? We've been trying to do that gently, because if I go very hard at it, you'll run away. Gently, step by step, we're trying to make mincemeat out of your personality so that it becomes a flexible aspect. You cannot live without a personality. You need one to exist here, to go about in the world, do your work, manage things. But if it's a flexible thing, that in different places, as it is necessary for the situation, you can put on the right kind of personality, then it would be fine. But right now, it is like a rock, it sits on you all the time. Anything that doesn't fit into its ambit, it makes you suffer, isn't it? Who drew this caricature that you call as myself? Definitely yourself, but influenced by so many people around you. You're 15, 16, you go and watch a Amitabh Bachchan movie, you come home and try to walk like him unconsciously. Yes, isn't it? Sometimes maybe consciously, but most of the time unconsciously, isn't it? So, this caricature came into existence because of all kinds of bits and pieces that are gathered. It happened when we were in school. There was a boy who was studying with me who had an excellent hand, he could just sketch anybody with whatever kind of distortion he wanted. So, there was one very hated geography teacher. And when he entered the class, this boy had a horrible caricature of him ready on the blackboard. Badly distorted, but everybody can clearly recognize who it is. With all kinds of very bad distortions on him. Then he walked in and as usual he walks into the class always with a temper. Whether he's talking about the grasslands in America or he talks about the deserts in Africa, he's always in bad temper. The moment he saw, he just… one thing he was angry, another thing he was somehow hit by the whole thing, the distortions. Then he asked, who is responsible for this terrible atrocity? As usual, you know, everybody will suddenly interested in geography, very studious and Then he repeated again, who is responsible for this atrocity? He thinks it's an atrocity. We thought it was an appropriate thing. Then somebody made up their mind and stood up and said, we really don't know, but it should be his parents. So, for this atrocity that you call as myself, it's not your parents. This is you. Only you can commit this atrocity of distorting yourself into such a tiny possibility when an unbounded possibility was what you were offered. With life, you were offered an unbounded possibility. You made such a bad distortion and made yourself into such a tiny possibility. If you stop creating this caricature, because this caricature cannot exist one day without your support, you need to support it all the time. What meditation means, in one way, you're just withdrawing the support for your personality, that's all. Suddenly it collapses. Only the presence is there, the person is no more there. If you could walk on the street like this, if you could operate with people like this all the time, that you have no personality, but looking at this person at this moment, how she is, accordingly you put up a personality, as it is necessary for this person. Now you go to that person, you put up a personality that is necessary for that person, then it would be so much fun drawing new caricatures every day. But once you get stuck to a particular distortion, that becomes a problem. Every day if you have a new distortion, it's called art, isn't it? If you're stuck with one distortion, then you're called a freak, isn't it? Isn't it so? Every day if you're able to create a new distortion, that is artwork, isn't it? If you're stuck with one distortion, you're a cripple. So that's the big difference.
Sadhguru, when you're talking about personality, we have to have different personalities as a parent, as a husband, and at work. In normal living, it becomes very difficult to change the personality.
You mean to say people around you won't let you change it? Not true. See, right now, let's say you're going to your work we'll take the work situation because it's less personal for you. You're going to work with a certain attitude and a certain person is going to work, which is you right now. Let's say he goes briskly like this every day, good morning, good morning, good morning. Don't mean a good morning to anybody. The way people say good morning, it's very clear they intend to give you a bad morning. So, suppose you are going like this. Tomorrow morning, if you go, really say good morning to people and smile at them and maybe hold their hand and ask some personal question, talk to them and go in, maybe you'll waste 5–10 minutes going into your office. But if people around you are happy, you'll have a lot of extra time on your hands because they'll run around and do things better, isn't it? If you have people who are sitting there with a grouse, then they will make your life miserable in so many ways. Not one way. You have to live with them, but these people have a grouse against you, they are going to make your life so bad, isn't it? Now, can I change my personality every day? Won't it confuse people? Not at all. They would enjoy you most. Isn't it so? And will it bring down your efficiency of work? Definitely not. It is not because of the compulsion of the situation you've gotten stuck with one personality. It is just that the whole construction of the personality has happened in unawareness. That's why you're stuck with one personality. Now you said, we have one kind of personality at home, another with children, another with work and outside. If you look at it, it may not be true. You may be functioning in different capacities. The requirement of how you function may be different, but still the basic personality may be same everywhere. The underlying personality is still the same. You can change that also and it'll be so much fun for you to change that. It'll be absolute fun for you to change that because you can experience a whole new person all the time. After all, it's your creation. So why should it be limited to just one way? If God had fixed a personality for you, that's all there is. But when you have built it, like you change your clothes every day in different ways, isn't it? But most people cannot even change that, isn't it? They've gotten used to a certain thing and that's all it is, isn't it so? I think we should have done something today. Everybody should dress in a completely different way and come. Not your usual kind of clothes. You're wearing pants all the time, today you wear a saree and come. Just loosen yourself up a little bit, it's important. The reason why what is the very essence of life is missing in people's life is because they become stiff. And spiritual people are stiffer than anybody else. Isn't it? They're so stiff. Still doesn't answer your question.
There can be changes in the behavior, but your personality remains the same.
It remains the same. That's what I'm saying. You're stuck to one personality. It's just the actions are different because the situations are different. The person is same, isn't it? So the person is same because what your personality is has become you. You're completely identified with it. There is no distinction between you and your personality, isn't it? You have become that. The mask has gotten stuck to your face now. You can't take away the mask. If this mask has to come off, we need something to loosen the glue which has gotten stuck to this. It is identity. So now we are creating various situations where your identity dissolves in a certain way. Meditation or any kind of yoga practice, whatever it is, just to loosen the identities so that there's a little more flexibility about it. Maybe the whole of it has not come off, but at least you can adjust it a little bit. So mask being totally stuck, at least little you're able to take a breather. That much break it is giving you. But if you work a little more with this, you can take it and keep it off. Now, people, when they come to advanced programs, 3 days or 7 days they're in samyama or bhavspandana. The person that you are, you'll just simply forget who you are. You don't know who you are. It'll become like that because the situation created is so intense and so different. Everything that you know as normal is broken. After some time, you don't know who is here. After the program is over and you come back, you just wonder, is it me who went through all that? Most people can't believe that they actually went through samyama and came. Simply because it's created like that, the whole situation. Not only the meditation process, the situation also is created in such a way that it doesn't assist your personality in any way. The whole thing is to take off all the supports, because your personality cannot exist for a moment without your support. If you involve yourself in any intense activity, it could loosen up a little bit. But that is haphazard. For example, let's say you go and play a game. Those moments of total involvement, you may lose your personality. But that is a haphazard way of attempting it. Now we are looking at how to approach it scientifically, how to dismantle all the scaffolding that is holding it up. If you have noticed this, people who are very, very committed and enjoying the process of working, they always have more flexible personalities than people who are working towards a goal. Is it so? Have you noticed this? Because just the involvement with the work, total involvement, those moments the personality becomes little loose. But people who are working towards a goal, that they want this to happen, those people have strong personalities always. The fundamental basis for your personality, the building blocks for your personality is likes and dislikes. I like this, I don't like this. A complex system of likes and dislikes is what your personality is, isn't it? See, what's the difference between you and the next person? Your likes and dislikes are different, isn't it? Now, the basis of yoga is just this, to help you beyond these likes and dislikes. Whether we're talking responsibility or inevitability or whatever else we're talking, fundamentally it is to destroy the process of like and dislike. See, existing in the world with likes and dislikes is a very foolish way to exist. But unfortunately, the logical mind thinks, I'll do what I like, this is my freedom. The very basis of your bondage is in your likes and dislikes, but your mind makes you believe doing what you like is your freedom, isn't it? All the time, everywhere in the world, people believe doing what I like is freedom. Please look at it carefully. The very fundamental basis of your bondage is in like and dislike. To operate sensibly here, even in the physical realm I'm saying, even to operate with your work or family, whatever, likes and dislikes make you do stupid things. I like this person, I don't like this person. Now, I cannot function from what is needed in this moment, isn't it? Isn't it so? Now, I don't like this person. Even if this person is doing something wonderful, I cannot see it anymore. Do you see this happening to yourself? I like this person. Even if they're doing terrible things, I cannot see it anymore. Isn't it so? Because the moment you get trapped in this like and dislike, you have no discretion. You lost your discretion. Your intelligence is forsaken. Your awareness is simply impossible once you get trapped in likes and dislikes. The moment you say, I like this, getting identified with it is very normal. It's a natural process. You don't have to say, I'm going to identify with this light bulb. If you just say, I like this light bulb, you get identified with it. The process will just happen. See, life is set up in such a way for you so that life happens automatically. You just have to sit here and enjoy the bounty of life. But now the problem is, we are setting this forth in a wrong direction, so it is creating suffering. Suppose if it was all in your hands, you have to like it, you have to get involved with it, everything is yours. It would be a terrible effort to live, isn't it? Now it's all set up well, you know, the whole software is so well set up. If you just say, I like this, getting involved in it, dreaming about it, this, that, everything just happens by itself, isn't it? Everything that is necessary to take you in that direction just happens, isn't it so? So, this is just life assisting you, but it has no discretion. If you like hell, it'll take you to hell. It happened once. What do you call a person who hires people in a corporation or whatever? HR? The HR director in a corporation died and went to heaven. There, Saint Peter said, See, because you are the first HR person to come to heaven. We will give you a choice. If you want, you can stay in heaven because you got the passport. But before you go to heaven, if you want, you can have a view of hell. If you wish to stay there, you can also stay there. This is a lady HR person. She said, no, why would I want to go to hell? I want to go to heaven. I said, why wouldn't you want to have a look at it? I said, okay. She got in the elevator, went ding down. Then the elevator doors opened and it opened into a beautiful garden. On the poolside, very beautiful people are swimming, sunbathing, and there's a wonderful golf course and then a nice clubhouse, the works. She said, oh, this is great hell. She had a view of that and then Saint Peter said, okay, you have a view of heaven, then you choose. Then she got in the elevator, it went up. It's supposed to be down and up, okay. That's a direction, at least you better know. Now we are down. So, there they opened the doors and then she saw lots of clouds, people just floating in the clouds, playing harp and She said, okay, this is also fine, but I think I'll go to hell. All my friends are there, this golf, I'll go. So they put her in the elevator, she just went down and again the doors opened. It was a harsh desert. Everybody all dried up without food, in terrible condition, everything. She said, what is this? Last time when I came, there was a garden, there was a pool, there was a golf course. What happened? So they said, that was just the first day, Now you're staff. That was the interview. Now you're staff. All your life you did this to people, so this is your choice. Your personality. I don't know, if you're working in places, at least if you're HR, is there anybody HR? Oh. Especially if you're HR, maybe, you also. You're supposed to size up a person, Somebody new walks into your office, you're supposed to size them up, where they will fit into this whole machine of an organization. So, if you're willing to look, people's personalities are always hanging out, They need not say anything, they need not do anything. If you just look at them properly, the very way they stand, sit, you don't need any great yogic intuition. Simply a simple observation of a person, the very way they stand, the way they hold their hands, the way they smile, the way they do things, their personality is just hanging out of them. So it's so obvious to everybody except to yourself, That's the whole thing.
You are my perfect mirror, you show me what I'm not. In the endless pit of what once was me, layer and layer you peel off me. showing me what I could be. Thank you endlessly. If I could only just be, you could show me all the things I would be willing enough to see.
In Conversation with the Mystic is a series that's rapidly gained momentum and popularity ever since its inception a few years ago. The focus this evening, as we all know, is of life and love. Love, of course, being that dodgy four-letter word that seems to give many a reason to live and sometimes gives them a reason to die. And then there's life, also a four-letter word, just as mystifying, just as enigmatic on occasion. And so we have our two speakers this evening who will be exploring these words, unpacking them, demystifying them. We have the magic of the movies, and we have the profound realm of the spiritual. Where does that magical meet the mystical? We'll find out.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, everyone.
Nobody's saying anything.
No, they're all here, but they're very silent. They're all waiting for it all to begin. And let me tell you, I have to confess, as I came on, before this I was quite relaxed, but as I've come onto the stage, my heart is beating really fast. So while Guruji was praying, I was saying to myself, I must be relaxed. This is the time. When I'm with my Guru, I must be relaxed. This is it. So yes, I will calmly begin by thanking you, Sadhguruji, for giving me this opportunity to be in conversation with you. Isha Foundation, thank you very much.
I thought when we're talking about of love and life, heart beating is a good thing.
Okay. Yes, it is a good thing. It shows I'm alive and in love and about to begin this conversation. And Sadhguruji, I want to say I have attended your inner engineering program. I have seen some DVDs, I have read your books. And everywhere there are your brilliant views on various issues. It could be from the making of a nation to the making of a toy car, from the running of a household to the running of parliament. You have brilliant views on every issue that one can ever question. Yet I know very little about you. And he has a brilliant mind with for lack of better words, I'd say out-of-the-box thinking. So different, so refreshing, so enlightening. I'm fascinated and I want to know about your life. And I'd like to know that, were you just born brilliant? Did it begin from that very moment?
I was a normal birth, I didn't come in a box. My mother had a normal child.
No, but I'm from the movies and I can't help thinking, was it like it is in storybooks, that a venerable sage came to your home and when he looked at your mother he said, there is going to be born a guru, rejoice, he will lighten his own path and that of others.
You also going like this?
No, but was it like that, or how was it? How was your childhood?
I don't think they all came to listen to my mother's labor pains.
No, I'm really fascinated, intrigued that we're all here. But, you know, the way you think, we wait to hear what you have to say. We've all been little children and we've all grown up, but we've grown up and been educated in schools, but I find our way of thinking, our way of being very conditioned, like almost systematized. Whereas, so where did it all begin?
I think you're looking for something unnatural that happened there. One thing that could be considered unnatural was, it seems I was a very delayed birth. My mother went to the hospital 3 times and came back, and she gave up. She said, he's not coming. And when it actually happened, it happened at home. My father being a physician, that was not possible. She had to be in the hospital. 3 times she went, and 3 times it didn't happen. They did everything possible and she gave up. So it happened at home. So that's the only reasonably unnatural thing. Everything else was natural birth. I didn't come in a box, and I refuse to be educated. So, the question that you're asking is, do people grow up and blossom, or are they brought up by somebody? You will see the general expression is, I was brought up in this place, I was brought up in that way. Especially in the West, you will see, I was brought up Christian, I was brought up Jewish. These are very common words. I think it's absolutely ridiculous and humiliating that a human being has to be brought up. You bring up cattle, okay? You don't bring up a human being. A human being is supposed to blossom by his own nature. That is why he is on the top of the pile, at least on this planet in the evolutionary scale. And most human beings don't seem to understand that, or they're not allowed to understand that by a whole lot of people. And they need to be brought up. Bringing up means somebody is molding you. Molding means it's a predetermined shape. No flower that blossoms is the same way as another one which blossomed yesterday. But a mold means it's always going to be the same. If you make a mold, the idea of making a mold is that we want to have the same form again and again and again. Right now, generally, that seems to be the work, unfortunately, of the current education system, the so-called religions that are operating in the world, and of course the family. They want you to be in a certain mold. They don't want you to blossom like a wildflower, because they're afraid of anything fresh happening among them. They want something that is familiar. They don't want something unfamiliar to be born among them. So, if you have succumbed to that system, then yes, you've been molded into a certain form. If you allow your humanity to blossom, then you will see you don't belong to any mold. This is the beauty of being human, that there is no a particular way to be. If you were a dog, you would be one way. If you were cattle, you would be one way. If you were a sheep, you would be another way. If you were a bird, you would be another way. A grasshopper, another way. But to be human means there is no particular way. What is human is not defined, not described. It is just that. For every other creature on this planet, nature drew 2 lines. Within that, they have to play their game. For a human being, only the bottom line is drawn, there is no top line. But socially, people are trying to draw a top line for themselves. But nature has not drawn a top line for you, it's a limitless possibility. And this is what is freaking human beings right now, because they can't decide what they need to be. They're trying to be like somebody else. Only bottom line is set, top line has been removed. This is evolution.
But wait, we still didn't quite get to… So how was it when you were a child? Were you put into a school to go the systematic way, and did you keep up with it?
Do I look that educated? Don't insult me like that.
Actually, you know, when I go and stand in the line, in the immigration lines, and particularly in America, they look at me and say, "Can you speak English?" I say, because I have that uneducated look, it's not easy. Do you know? Do you know what it takes to remain uneducated? Education is just 20 years of going somewhere and getting one certificate. To remain uneducated, it's very difficult. Because from the day you are born, your parents, every other adult, the school, the damn thing, everybody is trying to educate you about something that's not worked in their life.
And then, did you also, like we all went through these confused teenage years of not really knowing where we're going? I mean, did you clearly know your path?
Not at all. I was… right from 3 or 4 years of age, I was always a million questions hanging in my head. I have a question about everything to everything. Questions means very fundamental questions about existence itself, my own existence. So when I was 3-4 years of age, suddenly I realized I know nothing. Know nothing means somebody gives me a glass of water, I do not know what is water. I know how to use it, I know if I drink it, it'll quench my thirst and so many other ways of using it, but I do not know what is water. I'm saying even today you do not know what is water. So only thing available in all 3 states on the planet, two-thirds of the planet is water, 2/3 of your body is water. If you think life, we think water. But do you know what it is? With all the scientific exploration, we do not even know a single atom in its entirety. Today our idea of science is learning how to use everything. Yes, we know how to use an atom, we know how to break it, we know how to fuse it, but we really do not know what it is. Any one thing, tiniest thing in the creation, we do not know in its entirety. This is the fact of life.
Well, even something simple as what you started with saying, that looking at water, I mean, straight away I was taught water, H2O, and what it can do, and you can mix it with colors and it becomes that, you can drink it and it quenches your thirst. But I never looked at it and said, you know, I don't really know what is water.
Because nobody looks at anything. See, everybody is looking like this. Nobody has any attention for a piece of life here. They're like this. If you pay attention to one life, one blade of grass, one grasshopper, one human being, something else will happen. That's why we said life and love, because if you pay attention to one human being, some love will happen within you, okay? If you miss life, at least some emotion in that direction must happen to you. That will happen only if you pay attention to one. If you're looking at like this, these days it's become a fashion because you're on love on Facebook, you love the whole humanity. To love one human being, if you want to love one human being, it costs life. To love the whole humanity doesn't cost anything. It's even better to love God, because it's always easy to love somebody who's not here now. It's so easy. But if you have to love somebody who's sitting next to you right now, it costs life. You know how difficult it is to love someone who's next to you right now? How easy it is to love someone who is dead or who is in heaven? Isn't it so? Let's face it. Because if you have to love one thing is you have to pay attention. Without attention, it will not happen. And above all, you have to give up something that is you to accommodate another, otherwise it'll not happen. The English expression is very good, you must fall in love. You cannot rise in love, you cannot stand in love, you cannot fly in love, you have to fall. Something of you should fall, otherwise it'll not work, you will not know it. So, you want to have a fake sense of life, then you don't pay attention to anything. Everything is information, nothing is a living experience. Everything is from the textbook or from the cinema or from the internet. Nothing is from life's experience. We're doing more and more today of that.
Sadhguruji, you just mentioned love, and today it is about life and love, and I would like to know, for us it is maybe love your family members, whoever it could be. why I ask you this is because there's so many versions of this, and I really want to get to it. Some teachers, some gurus, some guides will say, you know, you can love, but you must be detached.
Oh.
You must love, but it cannot be conditional. It should be unconditional. And so there's versions of it. I just want to know.
See,
So, have you-
the simple way of make you keep coming back to me is to give you something that you cannot do. To give you a teaching which you can never do. You must love, but you must be detached. Now you have to keep coming back to me for consultation, endlessly.
Sorry.
I'm saying throw yourself into your love affair and die into it, something will happen. Something worthwhile will happen if you're willing to die into the process. Not just anything, whether it's your work or your life or your love or whatever, if you do not know how to throw your entire self into it, you will never know the taste of what it is. Love but be detached. Why do you want to love then? Only because you want to include somebody as a part of your life, part of yourself, that's why you love. No, I love but I am detached. This means you have to come back to consultation every day, it's like a psychiatrist's job. Every day you have to come and sit on the couch. You need treatment and there is a fee.
So, what… okay, all right, so you can love and be attached.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm coming back for consultation, please. So what did you say?
I only said, see, what is this need for love in a human being? You must understand, a human being constantly, a human being is longing to be something more than what they are right now. If this finds a simple, basic physical expression, we call this sexuality. Sexuality means just this, physically you're trying to make something which is not you a part of yourself. For a few moments you may succeed. If you try this mentally, it gets labeled as greed, conquest, or maybe simply shopping. Shopping. Some people go for conquest with swords and guns, some people go with checkbooks and cash, credit cards. The thing is, you want to include something which is not a part of you as yourself, that is the whole effort. Whether you want money or wealth or you want to occupy a nation, what is it? Something that is not you, you want to make it yours. Yours is an effort to make it a part of yourself. If it happens emotionally, on the emotional level, if you try this, we call this a love affair. You're trying to make somebody who is not a part of you, a part of yourself, emotionally. This is a love affair. If you do it consciously, we call this yoga. Yoga means union. So all these efforts are fine, everything has its own beauty but has its own limitations. When you understand the limitations of all the other methods, nothing right or wrong about it, it is just that it will work briefly, it will not work for always. When you realize that, you consciously try to include. When you consciously become an inclusive process, if you sit here, if you experience everything as yourself, then we say you're a yogi, okay? So this is a love affair successful.
It was something you said at the end which I would like to ask you again. You said love, inclusiveness. I can't understand how I can love everybody in this room.
You cannot. There's some people you cannot love.
I can barely see up there and up there. So how is that? How do you include everybody in your love?
See, because you're looking at love as something that comes to you or you yield to the process of love only because you appreciate a particular quality, a shape of somebody's nose or the shape of their mind or their thought or their emotion or the way they speak or the way they do things or the way they relate to you, something, okay? There are many things. It is based on something that is acceptable to you. If they do something that is not acceptable to you, love crumbles.
Yes.
Now what I'm saying is, I want you to look at this. Whether love happens to you or hate happens to you, anger happens to you, misery happens to you, joy happens to you, it only happens within you, isn't it?
Yes.
It never… People say love is in the air. No. Because you are feeling very pleasant in your emotions, suddenly air feels vibrant. It always been, you missed it all your life, now you're beginning to feel it.
Okay.
All right? So, whatever human experience, love or hate, whatever, happens only within you. What I'm saying is, at least what happens within you must happen by your choice. Consciously you must be able to make it happen. If you are able to… if your experience of what is happening within you is happening by choice, what is the problem? It only happens within you. Love is not a relationship. A relationship is a different thing. Love is a certain sweetness of your emotion. Whether you look at a tree, or a dog, or a man, or a woman, or a child, or just at the sky, why can't you look at it lovingly? Because it's not about loving the sky, it's about the sweetness of your emotion. If your emotions are sweet, whatever you look at it in a certain way. Right now you have nasty emotions, whatever you look at it in a different way. So you have always associated love with somebody. No, this is not about somebody. Love is not something that you do, it is something that you can become. If you're willing, you can become love, you can make your emotion into a very sweet space. If you make your body very pleasant, it becomes pleasure. If you sit here, it can be great pleasure just sitting here and breathing. If your mind becomes pleasant, we say this is joy. If your emotions become pleasant, we say this is love. If your very life energies become pleasant, we say this is blissfulness, this is ecstasy. If your surroundings become pleasant, we call that success. Now you're calling your success with somebody as love, that's a mistake. You have a success story with somebody, that is, you have created pleasantness in the atmosphere between you and let's say 5–10 people around you. You're calling that love. No, that is actually success, because that needs lots of management.
Yes, it does.
Yes or no?
Yes, it does.
Yes, but for you to be loving, there is no management. If you just make your emotions sweet, your emotions are sweet and it's beautiful to be like this. It's not about anybody. If somebody comes, we can share it. If nobody comes, you can sit here with your eyes closed and still be loving. What's the problem? It is not about somebody, it's not an action. It is not something that you do, it is something that you can become.
It's a lovely, idyllic.
It is not idyllic, it is the way it is.
I mean, you'd really have to practice this.
Why?
Because I'm thinking…
this is what exactly I'm saying. If it is an action comes to perfection with practice. Only if it's an action. I'm saying love is not an act. Is health an act? Are you acting healthy right now? I know you're an actor, but are you acting healthy?
No.
So health is, because we have done certain things and health is, isn't it?
Oh, we've not done certain things, we've been given health.
No. Oh, we've been given, but if you eat bad, if you live bad, you won't be healthy. We've done certain things to manage our health. Similarly, if you do certain things, you can manage the pleasantness of your mind. If you do certain other things, you can manage the pleasantness of your emotion. If you do certain other things, you can manage the pleasantness of your very life energies. This is things that you can do. Now, what you can do internally, you're trying to manage externally. What can be done here within you, you're trying to manage by creating an atmosphere around you, which is a very difficult thing to do, because outside will never happen 100% the way you want it. To some extent we can manage. We can't do all of it by ourselves because there are many forces involved.
Sadhguruji, you said something about health, and you said you do certain things for yourself. Certain things. One, you are given health, and then how you maintain it is you eat well, you exercise, and you remain healthy. Now, to be loving, when maybe in a household, any situation, maybe outside, like you said, outside forces are not pleasant. It doesn't come easily to then just be loving. So what is the practice to become that way or to train yourself to be that way?
I want to remove this idea from your mind. You believe you need to practice. Practice means you're trying to perfect an action, isn't it?
To be loving at all times?
Yes, that is not an act.
No, not an act.
No, I
But
don't
to
want
be
to
so
I don't want to go
accepting.
back to the movies, okay?
No, to be so accepting because…
No, it's not about accepting. Right now, do you want to keep your mind, your thought process, pleasant or nasty? Tell me, what is your choice?
Ideally pleasant.
No, just tell me, pleasant or nasty? You're thinking about it, this is…
No, I'm trying to think, should I fox you and say nasty?
Say it.
Okay, nasty.
I'm going to bless you now.
No. Okay, I take back my words. Okay. All right.
Any human being's choice for themselves is definitely pleasantness,
Yes.
isn't it? Body, mind, emotion, everything and surroundings, you want it pleasant.
Yes.
So why is it not pleasant? Surroundings are not pleasant because of many things.
Yes.
If your thought and emotion are not pleasant, it's entirely you, isn't it?
Yes.
Surroundings, not entirely me, it's so many forces. We have to manage them, we have to juggle them. Not always are we successful with everything around us. Different people have different levels of competence to manage the outside. Not all of us have the same, the skill to manage the outside. But inside, your emotion and your thought, why is it not happening your way? This is something we have to look at. This has to be addressed, every human being has to address this. At least your thought and your emotion must happen the way you want. It's like this. On a certain day, a lady went to sleep. A lady went to sleep. In her sleep, she had a dream, I think up there. Oh, there are two strata of people. Nobody's asleep, right? So that I could pick on you, I'm just looking if I can see. She went to sleep up there and in her dream, she had a dream. In her dream, she saw a hunk of a man standing in that corner. And then he started coming closer and closer and closer. He came so close she could even feel his breath. She trembled, not in fear. And then she asked, "What will you do to me?" The man said, "Well, lady, it's your dream." I'm saying, what's happening in your mind is your bloody dream. Now the problem with life is not that life is not happening the way you want it, even your dream is not happening the way you want it. That's the problem. I'm saying at least fix this, at least let the dream happen the way you want it. If you are dreaming the way you want right now, your thought and your emotion would be pleasant, isn't it?
Yes, but well…
Fixing the world is another thing, that's a different game. That needs lot of skill. This needs just willingness. Why we are continuously talking about joy, blissfulness, love is not because it's a goal by itself, these are not goals by itself. Only when you're pleasant by your own nature, you stop being in pursuit of happiness. You are fine by yourself. You don't have to go anywhere to feel pleasant. You don't have to do anything to feel pleasant. Sitting here, you're feeling very pleasant. Now you will look at life the way it is. Otherwise, you're an endless race. Pursuit of your happiness is a lifelong thing. Till your deathbed you're pursuing, what does it mean? That means you're a failure. If you're pursuing happiness when you were 5, I can understand. But that was not the fact. When you were 5, you're simply happy by your own nature. When you're 50, you're pursuing your happiness. This is a failed story, isn't it?
But Sadhguruji, suppose we say this to the common man who has a little house.
Where did you meet a common man?
I'm imagining it.
Every man or woman think they're special, believe me.
Oh, yes.
Yes, so where did you meet a common man, I'm asking?
Oh. Okay, Sadhguruji, when you said about the common person and the special person, I know some teachers have always told us, and why your parents always tell you that, you are special. Each one of us is unique. I remember this part, I'm not sure whether I heard it at your discourse or on a DVD of yours, where you said it was about, people being special and us always thinking that God knows of us. And you said something like, do you know all the grasshoppers in your garden? So, of course, all of us have said no. So you said something like, so how does God know each one of you then? And I was devastated because I always thought somebody out there knows me, cares about me, and I'm special.
You thought you were number one on his book, is it?
Well, I've been told since I was a kid, you're special, you're unique, and God cares about you.
If when somebody says you're unique, it's an insult.
No, you said no top line, so you're peaking in different ways.
In this vast cosmos, this solar system is just a speck. Tomorrow morning, if the whole solar system disappears, vanishes, evaporates, nobody will even notice it. Maybe it's not even on the account books of creation. It's so small. In this speck of a solar system, planet Earth is a super speck. In that, Mumbai is a micro super speck. In that, you are a big man or a woman, which is a huge problem. This is a very immense existential problem. This is because we have lost perspective as to who we are, what we are. Our psychological realities have become bigger than the cosmic reality. That is the big problem. It's time you step out of your cinema. I'm not talking about the Hindi cinema, I'm talking about the cinema that everybody is playing in their own minds. See, right now they darken this whole hall because it works best that way. This is the basic technology of a cinema. If you do not darken the cinema hall, if you light it up and play a nice cinema, it's not going to work. You have to darken it. So I'm saying a cinema of your mind because it's a dark space. Every thought is enlarged, playing out bigger than the cosmic space. Today, everything in the cosmos is happening perfectly well, but you have one nasty thought crawling in your head and it feels like a bad day, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's because your psychological realities, your petty creation has become larger than the Creator's creation. You lost perspective of life. That is the fundamental basis of all this confusion and suffering. If you see who you are, the microspeck that you are, you wouldn't imagine that God is made in your own image and He looks like you and whatever. Okay? If we were all buffaloes, we would definitely think God is a big buffalo.
Okay, so what is it really? Please tell us please define it for us. What is it? What is going on? This life, this love, all these emotions that we go through in our lives, all these thoughts that we create for ourselves. What is going on?
These are all human possibilities and capabilities. Every possibility becomes a problem for those who do not explore the possibility in its right perspective. Thought is a tremendous possibility. An ant cannot think like you. He can work better than you, he's more disciplined, he better traffic rules than you, there's no traffic jam out there, okay? But he cannot think like you. That sets us apart. This is a possibility. But now this possibility has become a problem for 90% of the humanity. Now they're freaking because they can think. And they're thinking all the wrong things, their thoughts have become nasty. If they were pleasant, they would have enjoyed their thought process. Because it's become nasty, it's becoming an ailment, isn't it? People are suffering their thoughts immensely because they do not know how to keep it pleasant, nothing has been done towards it. So what is a possibility always becomes a problem if you do not explore it in the right perspective. So your thought and emotion has become a problem. Now love affair is a problem, you're making all kinds of things out of it, which are all coming from this misunderstanding. Not understanding this thought and emotion is generated by me, I can generate it whichever way I want. If nastiness is what you like, you do it. I don't care if that's what you like, but you're suffering it. If you're suffering it, you shouldn't be doing it. I'm not telling you be loving. What is your choice, pleasantness or unpleasantness? If unpleasantness is your choice, you enjoy it and do it, what is my problem? You want to drink poison, what is my problem? I'm just telling you, this is poison, this is this. Drink whatever you want, but by choice. Don't drink unconsciously, that's stupid. That is not befitting of a human being. A human being means we are far more conscious than every other creature on this planet. That's what sets us apart. Every creature eats, but we can eat consciously. So our eating becomes so many things. Every creature has sexual drives, they go and fulfill it whichever way. We can do it consciously, so we become something. We are doing the same things, but we are doing it consciously. Suddenly there is a magic about it, not because sex is magic, food is magic, no. Because we can do it consciously. Every basic act like eating and copulating becomes magical because we can do it consciously. If you leave that one thing, if you exclude that one thing from your life, that you're not conscious about the way you think, the way you feel, the way you act, the way you move your body, if you're not conscious about it, everything can turn ugly, everything can become nasty. So it is this which sets you apart from every other creature. So, a dog is walking on the street, if you show it a biscuit, it'll wag its tail, if you do this, grrr, it'll do. If this is what you are, that if somebody is nice to you, you'll wag your whatever, if somebody is not nice to you, you will bite them. I'm saying where is evolution in you? Forget about civilization, I'm talking about evolution. Where is the evolution? Where's the sign of evolution, I'm asking?
Okay, Sadhguruji, let's go to…
I've seen people copying answers in examination, but never
yeah,
questions.
I've got questions. Today many women in our modern society are stepping out and having a career. And I'd just like to know, what do you think of this? Of women stepping out, being career people, managing home as well, being financially independent? Is this good?
Say, every woman should do what she wants to do as an individual person. It should not be made into a trend in a society or the only right thing to do in the world. Because I think if a woman intends to have 2 children and raise them, I think it's a full-time job. I'm not saying she should not go out and work. If she wishes to, as an individual person, she's free to do what she wants to do. But having 2 children is not about reproduction. You're manufacturing the next generation of people. How the world will be tomorrow will be determined by what kind of mothers you have today, believe me. You know, I have seen many ladies coming to me and say, when I ask, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just a housewife. I said, why do you say you're just a housewife? You don't seem to understand the significance of, being able to nurture 2 or 3 new lives. It's not a not important job. It's a very important job. Career, I want you to understand, right now because we have made the whole world into economics, unfortunately women also getting as stupid as men, as if how much money you earn is going to determine the value of your life. No, it is just procurement of things that you need. Money is just about that. Man was procuring, woman was taking about the more beautiful aspects of life. Now woman also wants to procure. If there is such an economic need in the family, fine, she must do it. But it is not a compulsive need. It must not be set up as something better to do than doing something. If she sings song, if she plays music, or if she just loves her children, or if she cooks beautifully, or she just lives beautifully like a flower, it's good enough, I'm saying. It is not necessary that only if she earns this much money, she is doing something valuable, otherwise she's not. If there is an economic need, she can do it, or if she has a passion for doing it, she can do it. But let not such values be set up in the world, because you are not evolving, you're regressing. You are making survival more important than aesthetics of life.
Okay, Sadhguruji, let me take you away from this and let me take you to a world of, say, films.
World of films, okay, let's go. Let's go movies.
years ago when films started and, you know, through the 60s, 70s, there were lovely stories, nice values, beautiful music, lyrics. By the time I was the star in movies, some of our jhatka matkas might have shocked the previous generations and they must have said, what is all this? But it was still within limits.
Whose limits?
I mean, what's acceptable to society, whatever. I mean, I'll say, and then now, today, the complexion of films, the kind of films we see, you know, it's little clothes, it's live-in relationships are, you know, up there on screen for everybody to see, and nightclub culture. I mean, it sometimes worries me that my children are growing up now. This is what they're seeing. These are the kind of songs that they're listening to. The lyrics are about, you know...
From Janam Janam to expiry date songs.
Yes. So this is what they're watching. This is what they think is cool. This is the hip and happening stuff. I'm
I
little
think by the
concerned.
time you came, the Janam Janam was over.
No, it was still there. It was in the middle somewhere. The music was wonderful. The lyrics were still lovely. But today it is Munni Badnaam ho gayi, and things have really moved to chewing gums, and I am forgetting at this moment what the lyrics are. But then it's shallow right now. India has the youngest population in the world right now. So with such a young nation growing up on this is the feed. This is what you see, this is what you hear. I'm just a little concerned as to what they will turn out to be.
I'm sure your parents were concerned too.
Okay, so can
I'm sure my parents were very concerned when I was growing up. So every parent has this concern, every generation has this concern that the next generation is going wrong, always. I understand what you're saying. This sudden change, if every generation likes to go one step beyond where the previous generation has stepped in, on almost everything, just for the sake of doing something different, or it's natural, they have grown up in one atmosphere, they take it to another level.
They move to the next level.
Yes. Next is not always next. That's what you're saying. Next is not always next, right?
Yes, it's not higher, it's someone else,
It's just next.
It's…
So, this concern is always there, but right now, the change that is happening is not the next. It is a serious influence because in the last 15 years, the world's ability to communicate across cultures and borders is so heavy and so unprecedented. Nobody has ever been used to this kind of influences before, okay, never before. This level of influence on our young people, never before possible, no other generation has ever experienced this kind of onslaught from so many directions, and the volume of influence is too big. So, in terms of changes that are happening, it is not next, it is simply somewhere and nobody knows where it is because it's too complex and too mixed. Nobody knows where it is, including the young people, it's just a mix of things. So this is because of a sudden onslaught of information and communication. It is not for us to judge whether it's good or bad, it is just that definitely this level of information. When I say information, it's like when we were growing up, I believe it was true for your generation also, we never knew what is boredom, okay? There was no such thing, we were just excited about everything that came our way. But you see today 12-year-old kids, if you tell them what, oh.
Yes.
You see, they're
Yes.
just bored because they know the whole cosmos, they've seen it on their phone screen, not even on a computer screen. On the phone screen, they've seen entire cosmos, they know everything. Things that you do not know, they know, you ask them, they know it.
Yes.
By information. By the time they're 18, they have had 5 love affairs and gone. In the Western world, it's like that, here also it's beginning to happen, okay? So by the time they're 18, they've seen everything that you need to see with body, mind, emotion, okay? By the time they're 25, what? What next?
What next?
No. You will see. This is not my wish, but this is something that I see. The way people's minds are working, the way they're being laden with information. I'm not by any standards a pessimistic person, but I'm just seeing this. If this level of information continues and it'll multiply manifold for the coming generations, you should not be surprised in the next 50 to 100 years, if 50% of the human population choose to commit suicide, you should not be surprised, because that is what will happen to the mind. Somebody's clapping, look at this, it's popular.
No, you've just touched a chord. That's…
No,
I
I'm
mean,
saying,
I think we realized something…
today, this day, more people commit suicide in this world than all the wars and murders and accidents manage to kill. So more people are on self-help already than murderers, warmongers, bad drivers, everything put together. More people are on self-help. And if this level of information onslaught continues on human mind, I know the nature of mind absolutely, because I know my mind. I know how it works, what it can handle, what it cannot do. I know it clearly what human mind is. That's the reason why I don't have to read people's books or listen to their entire thing. If they say one sentence, I know what their mind is, because I know the structure of human mind entirely. Otherwise, I won't be who I am. So, I'm saying this, if this level of information onslaught continues at the same pace or at higher pace, which is possible in the next few years, this will definitely lead to wanting to terminate yourself, because there will be nothing to live for. There is no joy and excitement about anything. You please watch your children. By the time they're 12, 15, they're just bored. You look back at your own life. Those of you who are over 50 years of age, just look back at your own life. When you were 12, 15, was there any room for you to get bored about anything? Simply you were excited about every little thing, isn't it? Today you will see it's almost a common feature. 12, 15-year-old kids are just bored. Only thing is…
Yes, they're all on iPads, iPhones,
Because
yes, they're on gadgets.
we're talking about love and life, all this will not mean nothing. Because you had one love affair when you were 18 years of age, you thought this is your life and you're going to willing to die for it, whether you died for it or not, but at least at that time you thought you'll die for it, okay? Today on Facebook they have 22 love affairs going simultaneously. It just means nothing. I'm not saying they should have it or not have it, all I'm saying is, this will lead to a certain overload on the mind, and suddenly a human being will think, why am I here? You know that big Shakespearean question, to be or not to be? This is not the most intelligent question. Unfortunately, people think so. This is only because you have not been touched by life. You are not a piece of life, you're just a psychological case. You're full of thoughts and emotions. You have not touched life at all. You think your thoughts and emotions are life? No. Your thoughts and emotions are the drama that you're creating in your mind. It is your cinema. You must be able to end it somewhere. If you do not know how to put the end, then it's going on endless cinema, you're going crazy. Life is happening here. You know, your work is not life, your family is not life, your career is not life, your cinema is not life, your thought is not life, your emotion is not life. Life is happening here. Everything else is accessories to life. Now, the frills of life have become larger than life itself. Life is entirely missed. If you touch life within you, then it's an explosion of energy. When such a thing never happens to you, because you have information about the whole cosmos on your phone screen, you will never be touched by life because too much information, too much thought, even emotion is drying up, too much thought. This has happened. If you look at European philosophy in the last 150 years, you will see, if you read Dostoevsky, you will want to commit suicide. Brilliant, intellectually brilliant, but you will wonder why are you alive? Because intellect is like that. If you wake up in the morning, devoid of touching any life's experience within you, don't think about your child's face, do not think about the flowers in the garden, birds in the sky, nothing beautiful that ever touched you. Just think logically, you have to get out of bed, that's not a small feat. You have to brush your teeth, breakfast, go to work, eat, sleep, again tomorrow morning same thing. Next 50 years you have to do the same process every day. If you look at it 100% logically and intellectually, you will have no reason to live tomorrow morning. It's only if you're touched by something, suddenly it's worth living. If you're not touched by anything, then it's not worth living. What is so worth living about a human being? Waking up in the morning, trudging through life every day, eating, sleeping, same rubbish, what is the point? There is no point. Unless you're touched by something, some magic of life, if it doesn't touch you, either in the form of love, or in the form of a flower, or in the form of something within you, if something doesn't sparkle within you, definitely there is a question whether I should live or not, isn't it? And we are taking humanity in that direction with this overload of information. Information is not knowing, information is just garbage collection. You just gather things which don't mean anything to you. You look smart in a tea party, but you're not smart with life, okay? If you're smart with life, you must be blissful, isn't it? If you're really smart with life, you must be joyful and blissful, isn't it so? You're only smart in a tea party because, when somebody is talking something, the galaxy Z22, what happens there? Everybody, wow! They can also open the internet and the same thing, you think this guy visited the galaxy?
So Sadhguruji, then what is it? Okay, so for all of us, give us in clear, simple sentences, do this and you will be at least on the way to being blissful or happy or aware or living in a nice conscious way.
If you just observe, if everybody makes a little effort, everybody take a little time for this piece of life, okay? Not for your family, not for your career, not for something else. Just for this piece of life, give it little time because this is the most important piece of life in your life, isn't it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Even if you're in love with somebody, still this is the most important piece of life, isn't it? So pay some attention to this. How does it happen? Why have you taken it for granted? Believe me, you're not going to be here forever. I'll bless you with a long life, but you're going to fall dead one day. Yes or no?
Yes.
So, do not take this for granted. If you wake up in the morning, tomorrow if you wake up in the morning, no, this is not my wish, but I want you to know, of all the people who go to bed tonight, over 1 million people will not wake up tomorrow morning. And tomorrow, if you and me wake up tomorrow morning, is it not a fantastic thing? 1 million people did not wake up. You woke up. Is it not a great thing? Just look at the ceiling and smile. You are still awake. You're still there. 1 million people did not get up in the morning and you woke up. And for many millions of people, somebody who's dear to them did not wake up. So just check those 5-6 people around you. They all woke up. Wow, it's a fantastic day. You woke up and everybody who matters to you around you woke up. Is it not fantastic day? You don't think so?
Yes. Yes.
You don't seem to think so.
Yes.
Because the problem is just this, you are living with an idea that you're immortal. When I say you're immortal, you're not actually thinking you're immortal, but you're not conscious of your mortality. If you're not conscious of your mortality, somewhere you think you're immortal, isn't it? How many moments in a day are you conscious that you're mortal? If you were conscious, would you have time to crib? Would you have time to fight with somebody? Would you have time to do some rubbish with your life? If you knew, if you are conscious that you are mortal, you would do nothing other than what is absolutely needed for you and everybody around you. This one thing if you do, if you just remind yourself, you don't think this is a negative thing. Death is not a negative thing, it's the only thing which has added value to your life. If you're here forever, you would be unbearable.
Yes, yes.
Isn't it? Aren't we glad everybody dies one day? If you just become conscious of this one thing, that always you're conscious that I'm mortal, you don't have to think, I will die today, we don't intend, we want to live as far as possible. Just you know, one day I will die. If you're just conscious of this one thing, you will naturally become spiritual. You will not become spiritual by thinking about God, you will become unrealistic, hallucinatory. You will start talking to somebody, you will start doing all kinds of things. Already people, you know, they have earphones on and they're talking, you don't know whether they've lost it or they… 10 years ago, if somebody was walking on the street talking, you would know that he's lost. But today you don't know whether they got their headphones on and they just lost it and they're talking, we cannot make out. But if you are conscious that you are mortal every moment of your life, spiritual process has begun for you. So one of the main reasons, one of the fundamental reasons why that all these things have to be taught to you, that she's repeatedly asking this question, were you born special, did you have normal birth or not, is simply because most people have forgotten they're mortal. They think they're immortal. They may not actually think they're immortal, but they're not conscious they're mortal. With every step, with every breath, if they were conscious of this, you know how consciously they would live? They would become fantastic. It is your mortality which makes you want to know what is the nature of your existence. You really want to know where you came from, where you will go, only when it sinks into you, all this drama, poof, one day it will end. But right now you think only others appear in obituary columns, you are only going to read it.
That is simply beautiful.
That's all that's needed. If you want to know the value of life, just know that it's a brief happening. The time that you spend here as life, it's a very relative experience. If you're truly joyful and ecstatic, it's horribly brief, believe me. I feel like I was born day before yesterday, see already how I've become, okay?
Yes.
But on a particular day, if you're depressed or miserable, one day seems like an endless thing. So, only miserable people have a long life.
Yes.
If you're a joyful, ecstatic person, life is always brief. If you live to be 100, it's still very brief for what possibilities a human being carries. For the immensity of what a human being is, it's too brief a life. If you're given 100 years, 200 years, it's still too brief, because before you know what's happening, before you explore a few dimensions of life, it'll be over. It'll be over, okay? Only miserable people have a very long life, they feel it's very long.
Sadhguruji, here we have a few questions. First question is from Prabhas Sundar Sen. Where and how do we draw the line between loving unconditionally and becoming a doormat?
See, we need to understand this. What's being right now passed around as love is generally a mutual benefit scheme. You give me this, I'll give you that. If you don't give me that, I don't give you this. This is not said, but it's done.
Okay.
It's done, isn't it? It's not said. So, human beings have physical, psychological, emotional, economic, social and various other kinds of needs. To fulfill these things, when you say, I love you, instead of making these things ugly needs that we have to, ugly transactions that we have to do, you give me this, you give me that, to bring some aesthetic and beauty to this transaction, we coat it with a certain amount of sweetness of emotion, which we call as love affair, where the transactions happen more smoothly, because once we are human, somehow doing basic transactions in a basic way makes us feel ugly. If you take food with both your hands and eat it, it's ugly, isn't it? We want to eat in a certain way. Similarly, to fulfill our physical needs, emotional needs, economic needs, we have arrangements where we can conduct this in a more aesthetic manner. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, this is the fact of life. So this level of love, I call this is enough to fulfill the domestic needs of one's, for two people to live together, to fulfill their needs, to produce children, to raise them. Domestic level of love affair people can have. But if people want to have a love affair which will bring them to an ultimate union, then not many people are competent to do that. Not many people are ready to have that kind of a love affair where it'll make two lives into one. Two becomes actually one in experience. That will need something more. Most people are competent of using love to fulfill the domestic needs. But to go beyond that, they are not ready. And when I say they're not ready either, I'm not talking about this person or that person. So when one is ready and another is not ready, or one is making an effort and another doesn't have the effort, then it feels like somebody is becoming a doormat. That is what it is, that it feels like they're being exploited. But above all, one who is longing to use love as a way of ultimate union should not be bothered about being doormat, this and that. In India, we have a culture where by choice people name themselves as slaves. You know, Ram Das, Krishna Das, this Das, that Das. What is it? They're openly saying, I'm a slave, I'm a doormat, I want to be a doormat. They're not saying, I'm afraid I'll be used as a doormat, they're saying, I want to be a doormat. So this is a kind of love that they are wanting to use for ultimate union. This is not for domestic purposes. So if you're looking for ultimate union, then love is a different affair. If you're looking for conducting of domestic affairs, then you must manage dignity, who gets what. If anybody is using more than what they should, then if you don't give me that, I don't give you this, okay? Otherwise, if you're looking for ultimate union, you should not think of all these things, that's a different affair. That's not much social thing. If you fall in love itself, you become vulnerable to somebody.
Yes.
Without becoming vulnerable, there is no love affair. You have to fall. When you fall, somebody may raise you or somebody may walk over you.
Yes.
But the thing is, the experience of your life is beautiful because you fell, not because they raised you, not because they walked over you, because you could actually have the sense of abandon in you to fall. That was the beauty of your love affair, not what they gave you, what they did to you, this no. The beauty was you sat alone and you think you really love this person so much you're willing to die. That was the most beautiful moment. Not the moment they gave you a big gift, not the moment they gave you a diamond ring, not the moment they said this and that about you, no. You just sat here and you're willing to die. That was the moment. Not just a doormat, you're willing to be the dust on their feet, okay? I'm not saying you should be like that. I'm saying where love transformed itself into devotion. If you fall in love itself, you become very vulnerable, but there are still some shreds of sanity in love affairs that you can recover. But if you become a devotee, there is no sanity left and you cannot recover. So before you tread such a land, you must see whether you offer it or not. What are your goals first of all? If your goal is to make a life, a cautioned, a very measured love affair is good. But your thing is, you want to dissolve into the process of life, you don't want to have a good life, you're not planning to have a good life, you just want to become an explosion of life, you don't care what you get and what you don't get, then you become a devotee. Devotion means it's your intention to dissolve into your object of devotion. So a devotee is not expecting whether I'll become a doormat or a crown on somebody's head. Whatever I become, as long as I can touch your feet or head or whatever, it's fine with me.
Yeah.
So that's a different state of existence. I don't think somebody who's looking for a domestic level of love affair should even ask that question.
We have one question from the social media, the Facebook. Amit Madan wants to know, in this materialistic age, the real feeling of love is disappearing from our life. most of the love we receive from others and express to others is superficial, how can we reinforce the real feeling of love in our own life and in others?
Forget about others. If you learn to be loving by your own nature, not because of somebody else or something else. I know the question is coming from Facebook, there's an enormous possibility. You can even love those people who don't even exist. So I'm saying it's a tremendous possibility. So, if you just become love, not love somebody, then you will know the nature of love. If you love somebody, it's a fickle happening, because no human being will happen 100% the way you want them. Every human being on this planet is going to disappoint you, believe me. Not because they'll do something wrong, because nobody can fulfill the unrealistic expectation you have of them. It's simply not possible. Have you been able to fulfill anybody's expectation, I'm asking you, entirely? Partially, but never entirely, isn't it? So nobody else will be able to do it. Unless you're still such a hopeless romantic, you're still waiting, that ideal person is going to come from somewhere. No, believe me, whoever comes, I want you to know, the ideal people whom you worship, when Krishna was there, his wives complained. All right?
So there is no hope for us. Yes, please remember this. Okay. Sadhguruji, this is where we open, the platform. It's… anybody has a question, this is the moment.
Yes, please.
My name is Anand. My question is about marriage, divorce.
No, they're two different things, huh?
See, today is many youngsters, like many of them, they don't want to marry. And few of them who marry, there are occasions where they are getting divorced. So, would you like to throw some light on this situation, Sadhguru?
See, you need to understand the institution of marriage. One thing is, as we said a little while ago, it's about bringing a certain sanctity to the simple basic needs that every human being has. I will repeat, there are physical needs, there are psychological needs, there are economic needs, emotional needs, social needs, variety of needs. To fulfill all these things, we set up an institution called marriage where all this can be conducted in a sensible manner. Otherwise, if we did it on the streets like every other creature, it would turn ugly for us and we will feel not good about it. So to bring some sense of organization, some aesthetic, some stability, because man and woman coming together naturally brought fresh life. The nature of human life, the nature of human offspring is such that because of the possibilities that a human being carries, it is, compared to any other creature, it is the most helpless life, which needs maximum amount of support. You could leave a puppy on the street, as long as he gets food, he grows up into a good dog, no problem. But not so with the human being, he doesn't need just physical support, he needs variety of support and above all, a stable situation. Whether there should be marriage in society or not, one will debate when they are 18, because physical body is asking for freedom, all right? At that time, everybody questions, is marriage really needed? Why can't we just live whichever way we want? But when you're 3 years of age, you valued marriage immensely, a stable marriage immensely, isn't it so? Yes, sir?
Yes.
Not yours, your parents.
Your parents, yes.
When you're 3-4 years of age, you're 100% for marriage. Again, when you become 45-50, you're 100% for marriage. Between 18 and 35, you're questioning the whole process. Okay?
That's true.
I'm not saying marriage is the thing, but do you have a better alternative? If you have a better alternative, damn the marriage. But you have not come up with a better alternative, because a stable situation is a must.
For a child, once you have a child, it's a 20-year project,
Yes.
okay? That is if they do well. If they don't do well, it's a lifelong project. So, if you want to get into such projects, at least 20 years, there must be a commitment to create a stable situation. Your whims and fancies will change, your emotions will change. If that is what it is, don't get into such situations. It's not compulsory for everybody to get married. It's good, young people, you're saying people are thinking whether to get married, and I'm glad. It is not necessary for everybody. But if you get into it, and especially if you get into children, you must understand it's a minimum 20-year project, whether you like it or you don't like it. Otherwise, you shouldn't get into those projects. You don't walk into a project, drop it halfway and walk away, isn't it? They have their benefits and they have their problems. It's your choice, but at least choose consciously. You don't have to get married because everybody is getting married. You don't have to talk about marriage and divorce in same breath as if they come together. This is a completely an American idea, you're thinking of marriage and divorce together. Nobody thought of divorce in this country till recently, isn't it? Why should you ever talk about marriage and divorce in one breath? It's a crime. It's really a crime to think on those lines. But if it so happens, something truly went wrong between two people and they have to separate, that will anyway inevitably happen. You don't have to plan it at the time of wedding.
Namaskaram, Sadhguru.
Okay.
Yeah. Namaskaram, Juhi ma'am. You mentioned about survival and you talked about aesthetics of life. I would request you to elaborate on aesthetics of life. And my second question is from my friend. I don't know whether you will answer it or not, but I just want to mention it over here because she has requested me to do so. Her question is, what is the purpose of this universe?
Tell your friend I didn't make it.
Thank you so much.
Why am I being blamed for these things? The only thing I have done is, I have figured the nature of my life. And by figuring the nature of this life, I know by inference, every life has happened the same way. Not just every life, the very cosmos has happened the same way. If you know the nature of this life from its origin to its ultimate, you know the nature of everything by inference, everything that's worth knowing. So tell your friend, I didn't make this universe, so don't blame me for such big things. I just figured my way through my life. And if you figure it, you will see the most important thing that's happening in your life right now is that you're alive. Nothing else. Not that stocks have gone up today, that's not the most important thing. Not your love affair, not this and that. If you don't understand what I'm saying, suppose tomorrow you lost… I'm not saying you must wish, I'm not wishing you must lose, but suppose tomorrow you lost half your money and you're feeling depressed and your mind says, I want to die. Close your mouth, hold your nose like this for 2 minutes. Your body says, to hell with your money, I want to live. Tomorrow, you found your love affair collapsed and your mind says, I want to die. Check. The life within you says, to hell with your love affair, I want to live. Every time you feel little suicidal or depressed, just check. The life within you says, to hell with all these things, I want to live. So I want to know the most important thing that's happening to you right now is life itself. Not the fancy thoughts that you have, not the emotions that you have, not financial arrangements or family arrangements or whatever rubbish you have built around you. These are all accessories to life. These are all frills. Frills are so much you're missing the skirt, that's a whole problem with you. Yes, so much frill, fundamental things are forgotten. So, this is the most important thing. Right now for most people, life means their job. Life means the new house they're building. Life means the car that they bought. Life means their wife, their husband, their children. No. Life means what's throbbing here, not even your body, not your mind, not your thought, not your emotion. What is right now throbbing here, this is life. Because this is on, everything else seems to be meaningful. If this one stops, nothing around you means any damn thing to you or to anybody.
I liked what Sadhguruji today, what he was explaining, that this blissfulness, this happiness, whatever it is not outside of you and it is there with you. If you at every moment remember that you are here only for this brief time, wouldn't you do the best every moment? Wouldn't you love everybody that moment? Wouldn't you do all the things that you love or you value every moment of your life?
I'm joined by Jaggi Vasudev Sadhguru, known by many names: healer, preacher, modern-day guru, yogi, mystic. But he is the man principally behind Isha Foundation, which is running thousands of centers across the world teaching meditation and yoga to a lot of people. So let me begin this interview by asking you, what does yoga stand for?
The word yoga means union. When we say union, we're talking about an individual human being being capable of experiencing life in a way that is universal. Or in other words, experiencing life beyond the boundaries of physical body, because this is a physical body that we have accumulated over a period of time. It is not a solid state, it's something that we're accumulating on a daily basis and dropping something out of it. So these boundaries are very illusory and sensory in nature. If you transcend your sensory limits, you experience yourself as a limitless possibility. So when you experience that, that's called yoga. One who experiences that is referred to as a yogi. But then why would anybody want to know this? If you want to understand the fundamentals of everything that a human being is experiencing in terms of variety of struggles that they go through, is essentially this boundary, you versus the rest. If there's only you and you, there's no problem in the world.
Is yoga a set of exercise? Is it political? Is it religious? How do you define it?
It is all of it and it's not any of those things, in the sense, is there a physical aspect involved? Of course, because you have a body, you have to exercise it. But the exercise is not only on the physical level. As you can exercise, see if a person who's well exercised walks there, you can see, just by looking at the gait, you know that this is a well-exercised physical body. Similarly, there can be a well-exercised mind, there can be well-exercised energy system. And accordingly in yoga, there are different types of systems for physicality, for your psychological space, and also the fundamental energies in the system. All of these can be exercised so that a human being can be brought to an ultimate possibility.
Now, if I look at people who are exercising here, they're experts in their own system. I see them as doing as a set of exercise, kriyas, or different mudras, postures. Some people would say that yoga is like any other exercise which is for well-being of the platform, which is body. So how do you redefine yoga in your Isha Foundation?
It's not a redefinition. It is about fixing the distortions that have happened in recent times. Because unfortunately, for a lot of people, yoga, the yoga that they know is a rebound from the American coast. If you look at this tree, if you don't know what's a tree, you think it's just standing. No, right now, it's preparing to throw out a whole lot of flowers and fragrance out. You just watch in a few days what will come out of it. Similarly, a human being, what he or she seems to be doing externally is one thing, but what they're preparing within themselves is a completely different dimension.
Yoga is, I would say, back in the political narrative. And there are two questions I would ask you. One is about the comeback of yoga, but that's later in the interview. But in your opinion, how's the idea? 21st June is the International Yoga Day now. It's being appropriated by the state also, by the political dispensation. Is it a good idea?
It's a phenomenal idea. It's a phenomenal event on the planet in the sense. For a long time this has not happened, or you can say in modern history for the first time, political leadership or heads of nation are talking about the inner well-being of the human being. All these days it's been understood that if they talk about the economics or the military aspects of it or other dimensions of material well-being, that's good enough. For the first time, heads of nations are talking about the inner well-being of a human being. That's a very significant step in the world.
The gross happiness. The gross happiness of an individual.
Much more than happiness.
But some would say that, the state or the political dispensation or an ideology is trying to appropriate which belongs to everyone.
How can they appropriate that? It is just that when United Nations declares that there's an International Yoga Day, it's a recognition that this does not belong to any political system or religious beliefs or any sectarian groups. It means that this is a science that needs to be encouraged for the well-being of the human being. As there is a science and technology for external well-being, there is a whole science and technology for inner well-being. And if the state does not encourage that, it simply means that the state is not interested in the well-being of their citizens. I think it's absolutely wonderful that the state is encouraging that. You cannot compel people, but you can always encourage people, you can always campaign.
More than state, I think it's the personal initiative of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
I think the step that he has taken is truly historic and remarkable. The impact of this you will know in the next 10–15 years' time.
What will be the impact? You have been teaching
One thing is, just look at this. There have been in the past serious, epidemics which are largely controlled today because of modern medicine. There have been serious ailments largely due to nourishment problems on the planet. But look at the most affluent nations in the world, for example, take United States. They have a whole choice of nourishment, but they spend over $3 trillion in healthcare to push into nation. If you have to come out of this, yoga is a significant step, most important step, and you will see in the next 10–15 years, the rest of the world is hugely grateful to our Prime Minister for taking this step.
Are you saying that yoga can be a cost-effective preventive meditation and medication?
If you want to look at it that way, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's like a lifestyle-altering system of belief whereby…
See, it is a way of creating yourself from within. See, as it is, you may be giving raw material in the form of food, but the way you have structured your body has happened from within. What is happening from within must happen the way you want it, both in terms of your physical structure, your psychological patterns, your emotions and the way your energy functions. This must be determined from within. Yoga is the technology for determining that. Look at the little snake on the leaf.
Oh yes. You spoke about yoga as…
Three of them.
Four of them. You spoke about yoga as a preventive medication, a lifestyle altering system. But Sadhguru, Prime Minister has come under a lot of attack on this issue. There's a lot of criticism in terms of appropriating it in political narrative and in his sense of nation building.
I think that is simply because there is the segment of population always who is bankrupt both intellectually and otherwise, politically probably, who have to rake up anything that's done. I am not a fan of any particular party or a person, But when something good is done, if you don't appreciate it, then you're not interested in the well-being of the nation or the world.
Tell me one thing. Is yoga about Hinduism? Is it independent of the boundaries of Sanatan Dharma? Does it have a religious cosmology? How do you define yoga as a system of knowledge?
See, yoga predates all religion. Its antiquity goes back to 15 millennia, okay, 15,000 years. There was no idea or a thought about religion at that time. It is something that's come out of a very profound observation of the human system. If yoga is Hindu, gravity must be Jewish. What can you do with such people?
But then the motives, iconography, I went around Isha Foundation also, appropriates a lot of from Sanatan Dharma. For example, Nandi, for example, the statue of Shiva. These icons…
Let's handle one at a time.
they are part of the cosmology of Sanatan Dharma.
No. They are part of a pastoral society. India has always been a pastoral society. A cow and a bull plays an important role. And we use this Nandi as a symbolism of alertness and patience. It's an eternal patience, because if one wants to become receptive, this is what is needed. This is what the modern society is missing. In becoming goal-oriented, they're so loaded with expectations, they can't perceive what's happening. They're not even here, their mind is somewhere else all the time. In yoga we say, if your one eye is set on the goal, you have only one eye to find your way. It's a very inefficient way of doing life. So Nandi is a symbolism. He is here fully alert, but waiting with eternal patience. This is a mode that you need to take if you want to perceive dimensions beyond where you are right now.
But then you will not deny that these are motives, symbols of everyday Hindu cultural life. It's not the religious.
Let's understand.
Allow me to use the word cultural.
The word Hindu, no, it's not even a culture is there of course, but the word Hindu comes from this fundamental. The land between Himalayas and Hindu Sagar is referred to as Hindu. The people who lived here developed an enormous sense of gratitude to these two geographical features, because they understood it's only because of the Himalayan ranges and the Indian Ocean that their culture flourished. They lived well without any invasions from outside, without barbarian tribes coming and ravaging them. They knew their well-being is mainly because of these two geographical features. Out of gratitude, they developed a reverence for these two geographical features and called themselves Hindu. Now an earthworm born in this land is a Hindu earthworm, you must understand this. It is like saying an elephant born in Africa is an African elephant. Is it wrong? Is it religious? So, anything that's in this land is Hindu. Now you're calling it India. India doesn't mean anything if you don't know this. It doesn't mean anything, it's just an English word coined by somebody. There is no reference to anything. This is a very dialectical culture where there is a meaning to everybody's name. If you're Kartikeya, there is so much meaning to that name. We don't take names like ding dong bong, okay? Everything has to have a meaning because it's an ancient culture, it's a dialectical culture. Even if you name a dog, you want it to have a meaning. This is the nature of this culture. Anything that is in this land, if you're allergic to it for some reason, hats off to you.
But then how do you take care of the fears expressed by the minorities?
I don't think it's the fears of the minorities, I think it's the fears of a few minority leaders. I don't think the larger community is even bothered about these things. It is just that there are very insecure leaders who can only exist if the community feels insecure. It's very unfortunate that constantly people have been playing politics with their lives. It's time we stop that. In any nation, everything belongs to some culture, right? But anything that belongs to this nation, which we call as Hindustan or Bharat or whatever, you must understand, entire North India, in South India this usage is not there. In North India, it's very common to call this country Hindustan. When we say Hindustan, we are not talking about a religious identity, we are talking about a geographical identity.
So you are saying that it's because of the political climate or the politics on the issue of yoga, and not the real. It's not about the real apprehension which minorities have. It's that there are leaders who are trying to politically appropriate it. But yes,
certain leaders, not all of them, a few of them.
Few of them. But then fundamentally, we have to accept that yoga in modern time has also acquired a political view.
In what sense?
It becomes part of nation building. A political party has to sponsor it. A nation had to absorb it. It had to be recreated through camera. And we are talking about an ancient practice as well. And we had to redefine it in terms of scientific temper.
You need to understand this. This has always been 100% scientific process.
Okay.
It is just that today we have come to this state where we have an ailment within us. Unless something comes from the West, it cannot be science. So, we may try to explain in that context because that's the only language you understand. Otherwise, see people… I'll tell you, some institute wants to test the gamma waves in my brain. Okay. I did not even know I have gamma waves. I know I have a working brain. That was good enough for me. They said they want to test. I said, okay. Then they put some 14 electrodes and made me sit down. They said, close your eyes and meditate. I sat down. After some time, they were hitting in some metallic objects in all those funny places in the joints, like the elbows and knees. It became very painful. Then I opened my eyes and what is the problem? They were giving me a very weird look. I asked, why? Did I do something wrong? They said, no, our instruments are saying you're dead. I said, that's a great diagnosis you have. Then they said, you must be either dead or you must be brain dead. I said that the second opinion I don't want, it's too insulting. I'll take the first one. Okay. So I'm saying you're trying to measure the most sophisticated gadget on the planet, which is the human mechanism, with rudimentary stuff that you have created. It is rudimentary compared to this. Because there has been a certain loss of integrity. If a human being says something, he is not to be trusted. It has to be said by an instrument. Simply because you have produced a whole population or huge numbers of people who have no control over their memory nor their imagination. But this is not the kind of people we worked for. Yogic systems produce kind of human beings who are more precise than any modern instrument.
So you're saying that the yoga is a system of knowledge, yoga is a system of belief, yoga
No. Yoga is not a system of belief. Yoga is a science which has evolved various technologies for inner well-being.
Okay.
As there are technologies for external well-being, this is a technology for inner well-being.
Okay.
How it is transmitted? Because it's subjective, it is variable from person to person how he transmits it. But has it worked? You must understand this. In these 15,000 years, the only thing that has lived on this planet is yoga, all right? Only system. And there's never been a papacy or any kind of force. In any point in the history, there's not been a situation where somebody put a sword to your throat and said, you must do yoga or you're dead, okay? But it's happened simply because of its efficacy. It's worked, that's the only reason it lives. Today, nearly 2 billion people are practicing some form of yoga. We want to make sure every human being has a touch of yoga. So we are right now propagating various things. 5 minutes yoga, 3 minutes yoga you do. If it works…
You have capsules,
yes,
yoga for…
simple, very simple stuff.
Work excellence, yoga for
Yes.
Personal life.
Yes.
Does it work?
For love, for joy, for happiness, like this. Does it work? If it doesn't work, I must tell you this, Isha Foundation, for the first 21 years of my work, as a rule, I never appeared in the media, never printed a brochure, no advertisement, nothing. Only by word of mouth, millions of people came. So does it work? Obviously it does. Today we're making a lot of noise. One thing is because we want to make this a global phenomenon. Another thing is we have huge social projects, ecological projects, medical things and education for which we need support. So we've been making noise for last 11 years. If you heard of me, It's only in the last 11 years. First 21 years, I never moved out of this place. That's it. It's only by word of mouth. Still millions came. Why would they come? Even today, if anybody goes through the fundamental yoga process, they will make sure their family and their friends are there. No promise of miracles, no ticket to heaven, just hardcore stuff about all the problems that you have, the source is yourself. If you want to fix it, we have methods.
So you're saying that it has invited unnecessary controversy just because the Prime Minister has taken the initiative?
Yes, unfortunately that's become the language of the nation. It's time we understand, whoever we elect, I don't care who you elect, if people elect somebody, next 4.5 years, you must… every citizen in this country must support them, absolutely. Last 3 to 4 months we can do all the politicking. Entire 5 years if you're doing this nonsense, how do you expect this country to get somewhere? It looks like people who have eaten well and who live in cities are not aware there's almost 500 million people who are postponing their dinners on a daily basis, okay? There are almost 600 million people who are malnourished in this country. People don't seem to be aware of these things or they don't care. They're only interested in barking on the news channels and shouting and saying everything is wrong. The only way the country can go forward as a democracy is, once we have chosen someone, next 4.5 years, just simply support them, every citizen.
You… if I'm not wrong, you met the Prime Minister?
I did.
How was the meeting?
It was a personal and private meeting, it was not for any particular purpose as such. See, one thing is, country is foremost in his mind, which I'm very happy with. Another thing is, very hardworking, good. Will he do all the right things? Maybe not, but he wants to do the right things, that itself is a good thing. Another thing is, this is a nation that you can't just by changing a policy. You have to make everything into an emotional movement, otherwise in this country nothing will change. And this is a man who's capable of creating that emotional movement in the nation. And he's changed the perception of India big time in the world. Big time means I'm traveling all over the world. Wherever I go, unknown people come up to me and say, "What do you think about your Prime Minister? Oh, he's a world leader." These things I've never heard. India means…
This is after Narendra Modi became the
Yes, in
Prime
the
Minister.
last 6-7 months, it's such a big movement in the world. You know, I happened to meet about… it was Robert Kennedy's 25th anniversary, I was there. There were 42 Democratic senators in United States. You won't believe, without exception, each one of them coming up to me and saying, "He's a world leader, you got a great leader going for India." When the whole world is excited, I think as Indians we must stand up and see what we can do. It is not about him, it's not about their party, it's about the country and the people who have not eaten properly for generations. Is there no concern at all?
Tell you one thing, did you discuss yoga with him?
Sort of, because he himself practices a little bit.
What sort of yoga does he practice? Did you get an idea?
He's doing
Because what we see is a couple of photographs, so that's about it.
He's doing some simple yoga which keeps him fit and kept him alert. It has both physiologically and psychologically done things for him, so he's sticking to it.
So, did the International Yoga Day… did it come up in your conversation with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
Not really.
So what was the meeting about? Because it was tweeted.
I told you it was a personal
Officially.
meeting. I never thought it has to be publicized, but he put it on the tweet, so I had to respond. Otherwise, I would have never talked about it.
But a lot of people say that, he's trying to build…
My
trying to
concern…
pull in a lot of people who have a lot of repute in the world of yoga.
My concern of me wanting to meet him or me meeting him is not about yoga, is about the nation and variety of situations which we can fix and not been fixed for ages. For 6 decades, we have not fixed simple situations that we can easily fix. It doesn't take extra resources, it just takes little extra care. So those are the situations I wanted to bring into his notice, and it was amazing to see that he at least has thought about these things and looking for a solution and how to implement those solutions, which was good.
What part of his conversation with you impressed?
One thing
impressed you or was impressive?
One thing that's most impressive about him is, carrying the responsibility of a complex nation like India in personal interactions. He's a very joyful person, very sharp intellect and a large heart, which is impressive, and that's very necessary for a leader, I feel.
Tell me one thing, in the initial part of the interview you spoke about the West. Isn't it ironical that yoga makes a comeback in our subcontinent once it becomes a rage in industry, in America, in Europe, when it acquires a cult following?
See, the thing is, it's not that it's not being practiced in India. It is just that in India we do whatever we do it quietly. In America, whatever they do it with lots of pomp. So people think yoga is happening only in America. That's not true. You go to any village in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, you travel anywhere in the remotest village, you will see a bunch of people doing some yoga under a tree, okay? So it's not that in India it completely died out. It died out among the English-speaking population because their brains are in Greenwich Mean Time, they're never in India. For them only, from the clothes they wear to the language we speak and everything is essentially what happens outside the country. That's what I'm saying. There is no sense of what reverberates this nation. So yoga has been alive in this country quietly. Now here also it's happening with little pomp. But modern days are such, nothing happens without noise. So I'm okay making some noise.
And my last question to you, yoga has seen a lot of redefinition. There are a lot of schools of yoga. You have a lot of practitioners of yoga. Do you think that it needs to be codified? So that the essential true yoga can be differentiated from, many would say, fat science or over innovation of an ancient practice.
See, you must understand this, the yoga, the yogic system never gave any practices. It only gave a sutra. Sutra means a thread. Right now this is a garland. There is a thread inside. You never wear the garland for the sake of a thread. So what kind of flowers you added in the garland depends on the person, his own competence as to what he adds. So the sutras, can they be distorted? No. The practices may get distorted, they may get commercialized and so many things may happen, which are happening. But I feel we are at a phase in the world where let it happen to everybody. Whatever distorted form, later on corrections can be easily done. Even the most distorted form of yoga that somebody is doing, at least his backache is going, he may not be getting enlightened but backache is not a small thing. For a man who is suffering backache right now, that's the biggest thing in the universe. So that much relief is there and he thinks that's all it is about. It's unfortunate. It is like if I give an airplane to a local peasant, he will think these two wings are a problem and chop off the wings and put two bullocks onto it and he'll drive. It's a tragedy. But at least he's got something to ride. In a very minimalistic way, but still something to ride. Then tomorrow we can talk to him about attaching wings to it.
So you're saying that the time has not come that we codify it or give a structure to it?
We from the foundation are very, very on it like that, precise in the sense. That's why none of our teachers will ever be professional teachers. They're all dedicated volunteers. Unless they hold what
That's Isha Foundation.
Yes. Unless they hold what they transmit about their life, more important than their own life, personal life, only then we may allow them to transmit this, because there is no teaching here, it's transmission of a certain dimension. Not everybody else is able to do that. They're professional teachers who will do whatever is needed for the market today. That's okay for now.
Thank you for speaking with us. Thank you.
हमें अनोखा क्या बनाता है? छोटी छोटी बातें।
दीवाना उड़ा रे मस्ता।
Hello, I'm Beverly O'Connor. Normally I bring you the news on Australian Network, but in the next half hour you're going to meet a man who has a devoted following across India and indeed around the world. Jagi Vasudev, known simply as Sadhguru. the founder of the Isha Foundation, a non-religious, non-profit public service organisation that is operated by 2 million volunteers across 150 cities, but headquartered at the base of the Velangiri Mountains in southern India. While yoga and meditation are at the core of his teachings to promote individual growth, the work of the foundation covers conservation, education and health. And you'll find him astonishingly pragmatic on a range of very modern-day problems. Let's meet Sadhguru.
Once you have chosen market economy, there's no such thing as greed, because that's the driving force, it's no more a dirty word. So, as long as somebody is earning by legitimate means and he's paying his taxes, he drives a gold-plated Rolls-Royce, it's not your business. That is the mode of economy we've chosen. The struggle on the planet is essentially not between good and evil. The struggle on the planet is essentially between your belief versus my belief. One man's belief versus another man's belief is the fight all the time, not between good and evil. Whoever wins identifies himself as good. Whoever loses is obviously bad because he doesn't live to speak. When you have the power to impact millions of people, now every thought that you generate, every emotion that you generate, every word that you utter, every action that you perform becomes of profound importance.
Sadhguru, welcome to Australia. Lovely to have you with us. One of the talks that you're going to give is around new generation, new leadership, and I'm interested because Asia is so absolutely poised to be the new force, particularly economically. How well positioned do you think the leadership is?
I think one reason why Asia is now poised and not before is mainly because of lack of leadership, I would say. When I say leadership, leadership has to be on many tiers of society. Generally in Asia, particularly in India, it is still a situation where if a good leader comes up, instead of reinforcing his position, people will tend to worship him as if he came from elsewhere. So, building leadership in all tiers of the society is a very important aspect if we really want to grab the economic possibility in front of us. For me, the economic possibility does not mean soaring stock markets or limousines on the street. For me, what it means is there are 400 million people who have not eaten well yet. They'll get to eat well, there'll be food on their plate. That's what it means to me.
And that's such a critical point because you have these masses of still people living in poverty, but you've got this rising middle class that is really controlling potentially how the country evolves.
The thing is, those who are below the poverty line are beginning to move above. That's the important thing. See, nobody can have economic prosperity, whether they're willing or not willing. Without sharing it, there cannot be economic prosperity. If it happens consciously, it would be wonderful. But whether you're conscious of it or not, invariably you will share. You cannot help it.
I'm still interested though whether you're saying the leadership is ready, but in fact it seems to be the economic drivers that are propelling the country, India and China, and that there isn't a great tradition of leadership because it hasn't evolved over many, many years.
Yes, it is very important that we evolve leadership. Right now, as opportunities come, people are filling the slot rather than preparing the people for the opportunity that is to come. So definitely there's a lot of work to be done on developing leadership. When we say leadership, always people will think Prime Minister, Chief Minister on that level. No, I mean leadership in the society at various levels.
We've seen mass anti-corruption rallies in India of late. How strong is that movement and how effective do you think it is really going to be to make changes?
Definitely in terms of bringing focus and awareness, it's a big thing. In certain regions of the nation, it's a very powerful movement. In certain other regions, they're completely unaware of it and it doesn't matter. But at least in the urban middle class, it's a big issue. It has definitely impacted the nation in a big way. Above all, it's like generally people had kind of given up. The corruption is going to be part of our lives, kind of, resignation. I think once again people are hoping, okay, there's going to be a day when there'll be no corruption. So that hope, I think, is very, very important.
It is so entrenched though, and we've often seen in life that greed gets the better of people in the end.
So I wouldn't use the word like greed, because once you have chosen market economy, there's no such thing as greed, because that's the driving force, it's no more a dirty word. So, as long as somebody is earning by legitimate means and he's paying his taxes, he drives a gold-plated Rolls-Royce, it's not your business. That is the mode of economy we've chosen. Is it right or wrong? This is not the time to ask that question because we've already made the choice.
The genie's out of the bottle.
We have already made the choice of a, market-driven economy. This is not the time to ask. Once you ask that question, you are going into a socialistic mode, which has not worked for us for some reason. For whatever reasons, it's not a time to debate because we have chosen some system. Our business is to make it a success. So, there is no room for the word greed in a market economy. As long as people are earning through legitimate means and they're paying their taxes.
I guess I come back to the point though, you're right, if you separate the word greed, the economy is driving forward without the foundations where corruption has been so endemic. So, again, you are… something is running ahead of you, so to speak, with corruption still so much part of that society.
To activate the natural intrinsic need within a human being to share. That is where the spiritual movements and other things come in place. You can't do it through the economic system. Economic system is designed just to drive and grow. So, for a human being to decide, see, everybody wants to share. The question is only, what is his identity? If he's identified only with his family, he shares only with his family. If he's identified with his community, he shares with the community. If he's identified with a nation, he shares with the nation. If he's identified with the whole humanity, he shares with the whole humanity. So enlarging that identity in a human being is the work of the spiritual movements. So if an individual person's identity is enlarged to the whole humanity or to all life on this planet, naturally he will share. So we have to enlarge that identity from being very narrow, we have to make it universal.
So when you look around the world at the moment with all the economic problems it's having and then there's this emerging powerhouse in India and China, how well connected do you think we are to our spirituality?
So the spiritual process has nothing to do with what's happening around us. It's about what's happening within us. So right now, this is a basic mistake that societies have done, that what's happening within us today is largely decided by what's happening around us. But it should be the other way, it's the human consciousness which should decide the situations, the human societies and the world. But unfortunately, outside situations are deciding human consciousness. Because we have done substantial work on the outside, we have not done any work on the inside. We have engineered the world the way we want it, but we are yet to engineer human beings the way we want ourselves to be. So what right now I am offering is just this, it's inner engineering. To engineer yourself the way you want to be. Everything around you has happened, but nothing within you has happened.
And it's very hard to sometimes control the external, but I'm also interested in your thoughts about the cultural imperatives, because you've got this very Western entrenched system through the United States, Australia and Europe, and then you've got these rising powerhouses who are very, very different, India and China. So how do we bring together those cultural differences in a cohesive way?
So I think that it's only because people are so different, the world is worth living in. If all of us were same, it wouldn't be. It would be a very drab world. I wouldn't travel to Australia if it was not different from India, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we are always looking at cultural differences with a certain apprehension because there is a history of people identifying every difference as a discriminatory process. It's the differences which makes this world exuberant. It is the differences that you and me are different, that's what makes worthwhile sitting here and talking, isn't it? If everybody was same, all the people on the planet were same, it would be a very horribly boring planet. So it's wonderful that different people operate different ways, different people think different ways. It's really nice it's that way. It is not a threatening process, it is a learning process for everybody. It is time that people are educated to trust something that doesn't look like them, doesn't feel like them, it's different. So with this apprehension, we have, obliterated many species upon this planet, thinking this insect is dangerous. That insect is actually taking care of our life, really.
Yes, the whole system. But you raise a really interesting point, because in Australia we've had first-hand experience of this in terms of we've had numbers of students coming from India and from China, and some of the Australian population have resisted it or felt there was a danger, there was an inherent threat to their way of life, something different. And we've seen terrible scenes of violence perpetrated on Indian students.
They're even threatening me.
They're threatening you as well. Let's hope that threat passes very quickly.
So, one very important thing is these loony fringes don't represent a nation. This must be made very clear. I've been to Australia many times, and I've met too many wonderful Australians to believe that this small fringe of people represent Australia. It's very important for the Australian people to make a clear statement that these fringes do not represent this nation. And I don't believe they represent this nation. So in every nation, in every society, there will be some extreme thought where they believe just about anything new is a threat. So new things are a possibility, new things are not a threat. If new things come towards us, it is a possibility. If you are open-minded, you will see it as a possibility. If you are a closed door, then you see it as a threat. It's very important that we open every nation to this possibility that when new things come at us, it's a great possibility, it's not a threat.
But in India, it was portrayed as something that was very Australian. It was portrayed in quite a sensational way.
I feel whoever was managing the statements that came from Australia was not managed well. Somewhere people who spoke for Australia did not speak in a clear language, saying that this is a loony fringe and we'll handle it. Instead of that, they tried to defend it. The words that came out didn't come out well, and immediately media, which is looking for a certain level of sensation, naturally carried it on. And when you see pictures of somebody battered up and when blood is seen, immediately there's reaction in the people. But I don't think that is the feeling of people who have travelled and seen. It is…
So you don't feel it did lasting damage to the relationship?
No, it is not a lasting damage, but definitely people have a certain apprehension about sending their boys and girls to Australia, but still they are sending. That means it's not big enough to stop that.
In terms… let's talk about the media for a moment though, because I'm interested in your views on how the media plays out in this era of 15 minutes of fame, people wanting to be part of the media. For you as a communicator, do you view that with concern?
Definitely it's a concern, because when you have the power to shape people's opinion, I think it should be conducted in a responsible manner. When you have been given this access into every home, see, somebody said, a knock and it shall open. You are somebody, without knocking, doors open for you. That is media, isn't it?
Yes.
Without knocking on anybody's door, you go and sit in their sitting room or wherever. These days, you're in the bedroom also.
Unfortunately.
So when you have such an access and when you have the power to shape people's opinions and ideas, I feel it must be conducted more responsibly than the way it's conducted right now.
But it seems as if, again, it's this chicken and egg. Is it the media's responsibility, or is it what the public are demanding in this information age where everything is so accessible? People have their iPhones and in a way dictate to the media how things will play out.
See, definitely there's a commercial aspect to the media, so they will try to pander to the market. but still media is more than a piece of the market. Media is more than a commercial establishment. Media is one of the pillars of a democratic society. So media should not forget that it is a part of a democratic process, not just a business. Yes, it is a business today. You have to take care of that end too. For that you have the commercial segment. But you are an important pillar of a democratic society, and that's a responsibility that you have to dispense with certain care.
Now, you yourself, you talked about threats against yourself, but I mean, as a communicator, as somebody spreading a message, you have opposition to what you do sometimes. How do you counter that? How do you approach that in your daily life?
I include the opposition. I don't see anybody's opposition. I only see people, some people understand what I say, some people have not understood. So if they do not understand, I put the onus on myself that I have not been able to make them understand. So I do everything to see that they understand. So I don't see any opposition in the world.
So, well, I mean, when we look at the world and we look at the various crises that are playing out, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's the war on terror, whether it is the global economic crises, it's sometimes a world that you look at and you do find it hard to believe that there is a lot of hope.
See, once again, Afghanistan and war on terror, to mention just the two, or Iraq or whatever, I feel these situations have been terribly mishandled by people who do not understand other people. People who are living in their own fortresses and do not understand what's outside. Yes, certain bad things have been done, it need to be corrected, but it could have been done gently. It's like, instead of using a surgeon's scalpel, you're using a butcher's,
knife, yes.
Yes, I think it's been badly mishandled. Instead of handling it in a very precise way, it's like you've given an enormous publicity to terror, a tremendous publicity where terror is a relevant force today in the world, rather than being a small fringe.
But how would you have handled it differently?
It could have definitely been handled differently.
After the 9/11 attacks?
Yes.
Well, how
where
would
it could have been handled precisely. Instead of, uniformed men going as armies, they could have handled it. Right now they're learning to handle it better. But that reaction, I think, was more to please the local, voting community or whatever, I don't know what. But I think it's more happened in reaction rather than handling it in a sensible way, because you only enlarged your enemy. You did not diminish them. You made them much, much bigger than what they were.
How do you… and when you look at the political scene, so many countries, we see it in Australia, we see it in Europe, we see it in the US, where your local domestic political constituency is so important, and it can be really become in the grip of, as you say, that sort of fringe. How do politicians fight that wave?
Yes, that is a bane of democracy, that you don't always get to do the wisest thing. You tend to do what's popular, for which we always pay a price. It's a terrible price right now. What was a small enemy has become a worldwide enemy.
I'm hearing a lot from you about personal responsibility though, individual responsibility. How critical is that in terms of making those changes?
See, ultimately as human actions or human thought or human emotions come, it is only individual responsibility which can permeate into social action or into international action. The more important your position becomes in the world. Right now you sit here as a news anchor, and now when you have the power to impact millions of people, now every thought that you generate, every emotion that you generate, every word that you utter, every action that you perform becomes of profound importance. So what I am saying is, if you were an ant, you could walk upon everybody. If you become an elephant, then you have to walk carefully. So, as you get into positions of power and responsibility, your individual responsibility becomes of paramount importance.
A yogi, spiritual master and humanitarian, Sadhguru works tirelessly towards the physical, mental and spiritual well-being of all.
I'm interested too that you don't come from any religious discipline. There is no religion that you've attached your beliefs to. What do you think the role of religion is in modern life?
You're getting me on a sticky wicket.
That's good.
Because I still want to live. Now, let me first of all explain the essential difference. The essential difference between spiritual process, as we recognize, because the word spirit is usually connected with religion, so let me create the necessary distinction. When you say a spiritual process, you refer to yourself as a seeker. You become a seeker because you realize you do not know. When you identify yourself with a religious process, you refer to yourself as a believer. That means what you do not know or whatever you do not know, you believe. The struggle on the planet is essentially not between good and evil. The struggle on the planet is essentially between your belief versus my belief. One man's belief versus another man's belief is the fight all the time, not between good and evil. Whoever wins identifies himself as good. Whoever loses is obviously bad because he doesn't live to speak. So, religions have happened. Over a period of time, as spiritual process got overly organized, they became religions. Essentially, when all of them started, they started as spiritual processes. Over a period of time, people who are not in that dimension of experience, but who identify with some group, they organize it to a point where it becomes a concretized religion. I don't think we need any concrete blocks on the planet. But you cannot dissolve the concrete block because it's there. So it is better make it more porous so that people can come in and go out, and people need not… See, one important thing we need to do is, as part of our school education, every nation has to do this, that whatever the 5–10 major religions, children should expose themselves to it. Not that they have to change their religion or whatever, but they should read about other people and take away the misconceptions that they have so that they're a little more porous and open. Right now, it's like a barrier that they cannot cross. I think it's time we loosen those barriers. Our world has come to a place… There was a time you belonged to a certain nation and all of them belonged to one religion, you never traveled outside, you never met anybody, you never had to deal with anybody, it was different. Today, the global… it's not a world, it's a village where everybody is communicating with everybody, so it's time that we loosen this, religious barriers that we have. We need to understand we believe something only because we do not know.
How confident are you that that might happen, where we still see religion, as you say, in the sort of fight for good and evil, still gripping so many parts of our world?
It is, but also the loosening is also happening, not necessarily because of a conscious effort. I think it's happening more because of technology. People are getting to communicate with somebody with a safe distance, on the internet. Now you can communicate with somebody from a distance where you don't have to fear him. And this communication, I think, ultimately will lead to a place where religious process or the religious concrete blocks will become more porous and people will mingle with each other much better because there is a safe distance and afterwards they can come together.
Let's hope you're right. Guru, it's been delightful talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You know Henry Ford, you heard of Henry Ford? Henry Ford died and went to heaven. They put him in the 5th level of heaven. And Henry Ford noticed the chairperson of Hindustan Motors was in the 1st heaven. He felt very insulted. How can this be? I made better cars than him. Why am I in the 5th heaven, he is in the 1st heaven? He went and asked Saint Peter, the keeper of the heaven, how can this be possible? I made better cars, but I am in the 5th heaven, he is in the 1st heaven. So Peter said, I'll get you an appointment with God. It's up to you, you go and talk to him. It's all his decision. So he got an appointment, went and met God. And he lamented, how can this be? I manufactured better cars. Just my T model is enough to get me the first level of heaven. Why am I given fifth level and he is given first heaven? Why is this so? So God said, see Henry, I understand you made good cars. People have enjoyed your cars, that's fine. But people got into your cars, forgot about everything and drove. They enjoyed the drive. But when people got into his car, they always said, oh my God. Once it happened, you know the Hells Angels, you know them? Those motorcycle gangs, especially in United States, they call Hells Angels. They just live on their motorcycles. One of them crashed his motorcycle and after few days, he became conscious in a hospital. Then the doctor saw the man is just coming to his consciousness and said, hey man, I have to tell you this. I have some good news and bad news. Which one do you want first? So he said, okay, what the hell? Give me the bad news first. And the doctor said, you crashed badly this time. I had to amputate both your legs. He said, oh hell, the devil. Okay, what's the good news, doc? There is somebody who's willing to buy your boots. Once it happened, Pope died. Not this one, previous one. Pope died and naturally he went to heaven. He came to the gates of heaven. There's Saint Peter sitting on a tall security stool, smoking a Cuban cigar. It's not banned there. Looked at this man who came with a strange cap and all that. He looked at him and said, who are you? He blew a plume of smoke into Pope's face and asked, who are you? Pope was aghast. How dare you talk to me like this? You don't know who I am? I am the Pope. Okay man, every day all kinds of people come with tall stories. You have a tall cap too, it's all right. Tell me, who are you? He said, I am the Pope. How dare you talk to me like this? I am God's representative on the planet. Peter looked at him and said, okay, move on. Not this way, not into the gate. He said, move on. He said, how dare you say this to me? I am God's representative, you ask him if you want. Peter said, all right. He raised his voice. It's very busy. He raised his voice and said, hey boss, there is somebody here who claims to be your representative on the planet, his name is Pope, do you know him? A grave voice from inside said, I do not know anyone like that. Boss doesn't know you, move on. Pope was, what is this? He was distraught. How can this be? How can the old man say he doesn't know me? Oh, it must be Alzheimer's. Okay, you do one thing, you ask Jesus, he knows. He knows, I'm his representative on the planet. Peter said, okay, and he raised his voice and said, hey Sonny, there's somebody here who claims to be your representative on the planet, his name is Pope, do you know him? A gentle voice from inside said, I do not know anyone like that. Sonny doesn't know you, enough man, move on. I heard enough from you. By now Pope was totally, how can this be? They're not letting him enter the heaven after being a Pope. He said, well, you asked the Holy Ghost.
He knows me, I'm his representative on the planet. Peter once again raised his voice and said, "Hey Spooky, there is somebody here who claims to be your representative on the planet, his name is Pope, do you know him?" A mischievous voice from inside said, "Ah, Pope, is he here? He's the one who spread all those malicious stories about me and Mary, don't you let him in."
A young boy came home one day and told his father, "Daddy, I have some good news for you." The father asked, "What's the good news?" The boy said, "You know, I took the math test." He said, "Yes, what happened?" "You said, if I pass the math test, you are going to give me 2,000 rupees. The good news is, you saved 2,000 rupees.
In his previous life, Shankaran Pillai was a very good man. After a brief illness, he died. Being a good man, naturally he went to heaven. When he went to heaven, the angels, the reception committee welcomed him and then they opened his account book. You know, there they keep accounts of everything, you know that. They turn pages, good deed, good deed, good deed, good deed, good deed. Cover to cover, only good deeds. Then there was little confusion among the angels. Then they came to Shankaran Pillai and said, "Mr. Pillai, there's a little problem." Shankaran Pillai said, "What is the problem?" They said, "See, we have various types of accommodation in heaven. One bad deed, highest level of heaven, seafront view, 2 bad deeds, next level, 3 bad deeds, next level. Like this, there are many levels of heaven. But no bad deed, there is no such accommodation here. Till now we have never received a man like you without a single bad deed. So we don't know what to do with you." Shankaran Pillai said, "What nonsense. I was such a good man in the world, nobody wanted to come anywhere near me. I just lived with the hope of going to heaven. Even here a problem? What kind of nonsense is this? Always I was told, being a good man, I can go to heaven. And when I do a good job of it, you have a problem." Then the angels met among themselves, had a discussion and they said, "Don't you worry, Mr. Pillai, we have found a solution. We are giving you 3 hours extra life. Your body is still intact anyway. You go back, just commit 1 bad deed. We'll put you in the highest heaven, nothing lost." And lo, he became alive here. He sat up once again. He sat here thinking how to commit a bad deed. See, no practice, not like you, you know. He never committed one. So he sat there thinking, thinking, thinking. 1.5 hours passed away. Then he suddenly realized, there is a woman, well past her prime in the neighborhood, who's been casting inviting glances at him. He being a good man, he never looked that way. Now he thought, okay, adultery is a bad deed. So he went. He went to that lady's house and knocked on the door. She came and opened the door. Shankaran Pillai said, "I want you." "Why, Mr. Pillai, they told me just yesterday evening that you're on your deathbed. What is this?" He said, "It doesn't matter, I want you." He went in. Whatever he lacked in practice, he made it up with his enthusiasm to go to heaven. Nature took over, things happened. Now,
He looked at his time, the watch is ticking away. He doesn't want to die in her house. He wants to go back home and die. So he's leaving in a hurry. He said, I need to go, I need to go. And he came to the door. The lady also came to see him off. As he was leaving, the woman said, Mr. Pillai, do you know what a good deed you have done for me today? On a certain day, a man fell into the septic tank. I want all of you to visualize yourself in a septic tank. He desperately tried to come out, he could not. Then he started screaming, fire, fire. His neighbors heard this fire call and they called the firemen. They came rushing, looking all over the place for fire. No fire, no smoke. Then they found this man, they pulled him out and asked, why were you screaming fire? Where is the fire? He said, if I said shit, shit, would you come? On a certain day, Shankaran Pillai went to the park. There was a pretty-looking woman sitting on a bench, on a stone bench in the park. He went and settled down on the same bench. After some time, he moved closer. She moved little away. Then he waited for 2 minutes and again moved closer. She moved away. Again he moved closer. She was at the end of the bench, so she pushed him away. Then he waited for 2 minutes, sun was just setting, the atmosphere was right. He went down on his knees and said, I love you. I love you like I've never loved anybody in my life. The woman was little soft, and the sun is setting. She melted down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't use the melting down word. And things happened between them, nature took over, many more things happened between them. It was getting 8 o'clock. Shankaran Pillai got up and he said, I need to go, I need to go. She said, where are you going? You said you love me. In her mind, the moment he says, I love you, both of them have become one. He said, no, I need to go, my wife will be waiting, I have to go at 8 o'clock.
Some scientists were conducting experiments on frogs and the way the frogs were leaping. So once they cut off one of the legs of the frog. The frog that was leaping, tree frogs which were leaping about 20 feet. If you cut off one leg, they were leaping only 15 feet. Then they cut off 2 legs and so on. They were leaping only 10 feet. They cut off 3 legs. With 1 leg it was leaping only 5 feet. Then they cut off all the 4 legs. Then they concluded, when you cut off all the 4 legs of the frog, it becomes deaf.
On a certain day, 4 men were walking in the forest. These 4 men were walking in the forest. One is a Gnana Yogi, another is a Bhakti Yogi, another is a Karma Yogi, and the last one is a Kriya Yogi. These 4 people can never stay together. They cannot be together. Because a Gnana Yogi means yoga of intelligence. He is a man of intellect, great intellect. He has complete disdain for everybody. He thinks everybody is a fool. Especially these Bhakti Yogis who are doing Ram Ram or whatever, in his mind they look like utter idiots. He can't stand them. Isn't it? Do you think? Could that man stand Bhakti Yogis? No, he wouldn't stand. He just can't tolerate them. Bhakti Yogis, people of devotion, they have pity for everybody. Because when God himself is here, You doing all this mental circus and physical circus is just stupid, isn't it? Just hold God's hand and walk into heaven. So bhakti yogis have pity for everybody, for all the foolishness that they're doing. Karma yogis think all these other people are just lazy people. Because if you want something to happen, you have to do it. Because they're lazy and unwilling to do what they need to do, they have invented all these other yogas. Because in the world, if anything has to happen, you must do it, right? Action. These are yoga of action, karma. Kriya yogis have utter disdain for everybody because after all, the whole existence is energy. Unless you transform the energy, how will anything change? Where is the possibility? So, these four people can never be together, but today they were walking together. Suddenly a thunderstorm broke loose, a rainstorm, rain started lashing from every side. They started running, looking for shelter. The bhakti yogi said, "There is an ancient temple in this direction, let's go there for shelter." He always knows the geography of temples. He won't miss a single temple. So they all trusted him and ran in the direction. Then they found an ancient temple where the walls had collapsed long ago. Just a few columns and a roof was there. And in the center, there was a deity, God's image. They ran into this place, not because they were seeking God, not in any kind of love for God, just to escape the rain. They ran in. And then they stood there for a while. Then they found the rain started lashing from every direction. Wherever they stood or sat, the rain was getting at them. So the only place where they could sit was around the deity. So all four of them just hugged the deity and sat. Not because they have fallen in love with God, simply to escape the rain. Suddenly, God appeared. In all their four minds, the same question, why now? We did so much yoga, we did so much puja, worship and so many things. You didn't come then. Now when we're just escaping the rain, why now? Then God said, at last you four idiots got together.
Did you know Shankaran Pillai had children? He had children. It's a sweet secret. So one day, Sunday, Shankaran Pillai met his three sons and told them, "You're good for nothings, do something good in your life. If you do good things will come back to you." Accent अच्छा है? And these kids were something. I said, "Father, what are good things? How to do good things?" Such a thought had never occurred to them. How can we do good thing? What is a good thing? They asked. He said, at least help a old woman to cross a street. At least that much good you do. So they left. In the evening they came back. So Shankaran Pillai asked, "Did you do any good thing?" He asked the eldest son. He said, "Yes, father, as you said, I helped a old woman to cross the street." "That is wonderful, my boy." He asked the second son. He said, "I also helped a old woman to cross the street." He thought, both of them? Maybe they were two old women. All right. He asked the third son, he said, "I also helped an old woman to cross the street." He said, "All of you, you found three old women to help them across the street today?" They said, "Who is talking about three? All of us together, we helped one." What, it takes three young boys to help one old woman to cross the street? No, even we three were not enough. You know our cousin Ramu, we also took his help. He asked, "What is that? To help a old woman, three of you and Ramu also?" He said, "Yes, you don't know how stubborn this old woman can be." She did not want to cross the street. We held her by the four limbs. It once happened, Shankaran Pillai went to New York City, got into a taxi, and the taxi driver was driving to a certain destination. Being an Indian who's just landed in America, he wants to talk to everybody. Well, after all, we're Indians. So taxi driver, he started talking, and then taxi driver also opened up. And then when the destination came nearby, he wanted him to stop, so he put his hand in that small opening and touched him on the shoulder. "I want to stop here." The taxi driver jumped out of his skin and lost control over the car and went and hit a tree and went up the tree and stopped like this. And Shankaran Pillai had a bleeding nose and he said, What did I do? Why did you just jump like this? I just wanted you to stop." He said, "You don't understand. Last 32 years, I've been driving a Hersey."
Sadhguru is a yogi, a mystic, and a visionary humanitarian who works tirelessly towards the physical, mental, and spiritual well-being of all. His mastery over the mechanisms of life, an outcome of his profound experience of the self, serves as a guide in exploring the subtler dimensions of life. His scientific and logical approach has touched the lives of 7 million people from all walks of life, inspiring them to seek this opportunity within. Sadhguru is a speaker and opinion maker who is widely sought after by prestigious global forums, including the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, the World Presidents Organization, the British House of Lords, Tuck Executive Education, and TED, among many others.
is an honor for me to introduce our special guest, Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev today. Named as India's 50 most influential people, his work has transformed the lives of millions of people all over the world. Although he is known as a mystic, he explains the methods of self-transformation with simplicity, elegance, logic, and a great sense of humor. So, Sadhguruji, welcome to Boston and Chai with Manju. It was a total privilege for me to attend your program yesterday, and I have to say you completely mesmerized the audience. So, how is your interaction with the audience like?
I was not an audience.
No?
So, the thing is just this. I do not know any philosophy. I am not scripture educated. The only thing I know is, I know this piece of life. I know this piece of life from its origin to its ultimate. And what I see is, if you know this piece of life, by inference, you know everything that's worth knowing. Because that is the nature of the creation. So if you know this, then by inference, you know everything. In that context, if you call that interaction, I don't think it's interaction, it's just that I'm articulating all that their own intelligence would want to articulate, but they do not know how to articulate because they're so messed up with so many concepts, ideas, ideologies, philosophies, belief systems. So I'm just articulating what every life would naturally see if they're uncluttered by external influences. So that is the only sadhana in my life.
Now, I read that you started learning yoga when you were 11 years old, and your first class that you taught was when you were 25 years old on 23rd September 1983 to 7 students. And now you are changing lives all over the world with your concept of inner engineering and yoga. So please explain to us the essence of that inner engineering and your concept of yoga.
See, if you utter the word yoga today, particularly in this part of the world, people are thinking about twisting their bodies, standing on their head, holding their breath or whatever. The word yoga means union. When we say union, what we are looking at is, if you look at the fundamental longing of every human being, wherever they are, they want to be something more. If that happens, something more, something more, something more, endlessly. So if you look at it, all they want is limitless expansion. Limitless expansion means you want everything to be yours, or you want everything to be you, if that is possible. You can either make something yours, either by conquest, or shopping, or just inclusion.
Right.
So inclusiveness happens because you have allowed your life, the fundamental life energy to mature into a dimension that it spreads itself. If you sit here, you can experience the entire universe as yourself. If you are in such a state, then you're called a yogi, and the method that you employ to get there is called yoga. Or in other words, it is about understanding the fundamental mechanics of life, how life happens, and what binds it and what liberates it. So inner engineering is not a concept that I make up or somebody else makes it up. It is about understanding the laws by which life is happening. So inner engineering means to structure your interiority the way you want it.
As I told you, I'm a physician, and you have described human body as an amazing gadget. Okay.
Is it not, as a physician?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
With all your education, you still can't
Absolutely.
figure it, isn't it?
Yes, yes, there's not much we don't. So we as physicians are constantly told that yoga can make so much different in the physicality. It's very hard for us who don't know what can yoga actually help you with, what in the physical health, and what are the diseases that it can prevent, what are the diseases that it can cure, does it treat or does it heal? So could you explain some of the physical benefits of yoga first?
I would like to classify all ailments into two fundamental categories. One is infectious diseases, which is an external invasion upon the body. For this, you're doing chemical warfare.
Yes.
Pharmaceuticals are chemical warfare, you're poisoning them out, all right?
Right.
You're gas bombing them or chemical poisoning them, it's fine, it's an extreme step we're taking. We're poisoning ourselves also by that, but it's all right because otherwise, death or damage, that's a choice. We're choosing some damage instead of death, which is a smart choice.
Okay.
But 70% of the ailments that human beings suffer are self-created. That means your own body is generating this. Largely because, to put it very simply, on various levels of who you are, on the level of your mind, physicality, energy, emotion, there is no ease. Most people do not know what it means to simply sit in ease, this is the whole problem. If there is no ease, it's called
Right.
dis-ease.
That's a great way of putting it, I like that.
So,
There is
right
no ease,
now,
there is
you may be
disease.
little unease, but a continuous state of unease slowly manifests itself as a physical damage. It is just like this. You're driving your car. Instead of driving on 4 wheels, you drive on 2 wheels. It's little difficult to do, but you can do. If you do this, then one part of the car will wear out very badly, the other part will not be used. Right now, this is the way most human beings are living. They're leaning, skewed towards this or that. Some people are lost in thought, some people are lost in the compulsions of the body, some people are lost in their emotional turmoils, some people are living in a very volatile state of energy. Like this, different states of dis-ease is happening. If one simply sits here, let's say, this is a simple way to check. You ask your patients or you try yourself.
Okay. Okay.
Just one day, take off from everybody and everything. Get rid of your phones, computer, television, books, everything.
Difficult task.
Simply sit in one room. Eat well and simply sit, not sleeping, alert. Just sit. Then you clearly know, one 24-hour segment, if you sit like this, you know what is the state of dis-ease you are in. Whether it becomes a medically recognizable or diagnosable ailment or not, is a question of how sturdy your constitution is, what parts of your body are inherently weak from your parentage or whatever. Depending upon that, it will play up in that way. The dis-ease is in the system. Because there is a disease, what you are recognizing or diagnosing as a disease is more like an indicator flashing up. So, in chronic ailments, whatever the symptoms that you're seeing, they're essentially like the proverbial tip of the iceberg. Right now, modern medicine is purely symptomatic. So, when it comes to chronic ailments, modern medicine can manage the disease for people. But they cannot remove it because the problem is not in the symptoms. The symptom is dependent upon who you are. For the same problem, you may be showing asthma, I may be showing diabetes, somebody else may be showing blood pressure or something like this. For the same stress level or for the same disease that 3 of us may be going through.
But once somebody has a disease, I can understand the prevention part, living a healthier life. But once somebody has a disease, can yoga cure any disease? Like a lot of times we hear claims, people who have cancer, have been cured by yoga, people who have certain diseases which are already established by the medical world. Are there any diseases that you feel that can be cured by yoga? Because I see back pain and a lot of things,
The spinal problems,
the
essentially, see, there are certain parts of your body whose ability to regenerate is very high. There are certain parts of your body where the ability to regenerate is not so high. So it depends which type of… what type of manifestation, let me not call it a disease. But the same dis-ease, what type of manifestation is happening in your body, accordingly, what part of the body, accordingly whether it can recover quickly with certain practice or not, will happen. So there is no one standard, yes, we can cure everything. In principle, yes. Anything that is chronic, yes. But in practical sense, on a day-to-day practical sense, now somebody has cancer, now I will never tell him do yoga, I will tell him just take the treatment.
Absolutely.
We will help you to recover from the treatment because treatment is so exerting and damaging to the human body. After that, so that relapses and repetitions don't happen, we can put them on various practices. When somebody is at a risk of life, that's not the time to do yoga. That'll be silly to do that. But at the same time, for various other things that people are suffering, which may not be immediately life-threatening, but over a period of time it'll curtail their life, it'll curtail the span of their life, such things can be easily reversed with yoga. If you talk to me about hypertension, I would say 100% we can get you back. Diabetes, 90% to 80% we can… 80% of the people, we can get them back. If you talk about cardiac ailments, unless serious damage has happened, most of the time we can get them back. These are all things which are the big killers in the world.
But a lot of what we see as physician is a lot of back pains, which we learn that is treated.
Look at the way the American furniture is. If you sit down, it sinks. I'm bolstering myself up to sit straight. I'm saying, spine is not one piece of bone as you know it. It is a delicate arrangement of bone. And it is the conduit for the entire nervous system to pass through. Because in the process of evolution, as the neurological system got more and more complicated, nature saw it needs protection. So slowly it assembled this and it has various other possibilities apart from just the way medical science is looking at it. In yoga, the spine is seen as the axis of the universe.
Really?
Already if you have back pain, if I say you your spine is the axis of the universe, it looks very threatening. Why this is so is, why this is said is, your experience of the universe is just the way it's happening within you. There have been things where doctors have given me a few weeks to live sometimes in this country. They said, I'm a blue light emergency, I should not get onto a plane. But in a matter of weeks, I recovered completely by doing a few things within myself. I don't want to go into the entire process, but I went through, some 18 blood tests, 18 different hospitals and some 7 MRIs, and they all said, this is it. There's nothing we can do because we don't even know what's the cause of this. But in 2 weeks' time, I completely recovered. In about 21 days, I was trekking in Tibet at 18,000 feet above the sea level, okay?
That's amazing, that's amazing.
Why I'm saying this is, see, this whole entire body you constructed from within, isn't it? You did not build it from outside. This entire body you created from within. So the manufacturer of this body is within you. So if you have access to the manufacturer, once you grasp that, fixing it is not difficult because when you're able to create an entire body, doing a little repair job is not such a big deal.
So my next question for you is something which is very common, at least in the Western Hemisphere. It is stress management. everywhere you go now, even for medical conferences, there is this new thing about stress management. What I learned from you yesterday and reading is that you say that stress is our own creation. Since we created, that is where the focus should be rather than the management. Can you explain that to me?
I must tell you
more
this.
depth?
Many years ago when I first came to the United States, wherever I went, people were talking about stress management.
Yes.
I couldn't understand this. Because in my understanding, we manage things which are precious to us.
Right.
Our family, our wealth, our business, our money. Why would anybody want to manage stress is something I could not understand. It's after a little bit of observation I understood people have concluded that stress is a part of their life.
Right.
Stress is not about your life, the activity of your life, it's not about your work, it's not about your family or relationships or whatever. Stress is just your inability to manage your own body and your mind. You don't know how to keep your body, you don't know how to keep your mind. That's all that's happening. So that's happening, as I said, you have not read the user's manual. Such a sophisticated gadget. You don't have the user's manual when you do everything accidentally.
Well, we have Gray's Anatomy, but that doesn't teach us how to manage stress, right?
I don't know what Mr. Gray said, but I think he knows the anatomy only by looking into the dead body.
I find it amazing that all the education we have, this is such an important part of learning as a physician, yet we are not taught that.
Because you did not go through a health course, you went through medicine.
That is true. So tell me, as physicians, how, I'm part of this Indian Medical Association of New England, American Physicians. Tell us, how can we as physicians partner with Isha Foundation or with all your teachings so that we can learn and pass on that education to our patients?
So there are two dimensions to what we do. There is a certain aspect of yoga which is generally referred to as Upa Yoga. Upa Yoga means sub-yoga or useful processes. Yoga means there is a spiritual element in it. Upa Yoga is largely physiological and psychological benefit. If physicians want to transmit it as a part of their profession, they must do only Upa Yoga. If they try to transmit what we are referring to as yoga, one thing is, it'll not work as a profession because you have to become that. It's not something that you learn and you teach somebody, it's never going to work like that. You must transmit it. Transmission is different from teaching. Upa Yoga you can teach, yoga you cannot teach, you have to transmit. This is why in the Isha system, when somebody wants to teach in an engineering program, for example, they have to hold it above their life. Not as a profession, not as a hobby, not something that they do on the side. It must be more important than their life, only then we allow them to teach. They're fully dedicated people right there, volunteers, that they're not paid for it, because it's very, very important to hold that as a part of your being and transmit it. But Upa Yoga can be taught by the physicians or by paramedics or whoever is around, because that will be useful and that is purely physiological and psychological benefits, and it'll do wonders.
So I want to ask you about some specific management of some things or treatment or your advice in some things which are very close to my heart. How do we overcome fear in life? It could be fear of… my biggest fear is losing people I love. More than death,
You will
more
anyway
than
lose
health.
them one day.
I know, but it's just…
Either they will go or you will go, which do you want?
I want to go.
Really?
Yes, honestly. It's a very… that is how big my fear is, that I would rather go myself than face the loss of my loved ones. I lost my parents 2 years ago, and I'm still stuck in that zone of that, the mourning that loss. So, and there are a lot of people like me, who are physicians who cannot heal themselves, or they're people in ordinary lives who have fear of death, or who have different kind of fears and phobias. How do you advise that we overcome that?
Let us look at this in a very fundamental way. Please look at this. What is it that you're afraid of? You're always afraid of what will happen.
Right.
That means you're afraid of what is yet to happen.
Right.
That means you're afraid of that which has not happened.
Right.
Yes? You're afraid of something that does not exist. If you're afraid of something that does not exist, you're a physician, you're not a psychiatrist, but you know, this is a clear qualification. Because you're suffering that which does not exist.
But sometimes you actually have gone through the suffering also.
All right, I'll come to that, I'll come to that.
Yeah.
But essentially fear means you're suffering something that does not exist.
But there is a possibility of
Possibility is there, yes.
Right.
Possibility is there. But you're afraid, you're suffering something which is not yet. You're suffering something which does not exist in principle, yes? But the possibility is there, you say. So you're imagining things that may happen, or in other words, you're suffering something that happened 2 years ago.
Right.
That means you're suffering your memory. You're suffering tomorrow, that means you're suffering imagination. So what this means is, two most valuable faculties that a human being has, which is unique to a human being. No other creature is capable of as much memory and imagination as we are capable of.
True.
But you are suffering those faculties which set you apart as a human being.
True.
So shall we take away those faculties?
No. But there should be ways to overcome that.
No, we will come to that. See, you're talking about overcoming. You can only overcome what is there, but you're suffering what is not there. How to overcome that which is not there? What happened 2 years ago? Is it there right now?
No.
No.
But
What
the
may
memories
happen? What may happen day after tomorrow? Is it there right now?
No.
No. So when you're suffering something that does not exist, how to overcome? If you overcome something that does not exist, you're really lost. So don't try to overcome. You just have to do some discipline within yourself. The yogic system has enormous amount of processes for this, systems and methods. See, what this essentially means is, you have a complicated machinery here, all right? You don't have the tools, you don't have the keypad to type what you want. All kinds of things are going on the screen all the time. If you could clearly hold your memory separately, your imagination separately, and your present experience of life separately, you could access it when you want, when you don't want. You can leave it. Right now it's all mixed up. Nothing has been done about it. Nothing has been done about it.
So what is the first step that you should be doing?
If you're willing to give yourself 30 hours of focused time, we will give you a vehicle with which you can turn inward. This is the inner engineering program, 30 hours.
Okay.
It is formatted in different ways, 1 weekend, 7 days, 7 evenings, in many ways we format it. 3 days, 4 days, 2 days, many ways. But essentially what we need is 30 to 32 hours of absolutely focused time. That means we will give you an experiential vehicle with which you can turn inward. Once you can turn inward, once you are consciously able to turn inward, when I say inward, not dissection, not contemplation, beyond body and mind, if you can turn inward, then I don't have to tell you, you will fix it. Once you have access, you'll fix it.
Yesterday you mentioned June 21st is the International Yoga Day. Tell us what is the relevance, need and the significance of yoga and the Yoga Day in the current world scenario.
See, first of all, having chosen June 21st is very significant
because it's summer solstice.
Okay.
And if you look at it historically, it's at that time that Adi Yogi, for the first time, delivered or transmitted the science of yoga to the Saptarishis or the seven sages, who were the first 7 people to attend the yoga program on the banks of Kanti Sarovar, around 13,400 feet in the Himalayas. Even today we make a trip to this lake. So it's very significant that they chose that day, and because the sun's relationship with the planet is changing on that day, it's significant because this is the sadhana pada. Actually in yoga, between the summer solstice and winter solstice, those 6 months are called sadhana pada. Between winter solstice and summer solstice, the next 6 months, from December to June, is called Kaivalya pada. So you have heard historically that one famous situation is where Bhishma is waiting for Uttarayana to come. He had 100 arrows shot through his body, but he still did not let his life go. He waited on a bed of arrows, waiting to leave his… to shed his body in Uttarayana because that is Kaivalya pada. He doesn't want to leave in sadhana pada. There is a certain significance to it as to, especially living in the northern hemisphere, how the revolutions of the planet, how it affects your system during these 2 phases is different, because the relationship of the planet with the sun changes dramatically. So, having chosen that day, what is the significance? As I said earlier, you will see in future, you mark my words, you and me may not live long enough for this, but in future, let's say in the next 50 to 100 years' time, you will see yoga will become pervasive.
True. Absolutely.
Because
absolutely.
As human intellects blossoms, belief systems will start weakening. People want to do something that makes sense to them. It should make absolute sense to them and it should be scientific. And this is an absolutely scientific approach, it's non-denominational, it does not include any belief, any kind of indoctrination or dogma, or… There are few cultural frills that people have added. This has been the significant part of my work, to take off all the cultural frills and present yoga as an absolute science. So this will be the future of the world. World will seek well-being by turning inward in the next 50 to 100 years. The sooner it happens, the better it is. So, having declared this day, United Nations has made a statement. For the first time, 172 countries endorsed a particular resolution, which has not happened in the history of UN, okay? 172 countries endorsing a particular resolution, it's not happened ever before for any cause. So, that is a reflection of how people are looking at it. And on this International Yoga Day, which is the first one declared, 2015, every organization is trying to do its best. Government of India is doing it big, and it's become a pet project of the Prime Minister. And it's great, this is something that we've been striving for, that the leadership in the world should take to, inner development.
Absolutely. On that note, I wanted to add just the revolution that yoga and the practices in India has changed in the Western world. We do a health expo every year for the last several years. Within last 3 years, this year our biggest program that was attended was yoga. One of the biggest healthcare insurance providers in our state, in New England actually, have now introduced the Eastern Harmony program, where yoga is a very important part of that. That has never happened before in the history. We can see that as physicians, the change yoga has brought.
I think the physicians of North America have a huge responsibility in this direction, in the sense, see, this nation, being in many ways the most affluent nation on the planet, people have a wide variety of choices for their nourishment. When there is such a choice of nourishment, there should be no chronic ailments. Infectious ailments, if there are there, I'm sure you can deal with that. But you are spending $3 trillion on your healthcare. Bills are $3 trillion, it could sink a nation.
And it does.
It could sink a nation altogether.
Right.
So, I feel the physicians of North America have this enormous responsibility that you don't try to provide health for people, you provide methodologies with which people can generate health for themselves. It's very, very important, and yoga is a very scientific tool in this direction.
Sounds good. One of the interesting things that I was reading is that your foundation actually goes and teaches yoga to prison inmates also.
It's
You know,
mandatory.
That was very, very
In southern
interesting for
India,
me.
our engineering programs are mandatory in all the prisons. So…
Oh, is that right?
Yes, we should make it mandatory to all the doctors.
I truly agree. Okay,
Because you must be an embodiment of health.
Absolutely. Going back to your talk yesterday and in context of what we are just saying, you said that one thing, if there's one thing that people could do which could change their life or enable their progress. So what is that one thing that each of us can do that we become better human beings?
When I use the word life, let me make it clear this. When most people use the word life, if they say my life, they may be talking about their work, their home, their car, their family, their relationships, their education, their profession, something like this. These are all accessories of life. This is not life. What is throbbing here is life. Most people seem to understand that only when they're on their deathbed, that this is the real life.
Right.
Okay, what's happening, what is keeping this body alive, what's making you and me speak right now, this is life, the fundamental. So I'm talking about that life. If you do not enhance the dimension of life within you, you desperately trying to enhance your activity or the quality of your activity is like putting cart before the horse and struggling with it. The whole education systems in the world have become like this. We are trying to teach people how to excel in what they're doing. Yes, that needs to be done to some extent, but the most important thing is, if you elevate this one to a higher level state of intensity and experience than what it is right now, everything that you do will be naturally of a higher quality. Just about anything, it doesn't matter what, whether you do your physician's work or you kick a ball or you do this, you can do it better simply because life is at a higher level of possibility.
True.
That fundamental has not been attended to. If we do that, you will see human beings functioning at least 10 times better than the way they're functioning right now. You yourself, I'm saying,
Sure.
with your present level of education and experience. If you enhance who you are, suddenly you will find you will start functioning 10 times better as a doctor, believe me.
True. And I like that
Without
one.
further education.
There's one thing I want to know, because the world knows now that, you're called the maverick guru. We know that you like motorcycles. I learned that you can even fly a helicopter. So, and yesterday listening to you, I heard, I could see what a beautiful voice you have. So I know you can sing too. But tell me, what do you do just for fun? Something, something that just you do not, which is not work, which is just
I don't do any work in my
completely-
life. I stopped working 33 years ago. Since then, I'm just doing what I really care for.
It's something frivolous or something just…
If I have an
Have a good
evening
time.
free and if I'm in New York, I'm at the Broadway for sure.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Okay. What's your favorite show?
Well, I just saw an act of God.
Okay. So, we always end this show with asking you one question. What is your last word on Chai with Manju, and what is your last word for our audience in Boston?
I thought you were asking me what's my last word because I don't know what's
No.
coming next. I didn't know that this was an execution. My last word is just this, that in this life, we don't know if we will become the richest man on this planet or not. Or you'll climb Mount Everest or not. Or you will run faster than Mr. Bolt or not.
Whether you do those things or not is subject to many things, all right? One thing must happen to you. Before you fall dead, at least you must know this piece of life in its entirety. If you don't even know this fully, the nature of what this is, I think it's a wasted life because the purpose of life is to experience it as profoundly as you can. If you don't want to explore the cosmos, you leave it. It's up to you. If you don't have inclinations for such things, leave it. But at least this piece of life, you must know in its entirety. Otherwise, in my perception, you wasted your life.
Simple and straight question. We can see a lot of god men in our country nowadays, and if you are traveling in rural villages, almost all village will have a god man. Do you think that a human being can become a god man?
I don't know who is a god man, I've never seen one because I've seen men and goddamn men. I've not seen any god man. I think it's a media invented word, the god man. I don't think ever anybody has claimed to be a god man. At the same time, can human beings consciously evolve themselves into higher levels of consciousness, higher levels of capability? Definitely, they can. Because the very nature of human existence is such, the fundamental and significant difference between who we are as human beings and every other creature is, for every other creature, nature has drawn two lines within which they have to live and go. For a human being, why a human being is always confused is because for a human being there's only baseline, there is no top line. Doesn't matter how much ever you do in your life, you still want to do something more. You still feel incomplete because there is no top line. Otherwise, we would be just happy with our survival process. So this is the beauty of a human being, that he can limitlessly expand himself. Now what you're talking about, these people being referred to as God-men and whatever the other issues happening, is not about spirituality or religion. It is essentially a drop in integrity across all aspects of life in the country. So this God-man business going negative, it's not all that negative, believe me. I've met many wonderful people who are doing incredible work. It is just that it is only the bad apples who get the media. So, the integrity of the media also needs to be fixed because they're always looking for bad apples and making all apples bad.
How can we differentiate?
If you look around, there are many people who are doing wonderful work, you can report that, but that's not news. The news is only when somebody is in a scandal. That has to go, that's lack of integrity by itself. So, lack of integrity is not unique to the religious or the spiritual people. It's unfortunately
happening everywhere.
Yes.
So, in the history of mankind, all the generations, Sadhguru asked a very important question, that whether there is a God we can look up to. And there are two answers. Of course, there is no God, there is God. Where do you stand?
You said look up to. Let me ask you a simple question. You know that we are on a round planet, right?
Yeah.
And you know it's spinning. So if you look up, invariably you're looking up in the wrong direction. Do you know which side is up in this cosmos? Is it marked somewhere in this cosmic space, this side up? So what is up and down? Up and down is okay when we're sitting in this room, that's up and this is down, for practical purposes. But in the larger context of the existence, do you know which is up and down, which is forward, backward? You're incapable of knowing that. There is only one thing you can know, what is outward and what is inward. So you've seen the outward and you can only manage it to some extent because too many players are there. You must turn inward and see. And if you turn inward and see, you will see you have left large parts of your interiority unmanaged, and that's why all these problems.
that you're looking for solution elsewhere. So what is it that you're calling as God? Whatever is the source of creation, that's what you're calling as God. God has happened in human psyche simply because you have no explanation for the phenomenal creation that's around you. So a simplistic explanation for that is, there's a big man sitting up there and doing it. Now of course women are claiming, why not us? So, our ideas of God are purely cultural, and the idea of one big man sitting there and managing is a very simplistic, childish idea. It's okay when they tell you as a child, it's good to see it that way. But if you grow, really in perception, if you see, growth is not about physicality, growth is not about wealth, growth is not about information, growth is about perception. If your perception is enhanced about life, you understand that you're referring to something as God because you have no explanation for the creation. Neither science has nor religion has. Now the question is, do you believe in God or you disbelieve in God? That's a question.
Yeah.
Why would you believe or disbelieve something? Please tell me. The fundamentals of belief and disbelief comes because you are not sincere enough to admit what you do not know as I do not know. Why can't human beings be straight enough, simple enough, sincere enough? What I know, I know. What I do not know, I do not know. Only because most human beings have not realized the immensity of I do not know. Only if you realize I do not know, the longing to know will come, seeking to know will come, the possibility of knowing will come. Instead of creating a seeking, we are believing. Believing means, believing and disbelieving are not two different things. One believes there is God, another believes there is no God. They're not different people, they're the same people. One has a positive belief, another has a negative belief.
Why there is negative belief? Why you are calling that
It depends on their experiences of life, their intellect, their education and many things, okay, their exposure essentially. Or what's happening around them in the name of religion which frustrates them, many things. I'm saying when I say negative, I'm not saying negative as a negative. All I'm saying is, belief, whether it's belief or disbelief, they're not two different things. The word God is an imported word, okay? We call them devas. Any exalted human being was referred to as a deva at one time. Today, it's very appropriate in India, people are referring to Sachin Tendulkar as a cricketing god. It's very perfect with the Indian milieu because we never believed that there is a God up there, okay? This is a foreign belief that's come to us now. But here, we said, if you become a great journalist, we will say you're a journalistic God because you have risen beyond what people normally consider as normal. If you excel beyond that, we say he's a deva because he's an exalted being, that's what it meant. The word deva meant an exalted being. So if you excel either in sport or music or art or administration or spiritual process, we said, oh, he's a deva because he's an exalted being. Like this, we recognize many devas historically because we have a history of 12,000–15,000 years of civilization. We recognize many people and we still, in the folklore, we kept them alive. Apart from that, we learn to create energy forms which will work for us in a certain way.
But unfortunately, the faith has been highly politicized, Sadhguru, and organized religions are used as tools to reach or achieve power. How do you see this?
Politicization means you must understand you're in a democratic country. Democracy is an art of arithmetics. Okay.
Okay.
Ultimately, numbers. Okay. So, once numbers are going to give you power, not quality, not intelligence, not ability, but just numbers are going to give you power, people will manipulate everything. Class, creed, caste, religion, everything they will manipulate to get the numbers. You must understand, this is not religion business, this is not caste or creed business, this is power business, okay? It should not be mistaken for religion. It's just power stuff. For power, the only way to get to power today is you need numbers. You have a big brain, Nobody's going to make you the prime minister or the chief minister. You need to have numbers. So they're trying to gather numbers in whichever way possible.
But nowadays, most of the sannyasis, sadhus are, they are propagating the ideology of some political parties. And how do you see this? And they're actively participating.
No. It's a very wrong thing to say most of them are doing it. Not even… I don't even see one. You think some one or two people who come on the television, they're sannyasis? No. There are millions of them, none of them ever spoke politics. Why do you think all the sadhus, sannyasis are propagating politics? Definitely not. You can name a few, of course, but they're elected representatives. And they knew they wouldn't be elected for anything else except the clothes they wear.
And do you think that the sannyasins should stay away from politics and this such sort of propagating the ideology of some political parties?
I think it's an individual choice, it depends on the times, okay? If it's a normal time, definitely people on the spiritual path should not enter politics. It's not their business. But in extraneous times, when the future of the people of a nation is at stake, you can't sit away, you may have to do something. Now there's a whole lot of talk in the media and everywhere else, why is this sannyasi entering politics? See, I want you to understand, the laws of the country are such, even if you're a sannyasi, you have to pay your taxes. If you want to drive, you need a license, you're going by all the laws. So when I'm going by all the laws, why am I denied the fundamental rights that everybody else has? What is this discussion that's going on in the country? It's just stupid.
Well, it's a good logic, but no, if the sannyasins are engaging in propagating politics of hatred, then what will happen?
I have not seen any sannyasi propagating politics of hatred. It is just that some of them are wearing the uniform, as I said, but they're basically politicians, okay? They found that the only way they can get elected is with a certain kind of clothing or whatever. Such people will do. If somebody is propagating politics of hatred, whether he's a sannyasi or otherwise, whatever he claims to be, there are laws to fix him. I'm saying enforce the laws. Why is it a debate?
No, again, coming back to the faith, issue of faith, you may know and you are aware that, a lot of controversies are going on regarding the banning of beef. Don't you think that it is an attack to the individual liberty to choose one's food?
Suppose I develop taste for cannibalism, will you allow me? So now I want you to understand from where this is coming. We are a pastoral society. That is, for ages, our health, well-being is always determined by the cow. You understand? Our economy, our health, our well-being is decided by the cow. We have gone through bad agriculture years, droughts, famines. Even when famines came, if you had a cow at home, your children will be healthy. This is the wisdom of this culture. So cows were not just animals, they were part of the families. And cow is such an animal, suppose in the house you have a certain relationship with the cow, if you are in grief, the cow will shed tears. So because it has human emotions, it was considered in this country, if you kill a cow, it amounts to murder, if you eat a cow, it amounts to cannibalism. Now maybe a certain percentage of people have started eating, but it's very offensive for the rest. Can't you eat a dog? What's the problem? Dog lovers will kill you, believe me. But cow lovers are not supposed to say anything because they're supposed to be majority population. This is unfair. If somebody wants to eat in his house, it's different. But India becoming a major exporter of beef is a crime. I don't go with that. But an individual person wants to cut a cow in his house and eat, I think it's insensitive, but it's up to him. I think instead of banning beef, all they should have done is no export of meat from India. Now the only way, I'm telling you, the only way you can preserve the soil of this nation for future generations is you must have enough animals, farm animals on the farm. I think it must be made mandatory. For every acre, you must have this many cows, otherwise this soil will be absolutely useless in the next 40 to 50 years.
നമസ്കാരം. ചോദ്യം ഉത്തരം പരിപാടിയിലേക്ക് എല്ലാ പ്രേക്ഷകർക്കും സ്വാഗതം. ഇന്ന് തികച്ചും വ്യത്യസ്തനായ ഒരു അതിഥിയാണ് നമ്മളോടൊപ്പം ചോദ്യമുത്തരം പരിപാടിയിലുള്ളത്. ലോകമെമ്പാടും ആരാധകരും അനുയായികളുമുള്ള സദ്ഗുരു ജഗ്ഗി വാസുദേവ്. സ്വാഗതം and welcome to this interview. Sadhguru, let me start with a very simple and straight question. We can see a lot of god men in our country nowadays, and if you are traveling in rural villages, almost all village will have a god man. Do you think that a human being can become a god man?
I don't know who is a god man, I've never seen one because I've seen men and goddamn men. I have not seen any god man. I think it's a media invented word, the god man. I don't think ever anybody has claimed to be a god man. At the same time, can human beings consciously evolve themselves into higher levels of consciousness, higher levels of capability? Definitely, they can. Because the very nature of human existence is such, the fundamental and significant difference between who we are as human beings and every other creature is, for every other creature, nature has drawn two lines within which they have to live and go. For a human being, why a human being is always confused is because for a human being there's only baseline, there is no top line. Doesn't matter how much ever you do in your life, you still want to do something more. You still feel incomplete because there is no top line. Otherwise, we would be just happy with our survival process. So this is the beauty of a human being, that he can limitlessly expand himself. Now what you're talking about, these people being referred to as God-men and whatever the other issues happening, is not about spirituality or religion. It is essentially a drop in integrity across all aspects of life in the country. So this God-man business going negative, it's not all that negative, believe me. I've met many wonderful people who are doing incredible work. It is just that it is only the bad apples who get the media. So, the integrity of the media also needs to be fixed because they're always looking for bad apples and making all apples bad.
How can we differentiate?
If you look around, there are many people who are doing wonderful work, you can report that, but that's not news. The news is only when somebody is in a scandal. That has to go, that's lack of integrity by itself. So, lack of integrity is not unique to the religious or the spiritual people. It's unfortunately
happening everywhere.
Yes.
So, in the history of mankind, all the generations, Sadhguru asked a very important question, that whether there is a god we can look up to. And there are two answers. Of course, there is no god, there is God. Where do you stand?
You said look up to. Let me ask you a simple question. You know that we are on a round planet, right?
Yeah.
And you know it's spinning. So if you look up, invariably you're looking up in the wrong direction. Do you know which side is up in this cosmos? Is it marked somewhere in this cosmic space, this side up? So what is up and down? Up and down is okay when we're sitting in this room, that's up and this is down, for practical purposes. But in the larger context of the existence, do you know which is up and down, which is forward, backward? You're incapable of knowing that. There is only one thing you can know, what is outward and what is inward. So you've seen the outward and you can only manage it to some extent because too many players are there. You must turn inward and see. And if you turn inward and see, you will see you have left large parts of your interiority unmanaged, and that's why all these problems, that you're looking for solution elsewhere. So what is it that you're calling as God? Whatever is the source of creation, that's what you're calling as God. God has happened in human psyche simply because you have no explanation for the phenomenal creation that's around you. So a simplistic explanation for that is, there's a big man sitting up there and doing it. Now of course women are claiming, why not us? So, our ideas of God
are purely cultural, and the idea of one big man sitting there and managing is a very simplistic, childish idea. It's okay when they tell you as a child, it's good to see it that way. But if you grow, really in perception, if you see, growth is not about physicality, growth is not about wealth, growth is not about information, growth is about perception. If your perception is enhanced about life, you understand that you're referring to something as God because you have no explanation for the creation. Neither science has nor religion has. Now the question is, do you believe in God or you disbelieve in God? That's a question.
Yeah.
Why would you believe or disbelieve something? Please tell me. The fundamentals of belief and disbelief comes because you are not sincere enough to admit what you do not know as I do not know. Why can't human beings be straight enough, simple enough, sincere enough? What I know, I know. What I do not know, I do not know. Only because most human beings have not realized the immensity of I do not know. Only if you realize I do not know, the longing to know will come, seeking to know will come, the possibility of knowing will come. Instead of creating a seeking, we are believing. Believing means, believing and disbelieving are not two different things. One believes there is God, another believes there is no God. They're not different people, they're the same people. One has a positive belief, another has a negative belief.
Why there is negative belief? Why you are calling that
It depends on their experiences of life, their intellect, their education and many things, where their exposure essentially. Or what's happening around them in the name of religion which frustrates them, many things. I'm saying when I say negative, I'm not saying negative as a negative. All I'm saying is, belief, whether it's belief or disbelief, they're not two different things. The word God is an imported word, okay? We call them devas. Any exalted human being was referred to as a deva at one time. Today, it's very appropriate in India, people are referring to Sachin Tendulkar as a cricketing god. It's very perfect with the Indian milieu because we never believed that there is a God up there, okay? This is a foreign belief that's come to us now. But here, we said, if you become a great journalist, we will say you're a journalistic God because you have risen beyond what people normally consider as normal. If you excel beyond that, we say he's a deva because he's an exalted being, that's what it meant. The word deva meant an exalted being. So if you excel either in sport or music or art or administration or spiritual process, we said, oh, he's a deva because he's an exalted being. Like this, we recognize many devas historically because we have a history of 12,000–15,000 years of civilization. We recognize many people and we still, in the folklore, we kept them alive. Apart from that, we learn to create energy forms which will work for us in a certain way.
But unfortunately, the faith has been highly politicized, Sadhguru, and organized religions are used as tools to reach or achieve power. How do you see this?
Politicization means you must understand you're in a democratic country. Democracy is an art of arithmetics. Okay. Ultimately, numbers.
Matters.
So, once numbers are going to give you power, not quality, not intelligence, not ability, but just numbers are going to give you power, people will manipulate everything. Class, creed, caste, religion, everything they will manipulate to get the numbers. You must understand, this is not religion business, this is not caste or creed business, this is power business, okay? It should not be mistaken for religion. It's just power stuff. For power, the only way to get to power today is you need numbers. You have a big brain, nobody's going to make you the Prime Minister or the Chief Minister. You need to have numbers. So they're trying to gather numbers in whichever way possible.
But nowadays, most of the sannyasis, sadhus are, they are propagating the ideology of some political parties, and how do you see this? And they're actively participating.
No, it's a very wrong thing to say most of them are doing it. Not even… I don't even see one. You think some one or two people who come on the television, they're sannyasis? No.
There are millions of them, none of them ever spoke politics. Why do you think all the sadhus, sannyasis are propagating politics? Definitely not. You can name a few, of course, but they're elected representatives. And they knew they wouldn't be elected for anything else except the clothes they wear.
And do you think that the sannyasins should stay away from politics and this such sort of propagating the ideology of
I
some
think it's
political
an
parties?
individual choice, it depends on the times, okay? If it's a normal time, definitely people on the spiritual path should not enter politics. It's not their business. But in extraneous times, when the future of the people of a nation is at stake, you can't sit away, you may have to do something. Now there's a whole lot of talk in the media and everywhere else, why is this sannyasi entering politics? See, I want you to understand, the laws of the country are such, even if you're a sannyasi, you have to pay your taxes. If you want to drive, you need a license, you're going by all the laws. So when I'm going by all the laws, why am I denied the fundamental rights that everybody else has? What is this discussion that's going on in the country? It's just stupid.
Well, it's a good logic, but no, if the sannyasins are engaging in propagating politics of hatred, then what will happen?
I have not seen any sannyasi propagating politics of hatred. It is just that some of them are wearing the uniform, as I said, but they're basically politicians, okay? They found that the only way they can get elected is with a certain kind of clothing or whatever. Such people will do. If somebody is propagating politics of hatred, whether he's a sannyasi or otherwise, whatever he claims to be, there are laws to fix him. I'm saying enforce the laws. Why is it a debate?
No, again, coming back to the faith, issue of faith, you may know and you are aware that, a lot of controversies are going on regarding the banning of beef. Don't you think that it is an attack to the individual liberty to choose one's food?
Suppose I develop taste for cannibalism, will you allow me? So now I want you to understand from where this is coming. We are a pastoral society. That is, for ages, our health, well-being is always determined by the cow. You understand? Our economy, our health, our well-being is decided by the cow. We have gone through bad agriculture years, droughts, famines. Even when famines came, if you had a cow at home, your children will be healthy. This is the wisdom of this culture. So cows were not just animals, they were part of the families. And cow is such an animal, suppose in the house you have a certain relationship with the cow, if you are in grief, the cow will shed tears. So because it has human emotions, it was considered in this country, if you kill a cow, it amounts to murder, if you eat a cow, it amounts to cannibalism. Now maybe a certain percentage of people have started eating, but it's very offensive for the rest. Can't you eat a dog? What's the problem? Dog lovers will kill you, believe me. But cow lovers are not supposed to say anything because they're supposed to be majority population. This is unfair. If somebody wants to eat in his house, is different. But India becoming a major exporter of beef is a crime. I don't go with that. But an individual person wants to cut a cow in his house and eat, I think it's insensitive, but it's up to him. I think instead of banning beef, all they should have done is no export of meat from India. Now the only way, I'm telling you, the only way you can preserve the soil of this nation for future generations is you must have enough animals, farm animals on the farm. I think it must be made mandatory. For every acre, you must have this many cows, otherwise this soil will be absolutely useless in the next 40 to 50 years.
Hi, I'm Harper Simon. Welcome to another episode of Talk Show. Today I'm here remotely with yogi, mystic, philanthropist Sadhguru. Sadhguru, thank you for coming on my show. I was reading one of your lectures and you talked about the importance of dissolving the personality. Do you think it's easier to dissolve the personality if you don't have much of one to begin with?
There's nobody who does not have much, everybody has, all right? Some may be subtle, some may be gross, but it's always there. Dissolving the personality simply means that whatever you have created unconsciously and created traits of your own, and these traits sometimes pay off, and a whole lot of times they are the biggest restriction on who you are. If you do not take the fetters of your personality away, if your personality does not become flexible to fit into any situation that you walk into, you will become a hugely restricted human being. Human consciousness can fit into anything. When you were a child, when you had a body which was 3 feet, you fit in pretty good, or were you tight-fitting? Now you're like this, you fit in pretty well. If you become like that, you will fit in well. If you become like this, you'll fit in well. So consciousness, or what you call as human nature, is flexible. With personality, you're concretizing it, and what is rigid will break.
I liked what you said in the same lecture about people's likes and dislikes, and how, in a sense, we're prisoners of likes and dislikes. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
When you like something and dislike something else, what you have done is, you're unconsciously dividing the universe. And if you really look at it, how many things you like in this universe? They're a handful. So, you feel totally excluded from the rest of the universe. You exclude yourself from the universe with fanciful likes and dislikes, and then you will struggle with loneliness. That's crazy. This is an immense universe which has no doors, which is always wide open. With rigidity of likes and dislikes, which also creates your persona, you have shut your doors to the rest of the existence, and then you feel lonely. That's a silly way to exist.
But you can also relate to other people who share your similar likes and dislikes.
Oh, where do you find that somebody who likes just what you like? You won't find anybody like that.
No, but…
Nearly.
But in a way, that's how people form bonds and attachments and camaraderie and work together and cooperate with a shared value system.
It's always better you meet somebody who's unlike you, not like you.
I agree. I prefer an unlikely friendship myself. So tell me, just going back, you were born. Your father, I read, was an ophthalmologist, and you went to school. You studied English literature, and you were a successful businessman. Maybe it seems like spiritual concerns weren't so much of interest to you in your formative years.
Spirituality was never a concern, nor is it now. It's just that spiritual process comes to you not because you believe something, not because you attach yourself to some system or organization or a scripture or an ideology. Spiritual process is when you realize there's so much of life that you do not know. What you're seeing is very little. Today neurologists are telling you, you're not even seeing a few percentages points of what is actually there even physically around you, your vision. What the grasshopper sees, you cannot see. What the owl sees, you cannot see. What the dog sees, you cannot see. Because you are perceiving just 1% of the reality around you. So, when you realize this, that you don't know most of life as it is, wanting to know will become a natural process. The problem is with people, whatever they do not know, they believe that they know, because somebody told them something. So I was never really consciously oriented towards any spiritual process, nor was I religious, nor was I attached to any particular religion or anything for that matter. It's just that I do not know became the biggest statement in my mind, and I was a million question marks all the time. So if you have genuine question, you will naturally become a seeker. If you seek intensely enough, finding what is true will happen.
And I read that you had a consciousness-shattering mystical experience at one point in which you experienced…
Many points.
At many points, but maybe one very significant one that made you feel more in touch with all that was around you. What can you describe that mystical experience that you had?
I don't think I can ever articulate what happened within me as such. Because what happened within me then and what happens within me even today, it'll never be articulated because it is just beyond any kind of logical statement. But if we have to put some kind of description to it, it is just that what I always thought as myself just broke on that day. In the sense, I always thought this is me and that's somebody else. I had no issues with somebody else. But on that day when I sat on this rock on top of a small hill, suddenly I did not know which is me, which is not me. What was me was all over the place. That may sound logically like insanity, but that is the reality of existence. If one breaks the bubble of one's persona, what is you is just all over the place. As you sit here, what you exhale, the trees are inhaling. What the trees exhale, you are inhaling. It's just that it's not in your experience. Suppose you sit here and experience this, suddenly your whole fundamental perception of life is altered. So, whatever I had perceived as myself, whatever I had perceived as the other, what is this, what is that, kind of evaporated within me. So, the very basis of how we perceive and make conclusions about life was completely taken away from me on that day.
I don't think that sounds insane, because I had similar experiences with psychedelic drugs. But what brought about this experience? Just one day? I mean, was there a set of circumstances that brought this experience on?
The word yoga literally means union. That means the individual and the universal becomes one. I've been practicing yoga since I was 12 years of age, but I never thought it is going to lead me in this direction. I was just doing it for my physical well-being and mental prowess. It definitely gave me that, it set me apart. Physically and mentally, it set me apart in any group of people. But I never imagined something else is there to it. So, if you take psychedelic drugs chemically, it creates a certain experience from within you. What the chemistry does is a kind of a chemical drama which in turn creates a psychological drama. That's not what I'm talking about. This is beyond the psychological, this is beyond the chemistry of who you are. Yes, it impacts your chemistry in a huge way, but essentially what's happening is the bubble that you have created as myself, that's broken. Not because of any stimuli from either outside or from inside, simply because that is the nature of life. This is a living cosmos. You blew your own bubble and you think you're it. If you break the bubble, it's all the same. Where is your ego? You have an ego? No. I want you to look at this carefully. You will see whenever you do something nice, whenever you do something beautiful, you will always say, it's me who did this. Whenever you do something nasty, afterwards you look back and say, oh, that was my ego. So Mr. Ego is a fall guy who always comes in when something goes wrong. First fix this in your life, that there are not two people within you or four people within you, there's only one within you. If you have more than one, that means you either need a psychiatrist or an exorcist.
I need both.
Because it says…
I'll take whoever you got.
It says you're schizophrenic or you're possessed. That's not the truth. The truth is, you have created defense mechanisms to save yourself. Now, the important thing is if anybody wants to fix their life, first thing is to say, if it happens, it's me. If it doesn't happen, it's me. If I make it, it's me. If I don't make it, it's me.
Accountability.
I don't want to give it a name, but you must become an individual. Individual means you're not further divisible. If you further divide, it'll lead to sickness.
When you had your mystical experience, did this lead you towards a path of towards love and service and compassion?
I don't think I'm doing any service. I'm doing what I feel is the best thing I can do.
Well, you actually do quite a lot of service. I've read
That's what…
so much impressive stuff, and I should say, you have a foundation that's planted over 17 million trees in India. You have
24.
24 million trees, which is incredible. Another one that…
Yes, there are dozens of schools, rural medical care and all kinds of things, which are useful for the people. What I'm saying is, see, if you do something for your own child, you won't feel it's a service because it's a privilege, you can do that. But if you do it for another child, suddenly it's become service because the heart is barren. If you have love within you, you can't do service. You will do whatever you can. It's natural for you to do all the things that you can. Because in one's life, if we do not do what we cannot do, that's not an issue. But if we do not do what we can do, we're a disastrous life. I'm not a disaster. I do what I can.
And do you want to… can you tell me a bit more about your foundations and all the impressive things that you do?
The foundation is essentially, fundamentally focused on bringing this dimension, because on that day that you were talking about, I burst into an ecstatic state and suddenly I realized there's really nothing to do. Every human being is capable of this, because when it comes to external situations, each one of us are differently capable. When it comes to inner situations, all of us are equally capable. So when I just sat there and just oozing with ecstasy, I thought, this is it, I'm going to make the whole world ecstatic. Well, here I am, 33 years since then. Definitely time has gone by. But we have touched a few million people, some 27, 28 million people we have touched. Today I can proudly say, there are millions of people, if they close their eyes, tears of ecstasy will flow in the morning for them every day. So, it's good, but that's not the world yet. There's 7 billion people.
Gee whiz, I wish that would happen to me. Do you think that we're headed towards a more enlightened society?
Tell me. Just look at yourself in your life and tell me. On a day when you're very joyful, are you not naturally nice to everyone? When you're very happy, if anybody meets you, when you are happy. But when you're miserable and depressed, you could be nasty. That is true with every human being. So, all the nastiness that people do in their lives is just an expression of their own experience of life. If their experience of life was wonderful and absolutely pleasant, they would be pleasant and wonderful to everything and everybody around them. So, instead of fixing the root cause, we're always trying to fix the consequence by saying, I love everybody, I'm going to serve everybody. You're trying to fix the consequence. Don't try to fix the root, don't try to fix the fruit, fix the root. The root cause is, if your experience of life is very pleasant, being pleasant to everything around you is a natural consequence.
Can I ask you, you talk a lot about…
Dude, that's not a compliment, that's an insult. You talk a lot
No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean you talk a lot. I've heard you say, you talk just the appropriate amount about people's mental constructs and kind of imprisoning themselves in their own misery. But what about people who are, where their misery is beyond that? What about people who are in actual circumstances where they can't help themselves? Somebody walking around in Nepal and suddenly they're under a rubble. I mean, what about all the people who are hungry in the world, or suffering for reasons that are have nothing to do with mental construct?
There is physical suffering and there is mental suffering. If people, either because of war or some calamity, they have been brought to physical pain, that's a different thing that has to be dealt with differently. But 90% of the human suffering is mental, and it's on self-help mode. Nobody's causing it and nobody can cause it to you. So 90% of human suffering is self-help, that they're doing it to themselves. First address that. I can't stop the earthquake, nor you can. Maybe we can avoid the wars, but earthquakes happen, what to do? All right? Those things have to be dealt with differently, physical pain. But everything that is psychological is your drama. At least conduct your drama well. How to conduct your drama? The technologies for that is what I'm offering in the form of inner engineering. To engineer yourself the way you want yourself to be. You don't have to engineer yourself the way I want. You engineer it the way you want. And I'm sure what you want for yourself is pleasantness, not unpleasantness, isn't it?
So, other than meditation techniques, what are some of the other ways in which…
Oh, there are a million ways to do it. Not one or two. There are a million ways to do it. For every person, we offer a different dimension. It's not necessarily one common solution.
And do you think, does that help to lead towards an acceptance of death?
Tell me. The only reason why death is such a huge problem is you know nothing other than the body. You have not experienced anything other than your body. So death means you lose this body, then you don't know what's next.
I appreciate your… I think that's very different from messages from other gurus, this kind of non-denominational, non-religious…
I don't know which other guru you met, but a guru means… Gu means darkness, Ru means light. One who puts light to areas of darkness within you, he's a guru. Not somebody who teaches you a scripture, not somebody who teaches you a philosophy or an ideology or something else like that.
So you don't… you don't believe in teaching any kind of scripture?
I don't know
in your
any…
ashram, do they not study scriptures?
I don't know any scripture, how will I teach any scripture? I've never read a scripture in my life, of any kind.
You've never read a scripture in your life? That seems kind of amazing to me. I mean, first of all, you're obviously a reader. You studied literature and…
No, I did not.
You didn't…
I did not.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, well, I read that, that's wrong.
I went to the college. That does not mean I studied. Okay? Now
You were partying.
There is only one thing I know. I know this piece of life from its origin to its ultimate, and it's kept me busy. It never gave me time to read any scripture, nor did I feel any inclination towards it, because my own vision has never failed me. I never thought I had to mix myself up with something.
Well, you're a fascinating, mysterious person, Sadhguru. And you do all sorts of amazing, wonderful things. And I'm very impressed with your foundations, and I hope I get to visit your ashram one day.
You should. It's a very unique place, crafted, meticulously crafted for self-transformation. It's something that one must experience.
Well, I hope to experience that, and thank you so much for taking time to talk to me today, Sadhguru. And tune in next week for another episode of Talk Show.